My name is Erica Lorraine Spencer, and I remain subject to state surveillance and terrorism by the state of California that is operating a malicious targeting system which is referred to as federal group stalking and monitoring via communication devices. And it is in violation of federal stalking statute 18 U.S.C. sections 2261A subsections 1 and 2. My website and podcast serve the public good by publishing evidence of the public entity's ceaseless engagement in a pattern of conduct intended to stalk and monitor via communication devices, surveil, harass, and terrorize an American citizen in concert with the people of the state of California. Documentation serves the lawful purposes of wide exposure, federal prosecution, and influencing federal legislation with policies specifically designed to punish, dismantle, and disincentivize an unprecedented targeting system by a public entity that acts in concert with the people of the state in order to criminally place under surveillance and terrorize an American citizen, which is a matter of public corruption in the state of California. See thepatternofconduct.wordpress.com.
8KFT164, 6RCH814, 6GRS215, 8HEU792, 8JNH469, 8C79181, 8FAF421, 7CCS957, 8LYS142, DeWalt, commercial vehicle 01093U2, 8LGS171, United Rentals, commercial vehicle. Well, that's not their license plate. Let me get this license. CH27. That's one license plate. 4ZMT573. 7MBJ701. United Rentals is, see. Oh, they don't have a license plate while they're stalking in relevant position engaged in surveillance. All right, capturing the presence of the company United Rentals, and that is an additional federal charge. This is the removal, alteration, and or refusal to provide what is the publicly available identifying information. They're monitoring what demons such as Oscar's Barbershop, who's group stalking, sitting in their vehicles, monitoring. They're in relevant position while I'm at the museum, and then all you do is hop up and go into a restaurant that's in relevant position. You're all monitoring together. 8LGS171, that's what United Rentals is engaging in. No license plates on those vehicles. They are removed. That's a federal charge. That's the government that's placed you under surveillance and then tries to engage in futile efforts of trying to avoid identification. The company name itself is subject to exposure, and that's additional federal charges while the government engages in such acts of obstruction of justice. 4ZMT573 is a third party just like United Rentals. 8FUJ517, 7MBJ701, 5K44164, 4SVL812. Staples in relevant position, group stalking at the Ultra personnel side of B&G Plaza. 7ROS912, 5LWL083, 29208K3, 9AGL165, 6NRK191, 01510B3, 7DXB729, 6EQJ965. All right, so what I'm showing images of, first of all, is relevant positioning. The use of the Staples vehicle, license 00739G2, in the parking lot nearest the Ultra personnel side of the B&G Plaza. The location of the United Rentals vehicle that is parked in a position such that it is maintaining what is presence. And then that demon, when they're tracking my steps, you're talking about what is the maintenance in the path using that commercial vehicle who is still present monitoring. But you're talking about upon arrival, they're surrounding the perimeter with light. That's what the Staples vehicle is for. That's what the people of the state participate in. And that's what these commercial vehicles are serving. This is an African-American male who I assume I've documented actually before, specifically inside of the Staples, group stalking at the museum while the entity was flying over by planes and helicopters, as though I was not going to capture him engaging in that criminal act. And this is an African-American male who's creating light activity, again, 00739G2, acting with United Rentals. That vehicle is positioned in the very location it is for purposes of surrounding the perimeter with light, which is exactly what the truck in the middle of Hope Boulevard is serving as well. This is positioning, and this is surveillance by entities that are the entity that is acting together, and this is the people of the state that use commercial vehicles to do so. And you're understanding why the people of the state are not going to be identified and prosecuted based on what our minions who identify by address, image, a license plate. The people of the state includes the companies that they are utilizing with regard to literally the presence of that logo on anything that you are using with regard to why you were stalking in the path, and or even using that position associated with that logo and company in order to engage in the pattern of conduct with the state. You are literally dragging that company name, and this is the entity that does so purposefully. It's the highest level of malice, and the entity thought beforehand, okay? And I can't speak on what they thought, because this is literally what they engaged in, and I witnessed the impunity with which they did it, thinking, in other words, that it'll never be identifiable. It is that which is impervious because it's a company name, because you're delivering a package, because you have a brand on your chest or on the vehicle. And that's not the case. This is terrorism by Staples, United Rentals, and this is a truck in the middle of the street as well. That I will get that vehicle right now. But I want to speak to what I took pictures of. That's positioning. All right. California Clinica Medical, California in relevant position in the middle of the parking lot. Well, not in the middle of the parking lot, in the plaza, standing out in line. They're engaged in relevant positioning. It is the entity placing a fake sun over me, directed light all over the place, stalking in the path with directed light as the people engage in positioning. These are the elements of stalking with light. 8HKG168. It is the P.O.C. by the people, 6NRK191, 7VOS 809, 9ALP257, 7874483, 8GYU 826, 55072B2, 7TQ T803, 8WLX444, and it's 8:43 a.m. 7MYH515, 8TBF962, 6MZF935, 7WMS603, 4LVC507, 8BCD540, 8HKG168, 6NPW544. Alrighty, and the truck sitting in the middle of the street, license XP19570. This is positioning. This is facilitation. This is literally group stalking and using commercial vehicles to do so. 8HNE986. This is called Best Overnight Express. Alrighty, the California 52976, U.S.589.562. Stalking in the middle of the street in relevant position. They're monitoring with what is United Rentals, what is Staples, the minions that are inside of the plaza, the minions that are patrolling in traffic. This is group stalking, and the back license plate is 4PP7250. This is P.O.C. It's 8:44 a.m. captured in still images. That is terrorism by the entity that acts as one surrounding the perimeter, stalking with light, demons doing so. That's grounds of what is federal prison. All right, they're doing the bidding of the government, surrounding you with light. That's terrorism while you are subject to that conduct everywhere that you're going. And you are dragging that company name, exposing that company to prosecution as a sex offender, a terrorist, engaging in federal stalking with the state, all of the above. The people of the state are identified by company names as well, and it will be prosecuted. It will be subject to that exposure in the same way that the government is using people, using companies in order to engage in the P.O.C., all right? And so that's exactly how, and it is perfectly feasible to expose such companies with regard to what they are engaging in under such company names. It needs to be known with regard to the existence of such businesses. Also engaged with what is civil proceedings draining the pockets of such companies, especially trucking companies that engage in interstate commerce with regard to what's inherent to what they do. They are entering state lines of California with the intent to place another under surveillance as the state of California is engaging in what is federal group stalking and monitoring with the people of the state. It's inherent to being in the state while the entity is operating the system on a ceaseless basis, as I've shown, is the P.O.C. It's currently 8:45 a.m. That is massive facilitation, absolutely unlawful conduct, as I documented, while the people of the state are using commercial vehicles to surround and engage in that conduct. 6NGG 948 54572W1 NEWNORM 6YAB 390 8XAL 439 6TJY 829 7XZC 579 7GQP 502. And that is the government that is stalking by commercial airline planes which engage in the routine act of interstate commerce while they're engaging in stalking. That's relevant to the prosecution of the Ontario International Airport and every third-party company utilizing airlines while they are engaged in terrorism, both at that venue and everywhere that I'm at within the city of Ontario, as though that's some legal argument, which is not when they're prosecuted for federal group stalking and monitoring. It's 8:46 a.m. That entity that's stalking sounding amplified plane activity over my head is the entity that they are surrounding in concert with, group stalking together. That entity flying around me in a helicopter at the Fontana Lewis Library, that's the entity that they are group stalking with. That's Staples United Rentals and Best Overnight Express group stalking in the path with light. Okay, and this demon CH27, that's their license plate, group stalking at Andy's Burgers. They're engaged in the criminal system together. It's not separate. They enable each other to maintain the ability to monitor. They are present on behalf of the state that is engaging in state monitoring, which is terrorism, while a bunch of demons place you under surveillance in this manner. 1419259 San Bernardino County, 8VZD028. And this is the entity, by the way, like I stated, as I was at San Bernardino County's venue, because Fontana Lewis Library is a venue of San Bernardino County as well. And they're engaged in surveillance. And this is the same entity that is refusing to provide my license plates. My license plates, that's a whole other issue. 162105, I can't see the last character, that's City of Ontario. Refusing to provide my California driver's license and my California ID, which I went to DMV, subject to the pattern of conduct, fully documents that P.O.C. by the state of California at a state facilitating venue. And then while they're placed under surveillance, refusing to provide it. It's not lost. It's not some delay. Every single last aspect of the entity is monitoring. That's what's so funny. 41759W2. Funny as in pathetic. All right, so you're talking about literally when you're understanding federal group stalking and monitoring, what you're subject, they're just holding on to my driver's license. The feds are the ones delivering the mail while they're placing under surveillance. They know exactly where I am, and they know where my license is at as well, including when they stole it. It's 8:48 a.m. I have boarded the Route 61 bus at 8:48 a.m. and it is being operated by again Daniel Luna, and the bus displays the employee number as 3015. And this is one that I've documented. This is the same operator yesterday and the day before yesterday but also specifically documented on more than one occasion before that as well. 8JGS471. And so, like I was stating, this is the same entity, by the way, that's engaging in surveillance, group stalking, the ongoing P.O.C. While I'm subject to this system and engaging in conduct such as holding on to my driver's license and my California ID, which is, again, the entity that is placing under surveillance and is engaging in monitoring you, knows exactly who you are, and, by the way, is fully capable, as it has demonstrated, of providing or refraining from providing whatever it is, such as 8 UMC 573, whatever it is, such as, for example, my driver's license and California ID. You're under the fallacy that you have some privacy, that you have some sense of protection with regard to your identity and where you are. So, in other words, when you walk into the county building, of course they should not know who you are, should know your name. By virtue of the pattern of conduct, that is speaking to what is the fallacy of privacy. I am revealing the system that I am subject to by demons, by the way, who know exactly who you are. And not only that, by an entity that's engaging in a pattern of conduct where there is no exception. You're talking about the fake sun is over the county building. The fake sun is present while directed light, impossible light activity is inside of the county building. The California Department of Motor Vehicles, more than one. I went to the Fontana one and to the Rancho Cucamonga one. Impossible light activity. This is the system that's underway. Yes, they know exactly who you are. They're engaging in what is, again, that unpersuasive form. And why? What are they going to do? Is sit there and acknowledge the fact that you're capturing what is absolutely, first of all, I mean, that's on a whole other level of creepy when I'm showing you the light activity that's around these demons. who try to dress up nice and act as though they're normal and professional inside of, again, what is a state facilitated video, the California DMV. They're monitoring in there, and there are a bunch of demons monitoring. And there are a bunch of demons monitoring while my panties are down as well. All of that unsophisticated, all of that beast-like, Neanderthalic, animal-like, cockroach conduct is underway at the California DMV. And this entity that is monitoring knows exactly who I am, stole my property in the first place, is then engaging and holding on to it. As I went on April 5th and April 8th, and that's fully published. I was subject to the pattern of conduct as I went through the process of retrieving a replacement California ID and a replacement driver's license, which the same entity that is monitoring, the same venue where you step outside and you capture the fake sun over you, you are subject to the P.O.C, where they are flashing and molesting with directed light, where they are engaging in the ongoing stalking conduct, stalking with noise, and then they're asking you what's your name, as though, and that's what I mean by a psychopath. That's the psychopath. That's not in any way suggesting that it's not the P.O.C, that we've already passed that. We exceeded that. What you're doing is known, and this is part of what needs to be revealed as well, and that's why I'm pointing that out to you. And what is the reasonable conclusions that you are deducing from the conduct of the entity? It is not, under any circumstances, any suggestion of other than what you're asking me, a question that you already know the answer to, Satan. Is not in any way suggesting that suddenly is the sun. That doesn't disregard the evidence of what is not the sun over the direct evidence of what you are and what you're doing. That is not sunlight that's appearing on the interior of your building, literally above your head on the roof, which is a pattern, an absolutely demonic and impossible occurrence, routinely occurring. It's a pattern. It's a long documented pattern. And then you're going to ask me my name. This is speaking to, again, the revealing what is a psychopath, revealing what is the code of conduct. That code of conduct is unpersuasive, it's ineffective upon understanding and being surrounded by the evidence, revealing what is the pattern of group stalking and monitoring, the pattern of conduct by the state, which is revealing a satanic system. And so it is revealing, contrary to what the entity intends, you are a very malicious and very delusional, because you're talking about what you have evidence. Whoa, who are you trying to fool right here? Other than yourself. That's it. But I'm laughing because it's pathetic, not because it's funny. That is going to translate. Understand, everything the entity does, that translates into an impermissible threat. While you have a bunch of freak weirdos that are continuously posing a threat while you're documenting, engaging in conduct which is highly unpersuasive and ineffective, especially when they're surrounded by evidence which they are also aware of. They're literally step-by-step continuously stalking and monitoring while they're monitoring your documentation. And then they engage in what is conduct that is becoming of what is a very dangerous threat, a psychopath, a determined one, 7FBD 706. That's prosecuted, that's translated, that is reasonably construed as what is a threat to your life, which is already in existence while it is the government that is stalking and monitoring. In the way that I showed yesterday, sitting in what's supposed to be a neighborhood library where it's supposed to be quiet, right, where I'm not allowed to eat on the second floor, but the government is allowed to engage in what is monitoring me in concert with the minions that fill that library in a bathroom, engaging in sexual violence and stalking, flying in circles over me inside of that library. That's what is allowed, okay? So this is what I'm speaking to, and that's what I want to remind you of as I am documenting the people of the state engaging in these acts of surveillance, which is speaking to the ways in which you will reach every single actor, the ways in which they are acting on behalf of the state, engaging in, you want to engage in and do the bidding of the government, and you want to be prosecuted, you want to go to federal prison with the government, because that's exactly what federal group stalking and monitoring shall result in. The government is engaging in what is absolutely criminal, unlawful, unconstitutional, reprehensible, and egregious, and also doing it through the people of the state, as numerous as they are. It is an unfathomable crime, which the government doesn't have the permission to do on its own, right? So you're hiding behind the people of the state. You're not even hiding anymore. You and the people of the state are known for what are not only demons, this is demonic, this is the work of Satan, but you're also engaging in high crimes together. All right, showing the delusional psychopath that you are as an entity, waging an unlawful threat to the life, perpetually, continuously, while you're sexually violating, while you're obsessively stalking, while you're seeking to engage in ongoing threatening conduct with everything that you're saying and doing. you are literally the stalker. Okay, you don't have any sense of normalcy. You know my name. You know exactly what's going on with regard to, well, you don't know what's going on with regard to the ways in which everything that I have planned for this entity and how you will achieve justice. But you know what's going on with regard to what I'm doing on my phone, how I'm documenting you, and I'm going to document. And I'm also going to document how you are a psychopath, because I'm going to prosecute with that. That's relevant to the legislation in order to bind such a threat, which is the government, which is literally Satan. Okay, so it's 8:57 a.m. I'm on the bus, like I stated. This is the P.O.C. that's at the Ontario airport. That's where I'm at. This is pattern of conduct that's underway. 5NB7456. And the entity is maintaining the ongoing environment, following with an environment, following with the people. That's literally what these minions are doing while they're on the bus. And this is the obsessive system that is federal group stalking and monitoring. It's the absence of normalcy of life. It's the absence of life as you know it, of whatever it is you think life is about and what people are focused on. This is not the case upon federal group stalking and monitoring. And that very statement that I just made is substantiated by the documentation of what is following around with an unnatural environment, a scientific impossibility that environment could in any way be present in the ways in which I've shown the entity is maintaining an environment around me. That is speaking to what is an obsessive concern with the target individual, as opposed to what would ordinarily be the case, normal life, whatever it is that you're doing in your daily life. This is not a focus on that. This is speaking to what is demonic. This is speaking to what is a preoccupation with monitoring one, and this is on behalf of the state. And this is revealing, by the way, again, the times that we are in and what is actually the focus with regard to real life and what's going on, and that is contrasted with the things that you're distracted by on the internet, on social media, even if you call yourself being a do-gooder, whatever it is that is distracting you with achieving. Nothing wrong with that, because I did it. I went to college, I got my education, okay? I got my license in practice law, I did it. But in many ways, these are distractions from what is actually going on in life and what the focus is. And that distraction is effective with regard to what Satan's agenda is. And Satan is using a government, Satan is using a people, and that's what I'm both revealing and I'm prosecuting in the state of California. It's 8:58 a.m. I'm at the Ontario airport where the entity, this is Daniel Luna, acting on behalf of the entity operating this bus, where I remain subject to the P.O.C. monitoring with the people of the state. This is the state facilitating venue of the Ontario International Airport. We're currently at Terminal 2, and this is P.O.C. And by the way, in case I have not mentioned it, it is Friday, April 29, 2022 at 8:59 a.m. See, WIN Home Inspection is monitoring. WIN, W-I-N, Home Inspection, group stalking at the Ontario International Airport. It's 9:01 a.m. That's the logo on their little two-door vehicle while they're group stalking in the path. 7VJG018. 9ACM498. 7BCV815. 8HLA370. 8VCH028, excuse me, and 8ESE243. It's 9:02 a.m. 45418A3. PAPISMF 7MTK405, I believe. Crossing path, and we're on Archibald, just driving north on Archibald Avenue. (62719L2) 6NFW824.
If possible, please use rear doors.
Si così, favor di usare la puerta trasera.
Ontario Mills, service by P.O.C. 61, 81, 82, and RTA.
Pacing on and off of the bus with impossible light activity flashing while he does so. He is pacing in relative position to me in the same way that these minions and the driveway of the McDonald's are pacing in and out, doing so while the fake sun is remaining over the bus, by the way, and we are on the same path, the same route, where I'm showing you at the Ontario Airport Hotel and Conference Center after 6 p.m. in the evening. The light source is directly over me while in alignment while we are at that same property, which I also showed you on video a couple days ago at 8:31 in the morning. This is the same route that we're on, and the fake sun is over this same exact route, over the same exact Inland Empire at Haven Avenue, over that same venue of the Ontario Airport and Conference Center, speaking to what is a venue where surveillance is underway, group stalking by a government and a people. This is the same light source that's over this bus, directed light appearing while Daniel Luna is pacing on and off of the bus. And also these minions at the driveway, they're concentrating crossing a path conduct where I'm at. So that's what pacing around is about. And that's what the fake sun over me while they are pacing around, that's what that's about. So it's 9:14 a.m. driving on 4th Street, driving in the direction west while we're driving east. 6 ETJ 637. AHNDFUL 8UBL 934. JB Hunt Intermodal crossing path. McLean crossing path. U-Line, ULINE, that's another commercial vehicle crossing path in large front. They are monitoring at Costco. Fake sun running over the property. They're demons that are nothing other than gathered at what is a venue, which is Costco. Very, very heavy presence of the people of the state. Systematic monitoring underway. License, yeah, you've got multiple U-Lines. U-Line is spelled ULINE. That's a trucking company, I suppose. They're shipping, supply, specialty, Chicago, Atlanta, Dallas, Los Angeles, Minneapolis, NYC, Philly, Seattle. In other words, they engage in interstate commerce while they are entering state lines with the intent to place another under surveillance. And that intent is applied to the people of the state because the entity is acting via the people of the state. The government intends to maintain an ongoing system of group stalking and monitoring, and so do the people. They are engaged in the identical behavioral pattern. The pattern of conduct is shared amongst the entity while it acts directly and vicariously. 66533R1, the entity is engaging in what is crossing state lines with the intent to place another under surveillance. That's U-Line. It is 9:18 a.m. McLean. Kelly Spicers. That's another trucking company. License 7LYS 770. FedEx crossing path. They're doing so under the fake sun that's remaining over the bus. It's being operated by Daniel Luna, where documentation is already shown. The light source is, first of all, already present over me, over my head at the destination where I am now headed, which is speaking to the pattern of conduct. It's an impossibility that the sun is over my head and also over my head at the destination where I'm documented. My presence is already in Fontana. It is also not over me while I'm sitting inside a Starbucks at 4490 Hope Boulevard and Montclair. It is also not remaining over me while I am at the Montclair Transit Center. It is also not remaining over my head while I am in the city of Chino and in the city of Upland, California. Mutually, again, exclusive placement of these light sources, which at this time it's 9:19 a.m. Documentation already published with regard to what the entity is doing with the fake sun, while these trucking companies are revealing all of the fact that they are fully engaged in the pattern of conduct and exposing their identity in doing so. This is Satan revealing itself through McLean, through U-Line, through Kelly Price, or whatever that trucking company that I documented correctly as I read it. The entity is monitoring documentation. So you have what is engaging in more crossing and path conduct while I am identifying them. GD 8D64. Looks like a Nevada license plate. And that goes for the Sheriff's Department crossing path by Rancho Cucamonga Police. They're doing so under what is that impossible occurrence, which is not the sun, revealing both their condition. That's a demon, again, in a position that they have no business in. This is demonic activity. This is group stalking conduct. It is an impermissible threat by one on not only engaging in what is kidnapping by an entity. The Rancho Cucamonga Police are documented engaging in that criminal act, that egregious criminal activity, as I documented it, pursuant to what was again an act by this entity engaging in acts of obstruction of justice while I'm documenting federal group stalking and monitoring. Engaging in fictitious prosecutions, and you also have the entity that is waging an impermissible threat while they're monitoring your documentation and stalking you, because that's what you're doing under a fake sun. That's why the fake sun is there. That's why you have this scientific impossibility that I'm capturing while you're in the path, which is group stalking. It's 9:21 a.m. We are at Awanda, and well, it's going to turn into San Bernardino Avenue. 9:21 a.m. 9E28391. That's a front license plate on a large truck. I didn't see the logo of the truck or anything. They are on the driver's side at the red light of Awanda and 4th Street. Crossing path with Suppose You Drive. Crossing path with McLean again. And we are proceeding LJY 2. I can't see the rest of it. I can't see the rest of the lights, but you can expect that. We are at Kaiser Way and San Bernardino Avenue at 9:22 a.m. 8ZAE 830 Enterprise Truck Runner Crossing Path. City of Ontario Crossing Path. It's 9:23. Alrighty, license 8CRW 134. You have Martin Transport Limited, license 2912406. That's the Indiana license plate. And while this minion that is bearing this logo on the vehicle while they're engaging in what is interstate stalking with the state, direct a light, touch them on the window of the bus. This is the P.O.C. that's underway, and you are including and associating, utilizing, engaging in business on behalf of, as the people of the state, bearing that logo. You use whatever it is that you have provided to you with regard to documenting the presence of the state, whoever it is present, whatever means whereby they are engaging in presence, and that is by Martin Transport Incorporated, and that's the Indiana license plate on that vehicle, and also the entity touching the window on the driver's side. The fake sun's over the passenger side. This is impossible light, touching the window while that demon that's operating the vehicle is loading or lugging a vehicle that bears the logo Martin Transport Incorporated, and that is the identification of the people of the state using a company name engaged in the P.O.C. It's 9:26 a.m. We're on San Bernardino Avenue, approaching near Calabash. California Steel Industries at Cherry, that's where we're at. Stalking in the path with light, monitoring with these minions who are lugging these large trucks. Pape, P-A-P-E, with the accent over the E, group stalking. Directed light on the ground as they cross path on the driver's side of the bus. License, see, 8XZD542, 8XRE435, demons that are pacing under the fake sun. That is at the same venue that I captured on April 26, 2022 at 7:04 p.m. on the same exact route. The fake sun is over me right now at 9:27 in the morning. The fake sun is in perfect alignment over me, aiming light, molesting while I'm sitting on the bus, okay? And doing so at the same exact venue, which is the Noyle at Redwood and San Bernardino Avenue, where those demons are right now engaging in what is crossing a path. Demons doing so one after another is called patrolling. This is demonic activity with the serving also monitoring communication devices. I just want to speak to where I'm at and the presence of the fake sun, and again capturing the demonic at that same venue at after 7 o'clock in the evening. The entity is maintaining light on me through the depths of the bus. In the same way that you saw at 7:04 as I remain at the Fontana Lewis Library, aiming light through the depths of the library, which is again mutually exclusive. It's very particular with regard to even touch me while I'm on Route 61 in the evening, all right? In the same way that it is in the morning. Even earlier than this, because I've already documented that. I'm already in Fontana at this time, keeping a fake sun over me on Sierra and over the library where I'm already there, sitting outside. But nonetheless, you have the entity also engaging and following with the fake sun on the Route 61, which is what I pointed out while I remained at the Fontana Lewis Library after 7 p.m. And you're looking at what is a stationary light source in perfect alignment with that library, and is not in alignment with being at Noyle, at Redwood, and Sierra Avenue. And also, in order to touch with light, I'm showing you that literal object itself, which is also mutually exclusive to being in Ontario at the intersection of Euclid and Hope Boulevard at the same time, 7:03 p.m. after getting off of Route 83, coming from the Upper Public Library, where the entity moved that fake sun at that same address in the evening, remaining visible through the same Route 83 through the windows of the bus, going south in the direction south, not coming from Fontana, not remaining visible through any window of the Fontana Lewis Library, going back down the same chute that I went up early in the morning, coming from Upland, and the entity is keeping that fake sun over me at 7:03 p.m. All right, that's called stalking with light. So just so you know where those demons are pacing around, that's the people of the state that are group stalking. It's 9:29 a.m. and that's Noyle at Redwood and San Bernardino Avenue.
Avenue.
32626J3. Light activity 7FBU 998. We're at San Bernardino and Poplar.
Street.
It is 9:31 a.m. 4ZA. It's 9:34 a.m.
Cypress Avenue.
LWV 470, I believe. Proceeding on Juniper, then turns on to Marigold. That's where I'm capturing images, and you can see the light source that is directly over the window where I am seated on the bus and keeping in perfect alignment with the bus. And this is a stalking with light. The entity also fills the bus with what is directed light, which is appearing on the ground underneath the seat in frent of me. This is impossible light activity that's occurring on the bus, and it's also an impossible occurrence that this is the sun that's over me while I'm on this bus. Again, my documentation where I am in entirely different cities, and the entity is keeping a light source not just there but all day. Or, for example, when I went to Chino, California, I didn't come to Fontana. I stayed in Chino. I've gone to Chino and then both went back to Fontana. I've done that as well. And this is a totally different timetable. This is stalking with light. In addition to just last Sunday when I went to Montclair, which is where I remained at this time inside of that Starbucks. And I didn't come on Route 61, the same exact route, until 1:16 p.m. where I captured video at the same intersection where I'm at now. And speaking to, again, as I juxtapose that with what is 8:26 in the morning on this same route, again, that's on a day where I'm already at my destination right now at 9:37 a.m. This is speaking to the impossibility with regard to what I'm capturing, the light source directly over my head, directly over me where I'm seated on the bus, on that specific street at that time. That's stalking with light, and that's not possible with the sun. And big picture, this is the same street, Sierra Avenue, where there is no migration, any movement east or west of the light source as it remains outside of the window of the Fontana Lewis Library after 7 p.m., okay? And that is what I captured the other day. This is surrounding an entity with what is evidence of stalking with light. That is while you were subject to what is group stalking. And that's what I just captured right now. This is what Daniel Luna is engaging in, operating this bus, engaging in what is that ongoing harassment and and monitoring, doing so as a company, this is Omnitrans, but also Daniel Luna, the employee itself. And this is also revealing Daniel Luna's condition. This is a demon that is operating a bus and engaging in what is the system of state surveillance, which is a demonic system. The demon possessed are engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring. And that is speaking to the environment that I am surrounded by with that ongoing purpose. I'm subject to surveillance right now. Okay, it's currently 9:38 a.m. We are at Kaiser Permanente at 9310 Sierra Avenue. This is the intersection of Randall Avenue and Sierra. V85029. HVR 513, I believe. 8J12126. While a demon is sitting in a traffic lane, okay, we're separated by a traffic lane, and this demon is touching, somehow light is moving at the same time that he's moving his vehicle. This is the demon that's manifesting light. That's not even the sun, and sunlight does not engage in that conduct. Understand the system. This is the same entity that's sitting up and stalking in the library all day long. And then I'm capturing what is video. The entity starts flying around me by helicopter. They're stalking. This is what group stalking is, entirely obsessive level of stalking. And this is the entity that's operating the bus. This is the entity that's surrounding as I read their license plate. This is the entity that's group stalking inside of whatever venue where they're being a patron or whether you work there. It's your business. Doesn't matter what your status is, the ways in which you are group stalking. It's a demon-possessed entity. All right, and this is massive surveillance that's underway. And that's why I'm documenting, speaking to what is terrorism. 8 p.m. I can't really see the rest of the lane. It's 9:48. Documentation of the people of the state engaging in terrorism, filling the bus with directed light while they are group stalking, crossing paths. That's what the entity is doing now. Village at Sierra is monitoring in relevant position. Daniel Luna is engaging in this terrorism while he's operating the bus. And his employee number, again, that's revealed on the display, is 3015. The plaza at Sierra, this apartment complex on the passenger side of the bus, while it's sitting here at the stoplight of Sierra Avenue and Orangeway, they are monitoring. The Fontana Metrolink train station is monitoring. The plaza at Sierra, 8689 Sierra Avenue, that's a facilitating video. They're monitoring all of Sierra Avenue as they're driving up. Just speaking to what is relevant positioning. That's why that light activity is ongoing. It's facilitation, monitoring communication devices is underway, and it's also demonic. All right, this is also a show of hostility by demons while they engage in what is literally an admission to their condition and the grounds upon which they'll be prosecuted. License 1535542. That is Omnitrans, who's engaging in that terrorism with Daniel Luna, with the people of the state who are pacing by the bus while direct light flashes on the bus. All right, bus 1341, license 1535424. They're engaged in that molestation, that terrorism as well. The group stalking at the Fontana Metrolink train station, creating light activity in the path. and they're also part of that in relevant position. They're surrounding with buses, creating light activity, and they're a part of that same ongoing impossible light conduct. These are demons that surround, right? They're monitoring together. They're all part of that same molestation, and I'm just noting it for purposes of who's around, engaging in what, as it's underway. And that is Omnitrans. It is currently 9:43 a.m. at the Fontana Mental train station, where the fake sun arrives as I arrive on the bus. And this has been operated by Daniel Luna. Alrighty, again, Daniel Luna is operating bus number 2362, and the license plate is 1545805. All right, license 1234516, bus 1224 is route 66. And route 14, that's bus 1288. I'll get that license plate. Route 14, this is bus number 1288, and this is license plate 1420031. All right, this is an African-American male operating bus 1288.
No courtesy.
Route 10, license plate 1479147. That's bus 1308. And that is route 10, yeah, bus 1308, license 1479147. It is 9:44 a.m. This is documentation of the entity engages in this pattern of the directed light. The directed light that I'm showing you inside of the Fontana Lewis Library, for example, flashing across on the ceiling, through the hallways, through the in between the walkways where the book stacks are. The entity, as I showed it on video, but you're understanding what is that directed light, which is impossible light activity occurring inside of a building. The Fontana Lewis Library, prime example. The entity engaging in this conduct, as I documented, it was 8:26 in the morning on Sierra Avenue, and the specific address that I noted I begin the video on Marigold and Sierra at that Del Taco at the intersection there, and as the bus is proceeding down Sierra Avenue, ongoing flashing of directed light all over the roof of the bus. This is, again, that same exact pattern of conduct, and that is speaking to what is absolutely impossible light, and it's occurring at different locations, speaking to a massive system. It does not matter what these demons appear to be engaging in. They're group stalking, sitting on the bus, group stalking, driving the bus, group stalking, getting on and off the bus, group stalking, driving by the bus, group stalking, working in a building while the bus is driving by the venue. It is a massive system of what is also demonic. All right, and that's how I'm able to capture, again, inside of a library, impossible light activity, the same exact conduct on a bus, under no circumstance, and they're both venues where I'm showing you what is not possibly the sun that remains over me while that directed light is ongoing. Okay, this is indeed the system, and this is Omnitrans, the company, again, engaging in what is conduct, which is surveillance, engaging in what is terrorism, what is also harassment by a demon-possessed entity that is monitoring on behalf and in concert with the public entity, the state of California. All of those facts are entailed in what is federal group stalking and monitoring. This is demonic, and it's also interstate stalking by a demon-possessed entity. That is actually the government that's operating that system, and the people of the state are acting via and in concert with what is Omnitrans engaging in this terrorism. Riding on what's supposed to be public transportation, and you cannot, without being accosted, without being attacked, without being terrorized with what is absolutely abnormal, and then you have psychopaths that are driving the bus as though nothing is underway, just getting on and off the bus as though they're engaged in anything other than stalking. All right, psychopaths. That's capturing what is, again, understanding the personality of Satan, whose entire system has been revealed. Okay, so you're engaging in what is revealing that you are a whole psychopath, every single last one of them, while I'm showing you what surrounds every single last one of them. It is group conduct. There is no exception. Directed light on the bus, directed light inside of the library, directed light inside of Starbucks, directed light inside of Dunkin' Donuts, directed light inside of KFC, all right, directed light inside of Stater Brothers grocery store, you name it. It is the same exact pattern of conduct. There is no exception. And that is the conclusive evidence. That's substantial evidence of surrounding an entire entity. That in and of itself, you don't have to travel up to the Northern California in order to capture, in order to establish the prima facie case against the government. I've already done it. And the targeted individual, the ordinary targeted individual, is not going to have to do that either. I'm showing you what is establishing precedent. Oh, this is the very real system and the ways in which you are able to capture the demonic. anytime you are documenting what I have documented for years, the entity keeping a fake sun over you, that's necessarily what it is. If you are capturing what's supposedly the sun, for example, over your house or your apartment in the morning, and you're still looking at that light source in the evening, aiming light onto you, you're looking at it, that's not the sun. That's not possible. It's a scientific impossibility. All right. And that is speaking to what is exclusive. It remained over you all day long. What about the rest of the country that's supposedly subject to global warming? It's not warming any globe when it's remaining over you all day. Okay. So like I said, that is capturing the demonic. That is the pattern of conduct, even where the entity engages in the futile act of trying to cover it up. Well, based on the nature of what it is that you're placing over me, the sun, that means even when you try to cover it up, it's going to be there tomorrow, right? Because that's what you're stalking with. That's called using your own malice against you. You cannot avoid being captured engaging in what is federal group stalking monitoring. First of all, because you're an obsessed stalker. So you can cover up your fake sun on the next morning, and you can capture what is the fake sun that remains in the evening. You still have documentation of what is impossible. Under no circumstances is the sun above you at the same address in the morning and then again in the evening at the end of the day. Under no circumstances at all, ever. It's impossible. That's called stalking with light. Where the entity is stalking with light, the entity is placing you under surveillance. Where the entity is engaging in directed light conduct, the entity is engaging in surveillance. And guess what? What's going on with your panties? What's going on in the bathroom? Or if you're a male, what's going on with your boxers? Whatever it is you wear in your clothes. You're subject to surveillance. You're subject to what is invasion of privacy by an entity. And it's a sex offender engaging in what is terrorism while you're subject to that. And then while you continue documenting it, you're talking about what is an enhancement to that federal case. It's 9:49 a.m. I'm glad you stepped out.
Route 14. San Bernardino.
Alrighty, I want you to see that minion up close, engaging in ongoing surveillance. The fake sun is right over Route 14. Why is it on this side of the Metrolink train station? Because this is where I'm standing. When I walk on the sidewalk going toward Orange Way, walking north of Sierra Avenue, the fake sun remains over me as I walk that direction. So this is a group stalker, and he's monitoring. You could see Operation Communication Device. And the fake sun is right over the bus because I'm standing in front of the bus. It is currently 9:50 a.m., and this is P.O.C. And this is the minion. This is a black-faced, demon-possessed, group stalking, sex offender. All of this is entailed in what is being a group stalker and monitoring with law enforcement. There is no such thing as what is Black Lives Matter, where federal group stalking and monitoring is underway. It's a false narrative. All right. You have black people that are targeting, again, I'm an African-American woman. You are engaging in targeting in concert with law enforcement, whereas the narrative that they would like to put on television and before your face is that they are somehow some oppressed race by law enforcement, where they are in cahoots with law enforcement, monitoring with the Fontana Police Department, with the Sheriff's Department. Those demons are on the same team, monitoring under the same fake sun in the same directed light, engaging in terrorism together. Okay, that's the demonic pattern of conduct. It's currently 9:51 a.m. and this is P.O.C. Alrighty, I want you to look at this minion. This is a demon. All right, studying the communication device, fake sun right over my head, pacing around an engineered light. They're monitoring together, and I want you to get, which is exactly what I captured. This is a demon, and he's engaged in the pattern of conduct, federal group stalking and monitoring. That is the P.O.C. When you're looking at what is also a company that's going to be prosecuted for that terrorism. It's 9:52 a.m. Alrighty, Metrolink at 9:55 a.m. At the Fontana train station going westbound, which is amplified audible activity while the bus begins motion. They act in sync with each other. It's 9:55 at the Fontana Metrolink, and I'm on again the bus 1288 with the demon that is monitoring the African American male. He is now in operation of this bus. It is employee number 2436 is what is displayed on the bus. And I captured his image, his operation of his communication device. He's stalking the path, standing in the shade in the front of the bus. Understand that that's positioning. Where the entity usually places what? Directed light in the shade, for example. A demon manning the path is providing what is ongoing group stalking conduct, right? And doing so while the fake sun is right there over that bus. So understand what is that. And this is the employee who's, this is the minion that I captured in images. You can see that group stalking conduct. It's 9:56 a.m. All right, bus 2362, 1545805. Alrighty, again, that was bus number 1288, license plate 1420031. That's the minion you see monitoring at the Fontana Metrolink train station. That's the minion. I took close images and I captured video of the fake sun as I am now at Foothill Boulevard and Sierra Avenue, and you saw that fake sun remain over me as that minion whose images I captured, and I recited their employee number as it was displayed on the bus. And that light source is remaining in alignment with me as I'm on a different route, Route 14, going north of Sierra Avenue, passing over the property of the Fontana Lewis Library. But that same Fontana Lewis Library where it's remaining in alignment with me after 7 p.m. in the evening, 1545862 bus 2348. And aiming what is that light source over me in sync with what is my movement as I'm moving. This is what the entity is doing while I'm on foot. The entity is keeping a fake sun over me. For example, Officer McMillan, let me remind you again, because this is what I remind you while at 9 o'clock I'm in Montclair. All right, this is what I remind you about while at 9 o'clock when I'm remaining in Rancho Cucamonga, okay, where I'm remaining in Upland, California. At 9 o'clock in the morning when I'm in Fontana, directly under what is the street sign of Arrow Boulevard in Sierra, and Officer McMillan of the Fontana Police, he's a demon. He's a demon-possessed individual. You are capable of knowing that as a matter of objective evidence based on the demonic environment that he is intentionally in. He's engaging in group stalking, all right? And you have what is the fake sun over me while at 9 o'clock in the morning under that street sign, but yet I'm on what is Route 14, arriving well after 9 o'clock in the morning today, and the entity is keeping a fake sun over me while I am arriving at the Fontana Metro train station, and then I get on Route 14, and that fake sun is passing over on the passenger side. It's very precise to where I'm at. You're paying attention to this documentation because it's revealing what is an impossible environment, speaking to what is very specific to what is my location, specific to what it is that I'm doing as I'm doing, whatever direction that it is that I'm coming from. And it's also highlighted as the entity is engaging in what is placing this fake sun that is inconsistent with regard to its presence over me, passing over properties where it's already present as a matter of documentation, present because I'm there at an earlier hour. You have the entity keeping that fake sun at that same venue, Fontana Lewis Library, after 7 p.m. The same block where Officer McMillan is group stalking at 9 o'clock in the morning on Arrow Boulevard and Sierra Avenue, while also engaging in the criminal act of refusing to identify, removing the license plates off of that motorcycle while you're group stalking. All right? License 6XYL423. 5UYA071. And they're the same Fontana Police Department. They're a bunch of demons. They're engaging in criminal conduct with the people of the state. They're demons, 91571X1 included. And they're engaging in this demonic system while they're monitoring the fact that I am documenting it and publishing it on the internet. And that's also why you have the entity using what is helicopters while I'm inside of that Fontana Lewis Library. License 6WSG422, 7DER340, 6DQV019, 7NVT740, 6SPC240, and it's 10:02 a.m. So you have the entity that is placing that fake sun over me while I am on Route 14, which you can clearly see that light source that has nothing to do with the sun. 9:58 a.m., 10 o'clock, which is where I'm approaching this time where I'm capturing this video on Route 14. I'm in Montclair, California. I am in Rancho Cucamonga inside of the Panera Bread at 8500 Haven Avenue. The address of 4490 Hope Boulevard in Montclair. The address of the, Montclair Transit Center on Reichton. The address of the Chino Branch Library, the Chino City Hall, the Pomona Courthouse, 10 o'clock in the morning. All of them mutually distinct. It is not occurring at the same time while the entity is keeping this fake sun over me as I'm capturing this video, northbound on Route 14 on Sierra Avenue. Also, even if you keep it to Fontana, not the sun that's still present, aiming light, touching me inside of the Fontana Lewis Library, that object after 7 p.m. That is also present already, not arriving like it was today, but present while I arrived here much earlier. You're talking about like 8:38 in the morning. Okay, this is one of the days when the entity stole my property. I arrived very early. The fake sun was right over my head. That's what I captured on video, and that's how I also documented theft of property by this entity that's placed me under surveillance. The fake sun was documented while I was on that bus. 8ERT339, 5WER731, 5MZK929, molesting, 4WUV320 while group stalking in the parking lot of Stater Brothers. It's 10:04 a.m., 6TZC647. And the fake sun is not over the Fontana Lewis Library. Of course, you saw that in my video while the bus passes over the property. That property where the fake sun is stationed right there by that clock at 10 o'clock in the morning while I go to that library, okay? It's 10:04 a.m. Let me show you the sex offender. Alrighty, showing you what is that sex offender. This is an old black man touching on me, being a demon manifesting light. He would not be able to touch me with a stick, with his hand, with his genitalia, let alone a demon touch me with directed light while he's stalking. And this is inside of the parking lot of Stater Brothers. And the demon that's right behind me, she's monitoring. This is Satan that's surrounding while I'm in operation of my communication device. And that's why I'm showing you her face too. She's sitting there right there stalking in the path. And so I show you an up-close image of this demon. Satan doesn't have a race. Satan is using every single last one of them. And they're surrounding in what is the evidence of that. They're not even under the actual sun as it is defined for us with regard to the environment that we are in, which is the context, the ongoing prefacing context of what is the system of group stalking. And it is born of Satan. It's demonic. T930D0, license plate, Minions, 5MJ-M335, 6VHH765, 8RQE244. And it is 10:06 a.m. where this fake sun is over the Stater Brothers located at 8228 Sierra Avenue. Where, again, on this Route 14, the fake sun is moving north passing this property, so it remains over me. And then as I walk back toward the Stater Brothers, fake sun is right here, which is, you can also see that in these pictures that I'm capturing of these demons while they're molesting. Alrighty, it is currently 10:06 a.m. This is P.O.C. Alrighty, you have directed light that's appearing on the ceiling inside of the Stater Brothers. And then you've got Minions. Hi, I have a question. Where's your coffee? What's your name? Anthony B, who's group stalking. It's okay. Go ahead, Anthony. I just want to get this Minion's name. He's group stalking in the grocery store. He's waiting in the front. The entity has directed light on the ceiling, on the roof inside of the Stater Brothers, which I've already captured on video. All right. So this is the Stater Brothers 8228. It's not just this specific Stater Brothers. I mean, it's the light. It's the light activity on the bus. It's the light activity while I'm in the library, while I'm inside of a bank, while I'm inside of a grocery store. This is the pattern of conduct. Okay, he is group stalking inside of the grocery store, and this is a demon who knows exactly where I'm at. This is demonic with regard to the environment. This is demonic with regard to what is your presence in the path, monitoring me with the communication devices. This is the same entity that's doing so inside of whatever venue that I'm at. So I wanted to get Anthony B because he's monitoring. That represents Stater Brothers. I mean, their whole shakedown is already documented in Ontario. But like I said, I can go to any Stater Brothers in a city that I've never been to because it doesn't change. All right, this is demonic. This is Satan's operation, and I'm revealing it to you, and that's why it's identical no matter where you go. And that is serving for what is the prosecution of the state of California. I'm in California, but the prosecution of any state that's placing you under surveillance, it's doing so through what are the provisions, literally, of Satan. Satan controlling the environment that surrounds you. And this is supposed to be what is a matter of public corruption, where you would never suspect it. And then even if you do suspect it, the thought of what is Satan, a defeated entity, not anticipating the fact that that whole operation is going to be revealed. And not only that, I'm going to prosecute you for being a demon. It is that which is relevant for the ways in which you're going to be prosecuted and the demented criminal activity that you are subjecting an American citizen to while you're placing them under surveillance. Trying to freak people out, trying to scare them, trying to engage in what is an ongoing harassment of, just demented measures. That's terrorism, while Satan itself is using people stalking you, all right? And stalking you through an environment. That's terrorism, right? So it's 10:08 a.m. and that's Anthony B. group stalking in the grocery store. Directed light on the ceiling, on the roof inside of the, I don't want to say ceiling, on the roof, on the interior of this grocery store of Stater Brothers at 8228 Sierra Avenue, which again is already documented in video inside of this grocery store. It is also documented as a matter of, it's also documented in conformity to a body of evidence of that same exact conduct, not only in Stater Brothers, but in other venues as well. So like I said, I just say that to say, I've already established not only what they're doing here, but what the entity is doing, period. And that's exactly what Anthony B is doing. It's currently 10:09 a.m. This is P.O.C. This is stalking inside of the grocery. That's what these demons are doing. P.O.C. Alrighty, it is 10:28 a.m. Capturing what is group stalking inside of the grocery store. Alrighty, and the minion that you see stalking in the path with creating audible activity and that in a form of whatever you have at your disposal using a coin machine. This is what the entity is engaging in, creating noise. You see directed light that's plastered on the interior of the ceiling. It's a very terrorizing scene. This is stalking with light, and this is demonic activity. And this particular minion that you see participating in that criminal conduct is 8UJJ026, this African-American female. And Satan puts a nice smile on their face. It's actually not a nice smile. It's very creepy. This is capturing what is demonic, and they are under the light source and engaging it. What are you going to do, show your fangs while I'm documenting? Oh, no, so you smile. This is the code of conduct that's revealing what is the psychopath. And it is speaking to, again, the pattern of conduct that with this system that I'm documenting and revealing is an unspoken one. While you have what is you don't have to, and the thing about it is that you don't have to utter a word. The evidence speaks for itself, okay? So the entity engaging in what is stalking with sirens as I begin capturing video, that's criminal summoning. The entity is doing so while directed light is plastered on the inside of a building on the ceiling. That is evidence that speaks for itself. It's audible activity, relevant position. This is the conduct that the demons engage in any method of noise creation. She was using a coin machine, and then she engages in literally stalking repeatedly through the grocery store with the rest of the people of the state. 7NUY 129, 8CTZ 715, 27977V1, 5VRJ 064, 7ZVV 747, 6NKR 751. And that's understanding what is the creepy sex offender and stalker that are the demon-possessed population, the people of the state. License 8AED228. Let me document this demon for you. 7XDZ757. License 7SXH183. Okay, group stalking, hurrying up to cross path as I begin walking in the parking lot, and the fake sun is directly over. This is speaking to the condition and the demonic system which is also criminal. That they're engaging in while they have assigned Jesus Christ died to save sinners. All right. Sinners that serve Satan do not have any hope. So let me speak the truth, contrary to whatever lies that minions are telling you. These are servants of Satan, and they are enthusiastic servants of Satan. I mean, this is a population, their true posture, waiting for a time in history to where it won't be looked at as weird, but they are to the degree where it is hail Satan. These very minions that are congregated in churches where they are engaging in demonic conduct, as I've revealed to you, that precise formula is present, and you are looking at what is the form for their presence serving Satan in a church, referencing the name Jesus. 7WMC279, and you do not, and that's also why you're getting past the superficial when you're revealing understanding demonic activity, demon possession, and which is not relying on the superficial. It's not relying on the position of this particular person. It's not relying on their presence inside of nothing other than a building, which you happen to call a church. All of those are labels. It doesn't mean anything. You know them by their deeds. All right, and so license 69171U2 is present, a part of an entity that's stalking in a demonic environment, and you are present in that demonic environment, present amongst what is a demonic environment, which is directed light. You are crossing path with simultaneity to what I'm doing. You are a demon. You are stalking. You are a third party, and you're doing so while you have what is, again, referencing the fact that you're a veteran, and that Jesus Christ, referencing Jesus Christ, which means absolutely nothing. This is a demon engaging in group stalking, and it is a violent sex offender. 7SXH183. It is currently 10:31 a.m. and the fake sun is right over me and not over me in Chino, California. Also speaking to, again, the relevant positioning of this facilitating venue, Hello Nail and Spa, the insurance, Shakey's Barber Beauty Salon at 8254 Sierra Avenue, Smoke and Vape. These are facilitating venues, okay? This is P.O.C. Alrighty, showing you what is that directed light, the fake sun, over in relevant position while this minion is present in that environment. So I'm speaking to what you are in no way reasonably deceived by anymore. Directed light, the fake sun, light again appearing on the inside of buildings on the ceiling. This is a demonic environment, and there's no exception with regarding the revelation of the condition of those that surround you. 6BGM028, including Satan, as it puts up stickers or signs referencing the name Jesus Christ, holding a Bible, preaching to you about that is the conduct of nothing other than the elements of monitoring by a minion. 8SZD098. It doesn't matter what affiliation that minion is speaking to or announcing. Well, it's relevant for what you should not participate in if you're not a minion. Other than that, it doesn't have any significance. This is Satan. You're getting to there's no exceptions to it. 7CTC248, 8GBV265, 7KFG932. License 7SXH183 is a demon engaging in molestation. Alrighty, a part of the same exact demonic conduct inside of the State of Brothers directed light. You're in the parking lot, directed light. The fake sun is over me. You're group stalking. 2R97214. Your sticker on your vehicle with regard to what is Jesus Christ. I find that laughable, and so that's why I'm focusing in on that for you with regard to what are third parties. Third parties are demon possessed. So is the state. The state that you heard sounding sirens as I began capturing video, that's the state that's stalking me. That's the sex offender that's also engaged in that ongoing knowledge of everything I'm doing while my panties are down. That's the Fontana Police Department, Station 71, San Bernardino County Fire Department. They're going to federal prison. 8GOE117, 8PTW155, 324HT handicap, 8XJV434, 7BOP895, 8ZAV075, 5AXB308. 8HTR490, 7BQG970, 8JPS790, license 6CZH060, 8DCJ686, 6DVC399, 4WUV320, 7EXR317, 8XTZ285, 8HQS585, 8XJS825, 6SQD507, 8RDJ565, 8TTG149, 8CBY417. License 6KPY907, 5RKM835, 8ULP855, 6PAS771, 8WKG947, 8SUG698. This is a state facilitating venue, United States Post Office, located at 8282 Sierra Avenue. Fake Sun is right over me as I walk. All right, as I walk what is south on Sierra Avenue, back toward the library where the sun is not over the Fontana Lewis Library. It's also not over the Fontana Lewis Library while I remain in the city of Chino, by the way, and in the city of Rancho Cucamonga. On Route 66, preparing to get off at Longhorn Steakhouse at Day Creek and Foothill Boulevard, where I capture video at 10:46 a.m. of the fake sun that's over me and not over Sierra Avenue in Fontana, California at the same time, maintaining central presence over my head. That's the pattern of conduct, and that's at State Facilitating Venue, the United States Postal Service, 8282 Sierra Avenue. Where I'm reading license plates of group stalkers, 6ROP403, 7W74512, monitoring with this demon that is outside of the minion, the law office at 8285, that's a minion. All right, that's a demon, just like Daniel Landeros. Fake sun over my head at 11:09 a.m. while I'm not in Fontana, not inside of the Fontana Lewis Library. All right, I'm on in front of her venue on Central Avenue in Chino, California. All right, and that's a minion whose name you don't have to know. The group stalking at that law office of 8285, and at the intersection of Upland Avenue, Sierra Avenue, that's 8285 Sierra Avenue, stalking in the path with light activity. That's terrorism. License plate 8JVS780, 7MGP094, 8FID195, 2LEM 597 is the Corvette that is a third party that is group stalking at that law office at Sierra Avenue and Upland Avenue, which is a facilitation of federal group stalking and monitoring. The demon possessed engage in surrounding around the perimeter with light activity. 8ZKL136. It is the conduct of demons. It is also occurring in the specific environment. All right, directed light is always present. The entity is engaging in this conduct of surrounding the targeted individual with light activity. That's exactly what I captured. United Rentals, Staples, and the Best Overnight Express, the large truck that was in the middle of Hope Boulevard. They're surrounding the perimeter, engaging in surveillance, stalking with light activity. That is ongoing terrorism. The entity engages in this conduct everywhere you go. 8XJY589. It's facilitation while they're monitoring with communication devices, and they are literally stalking, following from place to place to place while the entity keeps an entire environment around you. And I've shown that through what is stalking with a fake sun. License 8VYC671, FJP ICE, 6BNW835. I'm sorry, that's FJPCE. That's the license plate. MAIT, M period, A period, I period, T period. Fontana Police group stalking and like a white utility truck with that acronym on it. License 8HHK677, 8TDF197, 8P10245, 41364S1, 7H16266, 8UWM942, 8MLZ887, 5JQT284, 36375J1, I believe, 36375J3, I believe. That's Amazon Prime. License 7GJP248. It's 10:39 a.m. 7TCK387, CA54K79 paper, 51702R1, 173DR, 8SMH441, 72937H2, 7ENK857, 7NO2330, 7NLY408, 4YTM153, 4ZON249, 7ZFY216, and it is 10:40 a.m., 8/8/DM229. Alrighty, capturing video so you can see what is the fake sun that's over me on the same street where I captured after 7 p.m. The fake sun over me, the same exact street. All right, also on the same exact street, the fake sun after 7:04 p.m. where I captured that dish the other day. While I'm inside of the building that I'm showing you, while I'm standing outside of the building on Sierra Avenue, Fontana Lewis Library, I'm reminding you of what is also not possibly the sun, which is in excess of 8 hours from now, where the entity is aiming this fake sun into the depths of the Fontana Lewis Library, where it's directly over my head on the same street. And after 7 p.m., this is where the entity keeps that fake sun. But again, remember, that's only Monday through Thursday, because when the library closes earlier, the entity is moving that fake sun, just like you see it doing right now in the morning, 7JUL658, because that's why it's over my head at the intersection of Seville and Sierra, and not over any bus on Route 66 coming from Upland, California, to remain over my head as I'm coming from Panera Bread, and then before that coming from Upland, California. The entity is keeping the fake sun over me based on where I'm at, and that's not occurring at the same time. The sun is not over Longhorn Steakhouse directly over that intersection as it was directly over my head as I documented. And then going from that steakhouse, I went to the city of Rancho Cucamonga Library, Paul Bayan, where the entity kept the fake sun all day long. All right, that's why you have that, because the entity is stalking with a light source, and this is understanding what is demonic activity, a demonic environment, revealing the demon possession of those who surround, who are engaging in criminal activity. And it is federal group stalking and monitoring. This is a group stalking system that's operated by the state. And you'll see your understanding, actually what you're witnessing are the demonic activity as it's underway. American Medical Response engages in crossing path, they're pacing. You're looking at Amazon Prime that's engaging in demonic activity, they're pacing. They are doing so while I'm capturing this video, and I'm identifying the entity. Omnitrans engages in pacing, crossing path. They're doing so in direct light and under the fake sun. They're engaging in literally the criminal act of monitoring on camera. They're also engaging in what is ritualistic stalking conduct. This is the conduct of Satan. All right, and that's what you're witnessing. And that fake sun that's right over my head is not only the direct evidence of what is monitoring with communication devices by the demon possessed, it is the very evidence of what is capturing the demonic, because that's not the sun that I captured April 16th. I'm on the same street, Seville, where Sergeant Rice is group stalking. He's got directed light on his face. All right, he has the light source it's in the same position where I'm standing while I am at the Mango side of Seville. Where I'm standing on that sidewalk, that's where the fake sun is. All right, and so the entity is keeping a fake sun over my head, and then in the evening at 7:01 p.m., that's never the sun. Ever. That's not the sun. And that is while you're witnessing the pacing conduct, the demonic activity by Amazon Prime, American Medical Response, Omnitrans, UPS, who's group stalking in the parking lot, 0904U2. Hold on, I'll get this right here. They're stalking the path with light activity. I've already captured they're not different, by the way. That's not even reasonable to suggest that they're different. They're not different. It's the same entity, a different company name. And while they're delivering packages, directed light coexists. While you're delivering a package, the fake sun is over. You are delivering a package, you're creating light activity. It's the demonic behavioral pattern. This is United Parcel Services, I believe. That's what UPS stands for. UPS is license plate 09704U2. Alrighty, UPS engaged in facilitation, monitoring. This African-American minion, he's a sex offender. He engages in surveillance very heavily at the Fontana Lewis Library in concert with the people of the state. 8PLG154, 8VRK037, 5DJZ857, 7KQM427, 7NLY408, and I captured what is directed light. And the light activity that UPS is creating, flashes on the vehicle, crossing a path that the minion holding a package in their arm is engaging in. You're crossing path and direct light, and the fake sun is right over my head. 85281S1. Understand UPS has been engaged in presence in the parking lot on the opposite side of the library as I walk toward the back to get to the entrance. Then you have what is crossing path, driving forward, and then crossing path, getting out of the vehicle. All of this is occurring while directed light is on the ground, and possible light activity that's on the passenger side on the ground. I'm showing multiple shadows, that directed light that's appearing, while a demon is just delivering a package. That's all they're doing. That's the system. A federal group stalking and monitoring. While the pacing by the demons driving American Medical Response, Amazon Prime, the Ontario, the Fontana Police Department. The entity is pacing through the entity that I'm documenting by license plate. You have what is the entity engaging in that pattern of conduct while UPS is on the opposite side, creating light activity. Okay, 7KQM427. And you have what is Ortiz, sorry, let me focus. Stephanie Ortiz's group stalking. Let me capture an image of her. All right, she's stepping out to engage in group stalking in the parking lot. That's Stephanie Ortiz that engaged in criminal summoning on April 15th and April 16th, and is engaging in what is monitoring with UPS walking outside, I guess, to make sure that they get safely back into their truck. They're monitoring, pacing together, and engineered light. 7NLY408, that's captured in still images, her group stalking conduct. It's targeted. She's monitoring me while she goes out of her way to step outside. This is crossing a path conduct. Understand the significance of movement in the engineered light. That's the demonic conduct. That's the criminal act of monitoring. They engage in this conduct while I am active on communication devices. Demons start moving around and start making a whole bunch of noise. They're in engineered light, engaging in surveillance and activity creation. 7XRE223, 7KRH413, 5WKC083, 6UDP785, 086CAD, 8VXH870, 8ZMP152, 8JZS110. And 7EFW, I believe. 7FFW134, excuse me. 8RIJ834. And while I'm showing you again the images of the light source that's over me in the parking lot and the direct light, this is the criminal conduct of UPS. The entity is engaged, and it's the same exact conduct, it's just another identifier. The name UPS is nothing other than an identifier. And in the same way you're identifying any other group stalker going by the name of Sally Joe, all right, or John, okay? The company name is a means of identifying. This is an entity that's acting in concert with the people of the state, as the people of the state, acting versus using whatever a minion has of their own, and also, for example, your own car or wherever it is that you live, or perhaps your own business, and also companies engaging in what is generally referred to as commercial stalking. And that's exactly what UPS is engaging in. And while you're capturing that, my point is, while I'm capturing that, you're looking at what is not over the clock of the Fontana Lewis Library, not over the roof of the Fontana Lewis Library, which is the case where I'm arriving at 10 in the morning and I'm inside and you're looking at what's supposedly sunlight, because you see that light source that's also impossible to be the case. That's not even sunlight, but this is what the entity does. I show you light, and then the entity will place that fake sun right there as though that's supposed to be explanation, but it's actually impossible that that light source would even be there, and that light activity is going to occur inside of the building. That's actually impossible. And then in addition to that, you have what is also not going to be the case when I'm in Chino, California at the same time and the light source is directly over my head. But this is the conduct of breaking down that system. So this is what I'm capturing. And while I'm showing you the directed light and the fake sun over my head while I'm in the parking lot, the fake sun is not over, still not over until right now when I walk up to the doors of over the Fontana Lewis Library, and that is based on what is stalking with a light source. That is speaking to the surveillance by the entity that is underway, which you also know while the entity is stalking while I'm inside of the venue by helicopter. Okay, and those same demons you see in traffic, the entity is amplifying the sound of that traffic inside of that library. And let me define that for you. That's called impossible audible activity. That's the identity of the stalkers, the ones that you saw in video that I captured under the fake sun that is also identified as being fake, while it's a light source remains after 7 p.m. aiming light at that same position where I stood at Seville. All right, that's exactly what I captured while the entity is engaging in, by the way, an ongoing effort to try to obstruct my ability to publish it on my website. So this is, it is pathetic with regard to everything the entity is doing and breaking down that system. And that was, again, the sex offender Ortiz, Stephanie Ortiz, who was stepping out to engage in acts with impunity, and that's exactly what we're going to be mindful of when I prosecute her and she's going to federal prison. The impunity that she acts with, because she's not impune, she's not in any way impervious, and I'm going to drag that minion who's a tacky dresser in federal court. It's 10:57 a.m. This is P.O.C. I'm inside of the venue. 11:10 a.m. stalking in the bathroom. Maintaining presence in the path and with ongoing real-time knowledge. So I pull up my panties and in comes a demon that is monitoring the entire time while my panties are down, coming in what is relevant positioning inside of the bathroom to engage in that ongoing POC. They're monitoring the entire time. It's an invasion of privacy by an entity who is then physically stalking in the bathroom. It's 11:11 a.m. All right, this is surveillance by the people of the state. These are sex offenders engaging in what is crossing and path conduct while they are following as a group as I'm walking inside of the library. The fake sun is over the venue. These are demons of the male gender going inside of what is in relevant position to engage in what is surveillance of the female in the bathroom with the rest of these demons on the first floor and the second floor, patrolling with communication devices, and directed light fills the venue. This is the same exact hallway where the entity is aiming directed light as though that's sunlight that's going to appear in the middle of the building. They are engaging in what is congregating outside of the bathroom. This is sexual violence while the entity is engaging in what is monitoring you and doing so in concert with the people of the state. These sex offenders are on surveillance camera, which I also referenced, and they are arriving in sync with what is my arrival here. You have a demon of the female gender that's in the women's restroom. They engage in patrolling in and out, monitoring inside of that bathroom, and these are the sex offenders that are of the male gender, maintaining relevant positioning and operation of their communication devices, again, engaging in what is the act that they engage in with impunity, okay? These are the very sex offenders that will go to federal prison. While they're doing the bidding of the government, that's stalking by helicopters, stalking by law enforcement, engaging in what is surveillance in a bathroom, which is sexually perverted conduct as well. It's 12:59 p.m. This is the Fontana Lewis Library. This is P.O.C. All right, you're remembering the environment that they are present in, and they are not acting alone. This is the government that is using what is the people of the state who maintain an ongoing traffic, if you will, traffic inside of the venue in directed light. On the first floor, focusing their attention to the circulation desk, their group stalking with these demons who are literally meeting me at the bathroom. That is a terrorizing threat by a sex offender who is monitoring your documentation. This is captured on surveillance cameras, and it's captured on, I'm capturing it right now on my podcast, and I'm giving you context as to what these sex offenders are doing, okay? Anyway, this is the people of the state. These are the demons stalking with light and stalking you in bathrooms. And that's an ongoing pattern of conduct. The entity is monitoring in real time as I'm documenting the conduct, okay? Stephanie Ortiz, a sex offender, is monitoring with these demons, all right? That is also monitoring with the law enforcement, all of them of which are engaging in what is demonic activity with that state that is present, listening to every word of everything that's going on, not only as I document it, but as they engage in it. This is a sick system, and it's predatory. All right, it is 1 p.m. This is federal stalking by entity in the bathroom. Outside, hold my phone. And that means that I'm recording. So now you're saying that the people that are standing out, of course you're not, but I'm going to document your criminal conduct, and you're threatening to call the police, right? While you're speaking to what are people that just said that I'm standing outside of the elevator and I'm recording them.
I don't know.
That's exactly what you just said, right?
What's the question?
You just said you're going to ask me to leave for 3 months. You just asked me a question. I'm answering your question. You said for 3 months because somebody, a patron, very vague, comes up and says, she's recording. You know exactly who it is. You come right to me with a piece of paper and say for 3 months you want me to leave because I'm recording. Because someone's standing outside where I'm standing over here by the elevator and supposedly I'm recording them, right? That's what you're coming with this piece of paper.
That a patron came to bring a complaint and concern against you, yes.
A concern, which is that I'm recording them because I'm holding my phone. That's a very specific allegation. They're holding their phone as well.
Okay, so what is the issue?
The issue is that that's very vague, and this is specific targeting. Yes, it is. In the same way that I was holding my phone and you made a specific allegation that I was recording you, when you were inside of the cafe, me looking and observing the sign that says cafe closed today.
Again, I'm not going to argue.
You can argue. You didn't even want it. There wasn't an argument. Listen, this is not about an argument, Ortiz.
Okay, so can I
you are a criminal. You use any sort of vague accusation while you are engaged in criminal conduct. For what?
Can I have you
for
please
what?
leave because you've broken our policy?
No, you're stating that I'm breaking your policy. You're in violation of federal law while you're engaged in federal stalking. That's a threat. Say it a little louder so I can document you, Ortiz. What? You're going to call PD? Is that what you said? All right, this is P.O.C. It is Ortiz, who's engaging in what is monitoring with the people of the state who are engaging in monitoring in the bathroom. She's aware of every word that's uttered with regard to what is documented. And you have the very people of the state who are monitoring with her, and she is ready with a piece of paper in her hand. I have a complaint from a patron. I have a complaint from a patron, and they're stating that you're recording them. These are the males that are congregated in front of the elevator while I'm standing in the hallway, referencing the surveillance cameras, which is recording everyone, by the way. They are engaging in what is interstate stalking in the bathroom, and you have what is them keeping their backs to me. They walk down the stairs, again, engaging in the code of conduct monitoring as though they're oblivious to you, and then engaging in what is the code of conduct, which is their absolute focus on you, and then waging what are allegations with regard to recording, which is documenting the pattern of conduct. Okay, so this is Ortiz. She's representing a threat. She's monitoring in the bathroom, and then seeking to, what is it? I'm going to call the police if you refuse to leave. The police are already monitoring, so understand the P.O.C. All right, and these are the same minions that are monitoring while I am documenting their pattern of conduct and engaging in what is the P.O.C. under what is I'm looking at this paper right here. It says 429, and she's talking about, what is it, from 429? For a period of 90 days beginning today, based on what is, again, her literal words, verbatim. I have a complaint from a patron, and she X's on the paper staring at, following, or photographing library staff or customers. This is the pattern of conduct. They are following me to the bathroom in directed light under the light source, and Stephanie Ortiz is monitoring with them. And this is an entity that's engaging in what is targeting while you are documenting that. That's why she's going to federal prison. This is the same library yesterday where the entity was flying around me in a circle in a helicopter. And this psychopath is talking about she got a complaint. She's monitoring with those minions who are being documented engaging in sexual violence. She then does not want to answer a common sense question about where you're coming from. Who is it that's talking about I'm recording them while everybody's acting like they're oblivious to my presence? They're engaging in minding your business. Am I holding my phone in the same way that you're holding your phone and speaking to my recording you? You're paying close attention to everything that I'm saying and what I'm doing, which is documenting your predatory conduct outside of a bathroom. All right, in concert with this minion who comes ready with a piece of paper filled out with her false allegations. Again, this is harassment by an entity that's engaged in the P.O.C. And she wants to engage in summoning the Fontana Police Department, who are already monitoring me in the bathroom. This is the psychopath, okay? This is the sex offender, and that's the totality. Hi. Demon Trey is the one that's sitting over here at the circulation desk. He's monitoring as well. He's engaged in bathroom monitoring, and this is the entity that is engaging in what is obstruction of justice. And this is exactly the same conduct that I'm documenting while the entity is keeping that light source. The entity that is engaging in what is that pattern of conduct of hostility to documentation. This psychopath is coming up with a piece of paper stating an intent, in other words, to bar from what is access into the venue where you're documenting their criminal activity. Okay, so this is the big picture, and this is the psychopath who walks away. She's a coward. That's what the entity is. These are cowards who engage in what is conduct that is contrary to their very own policies that they then cite when you are documenting their criminal activity. So I want to be clear. She's monitoring with those sex offenders outside of the bathroom. She's aware of everything, and then you have that same entity that is engaging in what is threatening you further while they are monitoring you inside of the venue. It's 1:14 p.m. The fake sun is over. Directed light is inside while she is engaging in what is harassment while as an entity. All right, it's 1:14 p.m. She walks off and denies to answer my question because she's speaking about people that are talking about, well, somebody was recording me. She knows exactly who it is. They describe, she knows exactly, and she's meeting me in the hallway after I exit the bathroom with a piece of paper already filled out, okay? And this is for 3 months. So I want to be clear. This is Stephanie Ortiz, who is going to federal prison. This is a threat to engage in criminal summoning. The entity is already monitoring. This is facilitation for engaging in what is ongoing attempted kidnapping, harassment by what is also a demon. That's Demon Trey's condition while he's group stalking, sitting at this circulation desk right here. That's Stephanie Ortiz's condition. That's why the entity engages in this demonic conduct, stalking with helicopters flying in circles. That's pacing conduct. The entity flashing directed light or on the above the ceilings and the roofs. This is the venue where they're engaging in that, and then seeking to obstruct justice, seeking to intimidate and harass while you document that. Okay, she's a sex offender. She's going to federal prison for that. It is 1:15 p.m. This is the pattern of obstruction of justice by an entity that engages in that P.O.C. It is 1:15 p.m. Where did your superior go? She ran off. Oh, you don't know anything else going on while I'm sitting here talking? She ran.
She went to, the authorities and stuff.
Yeah. Okay. You don't know where she went? You can't call her?
No, not from here, no.
Oh, okay. All right, thanks, Demon Trey. The pronunciation of his name is Demon Trey, but that's a Demon Trey. It is 1:16 p.m. I'm looking. She was literally crossing paths while she was walking inside of the venue. P.O.C. Oh, there she is. 1:16 p.m. Hold on, let me capture this. Alrighty, it is 1:16. I'm capturing, first of all, what is relevant positioning. She's literally monitoring while she's standing on the phone and engaging in what is criminal summoning, and refusing to answer questions standing outside of the elevator. Again, when she's making very specific allegations, you're monitoring. The encounter with her before observing the sign and she's walking in front of me holding my phone is no violation of your rules, and you're also not going to violate your rules when you're documenting the P.O.C. She's a psychopath who's engaging in what is summoning law enforcement who are already aware they're monitoring, they're group stalking together. This is the psychopath, okay? The same entity that is present, here we are. This is Fontana PD. Let me document this. It's 1:17 p.m. I'm going to go into video right now. Oh, wait, let me document on my podcast. This is Summers. What's your badge number? 1154. So this is the license plate 1597033. That is what's your vehicle number? 9. Okay, this is vehicle number 9. He's monitoring. You're going to federal prison, putting your hands on me, meaning you didn't have a right to. You're going to pay for that, Satan. You and all your little colleagues at the Fontana Police Department. Your demons engaged in criminal conduct, and your time is coming. You put your hands on the wrong person. Your monitor is Stephanie Ortiz. She's going to federal prison right with you. Right with you, Satan. That's P.O.C. It's 1597033. The light source directly over me. That's an assault and battery. He places his hand, and I captured that on video. Him touching me. Okay. First of all, this is Satan. Second of all, this is a minion in the position bearing weapons while engaging in the P.O.C. present pursuant to criminal summoning, and then placing his hands on me. Okay. That is an assault and battery. So let me be clear. It's 1:24 p.m. This is San Bernardino County engaging in that pattern of conduct. It is let me document these third parties that are over here. License 6SDG313, 7FFW134, 5WHG108, GB88BHA, I believe. Let me see. Yeah, monitoring over here with Fontana PD. Alrighty, group stalking. That is an Arizona license plate. Let me see this. 7FFW134, 5WHG108, 8YTB087, 8ZMP152, 7LUC121. They are all monitoring with the Fontana Police Department, monitoring with San Bernardino County with the Fontana Lewis Library, pursuant to, again, this is the people of the state engaged in criminal summoning together. They're monitoring while this ongoing criminal act is underway. Okay, 7RKH413, 8GWF680, 7UKP597, 7KQM427, 6HVD903, 8PLG154. That's the African American. He's always engaged in surveillance in here. License 7XNN323, 6ZOL338, 2AKLAN. 7P79722, 44094M2. And this is the entity engaging in an assault and battery. Everything that I documented, this is conduct on behalf of an entity. The entity that's stalking by helicopter is putting its hands on me through this demon going by the name of Jay Summers with the Fontana Police Department. Yes, you're going to federal prison. Engaging in surveillance, group stalking, monitoring me in a bathroom while my panties are down, and then you're mad because I'm documenting it, and you engage in what you're relying on, but none of these demons have any credibility. They're all monitoring together. So this psychopath, this sex offender, Stephanie Ortiz, comes out waiting for me with the piece of paper filled out. I'm going to ask you to leave for 3 months because I got a complaint from a patron, and they went straight to Stephanie Ortiz, apparently. Went straight to her, and she already knows exactly who I am, talking about I'm recording when they're monitoring me and I'm documenting them. This is a breakdown of what is a psychopath. And you are talking about what is the ongoing repeated acts of criminal summoning. She's going to federal prison. She's going for a long time. This is the pattern by the people. While you are engaging in acts of impunity, the entity stalking by helicopter, like you can just engage in that and you think that you're not going to pay a consequence. This is demonstrated through the conduct. That impunity, you respond with what is very serious federal repercussions, and that is federal prison, the people of the state and the government directly. The demons that are responding, the Fontana Police Department, who are already monitoring. And then you put your hands on escalating a situation. Understand what the entity engages in, how that can very easily escalate. The ordinary target individual, ignorant of their rights, not engaging in what is a pattern of documentation, which this entity is confronted with, easily engaging engaging in what is kidnapping you, making up charges, exercising fictitious authority under the law when they are placing you under surveillance. You have the audacity to put your hands on me. That is an attempted, that is an assault and battery by an entity engaged in federal stalking. All right, this is a criminal summoning and serving what is essentially to result in what is a kidnapping of your person. All right, and you are escalating a situation. You're there pursuant to what is criminal activity that you are engaged in. Okay, so 20941D2 8SXM488. This is San Bernardino County that's monitoring in that library, monitoring in that bathroom in that library, monitoring at their county buildings. Okay, they're monitoring on the roads and the highways. They are surrounded with what is evidence of that. It's not just Fontana Lewis Library, and you have, again, this is the conduct, the unlawful conduct, the unlawful threat, the acts of impunity that they engage in, the criminal acts of obstruction of justice, because they're hostile to being documented. This is Satan that I am documenting. All right, and engage in what is desperate acts, which is serving to your own demise. Your own demise, but this is how desperate you are. You're that scared, and so you engage in more criminal activity, which is going towards your federal prosecution, because you are the criminal, and that is not going to change. 8SKM038, 8FQW656. Fontana Police, their whole police station is a venue. 95994L2, and it is 1:29 p.m. License plate 6FGK149 BXT4752 8UGF867 6YLH620 7FRN245 BROZLLA 7EZL104 8XRF438 7ZKH580 19558W2 46639N2 7YAK454 71889G2 7TIE548 7ZHS357 7ZGR715 38584T2 6Y11952 It is 1:30 p.m. Stalking in the path with light, right over here off of where the demons that are in their own station at the state facilitating venue. License plate 8UGF867. This demon has directed light across the ground and the curb as she is group stalking crossing the path with Fontana police who are engaged in surveillance on what is this side street right here is Seville. Okay, it's 1:31 p.m. 1239947. California exempt 1253626. That's City of Fontana, and 1436945 City of Fontana. 6GBC 933. City of Fontana is license 1253569. I don't see the license plate on this. License 1253612. It's 1:32 p.m. License 1473534, and City of Fontana is group stalking at the grounds of the Fontana Police Department. Alrighty, crossing path, license 1475330. They're group stalking on the grounds of the Fontana Police Department. As I capture pictures of these demons who are group stalking while I'm walking on Seville, documenting, they're maintaining presence within the property of the Fontana Police, group stalking. All right, they're maintaining presence in the path. That's what group stalking is, and they're doing so. And then you have the demon that is the Fontana Police cross path in a vehicle, which the license plate I read as I start taking pictures, stalking with activity. All right, using a John Deere machine in order to cross path with noise. That is City of Fontana. Okay, license 1607146, 1597031, 1474136, 1597032, 1597068, 1058088. These are vehicles of the Fontana Police in the parking lot where they are all group stalking right now. And they are, while I'm inside of the Fontana Lewis Library as well. 1492632. It's a state facilitating venue. City of Fontana, which is group stalking on the grounds with the police, driving with their hazards on. This is a heavyweight Latina female, license 1524494. It is 1:34 p.m. 1609749. She drives outside of the property to stop right here in front of me. And you're looking at what is a demon that is stalking with light. It's facilitation while the Fontana Police Department's venue is where the fake sun is placed right now over my head. All right, that's the demonic behavioral pattern. She was group stalking within the gates. Now she's on the sidewalk, stops right behind me, stalking the path of light. Okay, license 1492641. Fake sun is right over my head. 1492632, 1609749. That's Fontana PD. 1607154. 1559482, 8SSP427. Let's see. License 8YBM825. Monitoring with this demon, the City of Fontana, who's creating light activity. Let's see. 1452381, 1492633, 1492639, 1559483, 1603687, 1548426, 1475331. This is 8SVM631. On the grounds of the Fontana Police, they're monitoring. This is a California exempt vehicle, 1559474. They are monitoring. License 7UXX571, 8VBE892, 6MPB042. License 7ZVW126, 4ZTK045, 7SOU323. License 4VKD646, 94737B3, 8YBN990. It's 1:37 p.m. License 7GXG905. See. License 7HCW884, 74555Y2. Fontana Police license 1475330, exiting crossing path while I'm walking up Upland Avenue. License 7W52325, 71496K2. That's a commercial vehicle crossing path. I am documenting the minions of the Fontana Police Department. The minion that is engaging in what is accosting me, touching me, in any regard, having no legal right, while you are literally engaged in state surveillance and terrorism. You're present pursuant to criminal summoning, false allegations, and then you're exercising fictitious authority of the law. You do not have the right to touch at all. 7XCM262, you're not even supposed to be there. You're stalking. All right. So let me be clear. This is all manner of a psychopath. These are the demons of that same agency engaging in group stalking. 8T97661. Fontana Police license 1253588. C. 1591047. That's a white van parked on the property. License. Can't say anymore. Alrighty, it is currently 1:39 p.m. And the entity keeping that fake sun directly over my head as I'm walking around the property of the Fontana Police. This is never the case when I remain inside of the Fontana Lewis Library. All right? The light source isn't going anywhere. 8RFL088 remains right over that roof. This is speaking to what is stalking with a light source, as in the same way that the Fontana Police are group stalkers. They're demons, puppets of Satan. 1548427, engaged in criminal monitoring and stalking with Stephanie Ortiz, 7RSK167. And this psychopath that is engaged in monitoring is also monitoring documentation. And you have a psychopath that's stating what is a complaint from a patron. All of the patrons are monitoring. All of them are demons. Sitting in there while the entity is flying around circles while I'm inside of that library, and then engaging in what is obstruction of justice, summoning the police. That's an attempted kidnapping. That's what you're engaging in. The entity escalating it, touching my person. That's an assault and battery. While you're a stalker and you're a demon, okay? You are in every way a criminal and a demented one who is hostile to documentation that you're monitoring. City of Fontana, license 1370535. Yeah. And City of Fontana, license 1584322. They're group stalking. They don't have any place where you're belonging, where you are accepted from the P.O.C. That's why a fake sun's over my head. And it's impossible that that would be the sun. The entity is keeping a light source over me while I remain in entirely different cities, such as Upland, Chino, California, while I am remaining in Ontario, California as well. The entity is maintaining a light source squarely above my head. 6MF. I can't really see that one. But this is speaking to the criminal conduct of the entity itself. It's currently 1:40 p.m. License plate 8BM273. I can't really see that. We can scratch that one. $8ECT. I can't really see that one. You can scratch that one. It is 1:41 p.m. ROP403, amplified audible activity outside of the Demons Agency, that is the Fontana Police Department. They are group stalking, okay? Amplified sound of what is a train and possible audible activity. It is 1:42 p.m. Crossing path inside of the parking lot, 8GPF480, that's a demon on the grounds on the inside of the Fontana Police Department group stalking. 8FQW687. 5KGV086. Let's see. I can't really see that. 8SVM631, group stalking on the grounds inside of the Fontana Police Department. All right, the Fontana Police Department is nothing but a venue where the ongoing pattern of conduct is underway. Nothing but that, okay? there is no distinction, and that demon possession is illustrated by the presence of that environment, which is a scientific impossibility as to its ability to naturally be the case. That's impossible. The demon possessed are working and identified with the Fontana Police Department. These are demons group stalking under a fake sun in what is direct light and amongst amplified audible activity. This demon 1597033 pacing around in the side of the parking lot, inside of the gates of the Fontana Police, while the entity is amplifying impossible audible activity of the sun, of the train, the Metrolink, while I'm at the property of the Fontana Police Department. Okay, at again 17005 Upland Avenue in Fontana, California. You will not hear the Metrolink, and that is also that which is not any or capable of remaining any mystery inside of any federal court. It is the impossible audible activity. It is the mark of demon possession, while also the fake sun is here over my head at the Fontana Police Department. In the middle of the day, 1:44 p.m., where it was directly over the roof of that Fontana Lewis Library, remaining over me as I walk to the Fontana Police Department, and as I walk around documenting the minions' license plates, the police vehicles and any civilian vehicles, every single last one of them. The agency itself is subject to what is a prosecution, engaging in group stalking on behalf of the state of California. This is the state acting directly, and then engaging in what is the ongoing exercise of fictitious authority while they engage in criminal summoning with the people of the state, group stalking on the roads and the highways, while they engage in criminal summoning, arriving at the venue, as I've documented, where the demon-possessed agency is engaging in what is an unlawful threat. It is currently 1:45 p.m. All right, capturing video of the fake sun directly over my head at the state facilitating venue of the Fontana Police Department. So let me point something else. I pointed out many things in that video of what is the impossible placement of the light source that is not possibly the sun, revealing to you what are the demon possessed of the Fontana Police Department, who just engaged in a fictitious exercise of authority present pursuant to criminal summoning by the demons inside of the Fontana Lewis Library, namely Stephanie Ortiz. Engaging in acting with impunity. This meaning crossing paths 7ZHS357. The light source that I captured, for example, on 9:07 a.m. and standing in front of the Fontana Fire Department, station number 71. It's just across the Miller Field where I'm at the Fontana Police Department, and that is a migration north to be over, northeast to be over my head at the Fontana Police Department. That is speaking to what is not the sun at all. That is the maintenance of a light source. That is an example of capturing the demonic. This is what is surrounding the entity with this level of evidence, and then engaging in what is the acts of obsession with regard to what I'm doing. These are the acts of obsession where the entity is engaging in this P.O.C. Whereas I am establishing precedent, and they're going to federal prison. This is what you're going to do, because the ordinary target individual that's subject to this criminal system, their very life is under threat, okay, which the entity has engaged in all the ways in which I've shown you. License 7YAK454, directed light while that minion starts its ignition. Directed light is on the vehicle next to him. Coming from the Fontana Police Department too, by the way. License 1452583. That's a California event parked on the property where these minions are, their police station are, the Fontana Police Department. The entity is engaging in what is placing this fake sun while I'm showing you documentation that already exists. 8:56 in the morning, 9:07 in the morning. There is the actual sun, the sun that we're supposedly above our heads. This is not possibly the sun, as I'm showing you that very peculiar, very specific migration to maintain both central presence over my head at 9:07 a.m. at the Fontana station number 71 fire station, and then also at the Fontana Police Department at 17005 Upland Avenue in Fontana, California, as I'm capturing in the afternoon. And then also, what do I have? Documentation of what's supposedly the sun, but that's not possibly the sun. And you can readily reach that conclusion where I am standing at that same location after 6 p.m. in the evening, and that which is the light source is in perfect alignment with me. And I'm also showing you what is a demon that's wearing a Fontana Police Department uniform. Crossing path is what that demon is doing in that video, and he's also doing so while his shadow is appearing on both sides of him. That is group stalking, and that is the mark of demon possession. That's terrorism by this agency that arrived to monitor and harass with Stephanie Ortiz. All right, pacing is entering inside of the same parking spot where another minion left, engaging in creating activity. This license is 8ABG397. That's the significance of the video that I just captured, in addition to the fact that I'm on Seville this morning, and on Seville is where the light source is present. On Seville is where the light source remains present, as I've documented on April 15th, 2022, the same venue where the entity is stalking by helicopter and keeping a fake sun, which I captured at 7:03 p.m. where Sergeant Rice, these demons who I just documented, he's affiliated with the same demon-possessed agency, the Fontana Police Department. They're a bunch of criminals who are waiting to be exposed. Their condition necessarily revealed. It needs to be known what their condition is and the criminal conduct that they're engaging in. It's state surveillance while they are under the guise of law enforcement officers executing what's supposed to be the duties of their office that they hold, and it is the absolute diametrically opposed to that. It is the most reprehensible and unimaginable criminal system that they're engaged in, and they're violent sex offenders. And those violent sex offenders engaged in what is ongoing criminal conduct while I'm documenting it, because I'm revealing to you, because I am speaking the truth. All right. So, and it is surrounded by what is evidence that they are not even going to address. And that's why minions such as Stephanie Ortiz doesn't want to answer a common sense question like, who is it that's supposedly suspecting that I'm recording them? This is dealing with a psychopath. They're all monitoring. Okay. But nonetheless, who is it that's stating that I'm recording them while they are all silently? You see in the images, they're all standing there as though they're all keeping their backs to me. All right. And then they're walking away quietly, silently. And then you have what is Stephanie Ortiz the moment I step out of the bathroom, ready with a piece of paper filled out, and 8ABG397 is pacing back and forth, ready with the paper filled out and referencing a patron. All of those patrons are demons sitting in that library as I documented in directed light, molesting. You see the flashing directed light. This is what I mean, a psychopath. So this is why you continue documenting. Just like I stated, you continue to document. They are going to federal prison for that. You're going to federal prison for that. 8FKF243. It's an unlawful threat posed by the state that is monitoring and stalking in such incredible manners. And also, while I'm using the computers, they're engaged in an ongoing competition trying to obstruct the ability to even publish it to the internet. And then you're going to stalk in the bathroom and then talk about, oh, well, I got a complaint about somebody stating that you're recording them. 8TMB079, that's a psychopath. Oh, you and your patron are monitoring together, and I'm documenting you. But not only that, I approach you from what is the psychopath that you are. What is it that's stating that I'm recording you while I am holding my phone like you're holding your phone? You are engaging in what is keeping your back to me as though you're not focused, right? Like you're oblivious to me, right? I'm the last thing on your radar. But you have what is going straight to you, and then notice how they went straight to Stephanie Ortiz, and she comes straight to me outside of the bathroom. Ready with the paper filled out, knows exactly who they're referencing, knows exactly who they're talking about. All right, that's the P.O.C. They're all monitoring together. Okay, license, stalking in the path with light activity. License 8URH665. And it is currently 1:59 p.m. Monitoring with the same demon that is 1597013. That's Summers, who went out of his way crossing path on video. Knows exactly what it is that I'm documenting, okay? With regard to what is the fake sun, and is crossing path in that video, monitoring on that video. And this is the same minion, again, that is monitoring with the people of the state. This is light activity creation, monitoring on a communication device. All right, and I'm showing you what is that group stalker who is stalking in the path in the operation of the communication device right in front of the Steelworkers Auditorium. And then they're pacing. License 7RDR090, 8YFT749. Is that the right license plate? 7RDR090, yeah. Fontana Police Group stalking license plate 1597069. Monitoring with these demons, this third-party license 7RGJ509. All right, monitoring with that demon whose license plate I recited. They're sitting there in the path in operation of their communication device, studying. That's the demon studying their communication device in directed flashing light. They're stalking in the path with flashing light, using their hazards, monitoring on a communication device. Okay. While that pacing, I'm reading those license plates. They're pacing. License again. That's 8URH665. Monitoring with the Fontana Police. They're engaging in criminal conduct. That's the same minion that said, I have a legal right. He does not. Satan does not. Okay, this is criminal monitoring and monitoring with the people of the state. That minion right there, as I document, that's federal prison. Understand, that's exactly how this is going down. You're going to strip down every single aspect the entity is engaging in with regard to the ability of a government to monitor and stalk and harass and terrorize with helicopters while you just sit there engaging in monitoring with them. No, you'll go to federal prison too. License 8VCW683, sitting in their vehicle, group stalking with Fontana Police while another minion is creating light activity. And another minion of the Fontana Police is patrolling with the rest of these demons. All right, and guess what? Stephanie Ortiz is inside of Fontana Police Library monitoring. She's monitoring. She's going to federal prison. All right, it is currently 2:02 p.m. Let me see. 8YTB087, 5WHG108, 7FFW, 134, 6SDG313. I think I did read this, just in case I didn't. License 7UVT411. And this Arizona license plate again, GB-A8BHA. That's Arizona. And it's 2:03 p.m. All right, what you're going to pay attention to is, first of all, this is all manner of an ominous threat by the demons that are the Fontana Police Department sitting in front of the Fontana Lewis Library, okay? This is criminal summoning. This is harassment, intimidation. This is the entity stalking by helicopter. That's the role Fontana Police plays. They're monitoring. 8XIC143, 8FIX188. And also what you're going to pay attention to is the environment. While these demons are pacing around, as I've read, they're stalking with directed light. I've already established that. The entity is engaging in what is moving that light source. As you'll pay attention, I'm standing at Library and Learner. I have left the Fontana Police Department in the same way that I left the library. The fake sun is over me as I captured that on video. And then I walked to the Fontana Police Department. That light source is remaining directly overhead. I'm pointing this out. I've already shown you what is stalking with light, but I'm pointing this out because you need to understand that these are demons that are wearing these police uniforms, bearing these weapons. And that's part of the analysis when they're going to federal prison and I prosecute them. So that's why I'm spelling this out, that which I've already shown you. The entity keeping the fake sun over United Steel Workers, Local 7600, which is at Arrow Boulevard and Nuevo, which is right here on, it's west of this intersection right here. That's the 10:11 a.m. I captured that on video. The fake sun is remaining over the Fontana Lewis Library. The fake sun then moving directly over my head as I go to the Fontana Police Department, the same location where it's captured after 6 p.m. by the way. 8FIX188 is pacing. The only reason why it's over there now in the afternoon is because I left from the library and the entity keeps a light source over my head as I go to what is the identification of a venue, that light source, in the same way that I have shown you the demons that are at the San Bernardino County Fire, where I am this morning outside of the State of Brothers at 8228 in Fontana, nowhere near what is the Rancho Cucamonga, okay, the intersection of what is Day Creek and Foothill Boulevard, where I'm on Route 66, okay, and I'm coming from Upland, coming from what is the Panera Bread. And the entity is keeping this light source over me, Rancho Cucamonga, and this is what I want you to be mindful of. You're speaking to what is maintenance of specific presence over my head. This is group stalking. While they are engaging in group stalking, you are literally engaging in what is what you are using as a demon's cover, which it's no cover. You are a demon. You're engaging, that means you're engaging in terrorism. You are stalking, and you are a psychopath that acts as though you have the law behind you while you're monitoring. That's what's revealed through this environment. That's why I show you this is not the sun while I remain in Chino, California. What about the fact that it remains over the roof all day from point of entrance until I leave, until I exit? That's the significance of capturing video at 7:04 p.m. This library that the Fontana Police are maintaining presence in front of, engaging in representing a threat. They have no lawful execution whatsoever in what they're doing. It is the grounds I will be presenting this very same conduct for what shall be federal prison. All right, they are literally on the opposite side of the law. And that's what is so profound about it. While I'm listening to everything that they're saying, it's audible activity. It is occurring in what is relevant position, and you are engaging in what is the conduct of a psychopath. The light activity that I'm showing you, the entity that's engaging in what is stalking with the light source that remains over my head, while then you are nothing other than a hostile demon. Hostile demons go to federal prison. That's exactly where they belong, and that's where they'll be going, okay? That's what Stephanie Ortiz represents. This is what Summers represents, engaging in an ongoing criminal act, placing his hands. That's an assault and battery. That's an absolutely unlawful threat, 7W49435, by a psychopath who is a violent sex offender who is then touching you while they are engaging in what is the exercise of fictitious authority under the law. The entity that's placing you under surveillance does not have authority under the law, like this entity is engaging in. You don't even have an authority under your own rules. It's and I'm referencing San Bernardino County. It's obstruction of justice. Federal law trumps what are your rules seeking to obstruct justice. While you're literally relying on the fact that you're criminally monitoring, you know exactly what's being documented. You are an entire psychopath. An entire psychopath. So you have what is running away from what are common sense questions, engaging in what is summoning the entity who is a psychopath, a demon just like you, monitoring, and then just enters into the venue and to engage in what is communicating a threat while you're all monitoring together in that specific environment. 7SQU339. Let me not forget, let me point it out to you again because it's directly relevant. This is the same library where I captured video of the entity flying in circles around me inside of this library by helicopter. Okay, 6:36 p.m. This venue where the entity is aiming, flashing directed light across, fanning it across the ceiling. That's the mark of demon possession. It's impossible light activity while monitoring with demons such as APQK304. Yes, these demons are very fearful because I'm documenting and they are surrounded with evidence. While you pose an impermissible threat, that's what Summers is doing. That's what I documented. That's what that image that I just captured, that video that I captured. He's group stalking outside of the Fontana Police Department. He's group stalking in front of the Fontana Lewis Library. He's group stalking under the fake sun. While you engage in that, you go to federal prison for that. All right, this is how an entity engages in what is terrorizing an American citizen. And all because you are petrified. Satan is very scared. Satan is very off-put by what is my documentation. That's also why they're engaging in such a concerted effort to try to obstruct my ability to literally publish it on my website. All right, that's neither here nor there. That is the monitoring conduct. But that is speaking to what is fear. Okay, that's speaking to what is the truth that I speak. Okay, and you're not only you're not going to silence me, I'm going to put you in a cage where you belong. All right, and that's exactly where Summers belongs. And the rest of these demons, the Fontana Police Department, they're engaged in surveillance. That venue, that address of the Fontana Police Department is the documentation of what is a criminal establishment. They are to be disbanded. They are an infection. Okay, they are a threat to the public. They're literally engaging in criminal conduct, and that's exactly what you witnessed while criminal summoning is underway. That was a whole entire criminal act, okay? And they're literally on the stage. You're talking about referencing a patron who complained. The patron you're referencing is monitoring, engaging in what is sexual violence, if that's even the patron that she's referencing. But those demons that I'm documenting, they're all in there engaged in surveillance all day long. That's why the entity keeps a fake sun all day long over the venue. But that's how you also document the pattern of conduct, because that's with regard to what's not possibly the sun. But then also, when I leave in the middle of the day like I'm doing right now, that light source does not remain anymore over that venue, which is also capturing the pattern of conduct. The demon possession, that is Summers, who is touching my person while present pursuant to criminal summoning by the sex offender and the demon, that is Stephanie Ortiz, acting as though she is in any way impervious, and she's not. I'm going to drag her and her oversized lop belly while she is monitoring 8 FFC 405. I'm going to drag her, okay, literally in federal court. This is what you're witnessing now while I'm capturing. You can add on to it all you want. Let me break it down with regard to what I am doing, establishing precedent, subject to all the what are the ongoing futile. It's futile because the big picture is Satan loses and I'm going to prosecute and you're going to federal prison. But with regard to the ordinary target individual, it is an ongoing emergency while the government's placing you under surveillance. The government's engaging in snatching you up, placing you in jail, making up charges in the same way that you just witnessed right now. You're lying, talking about somebody complained. No, you're hostile while I'm documenting you. All of you minions are documenting together. Lying. Okay? Making up information in order to exclude you. What is relevant is that you are documenting it. 6SDG313 group stuck in the parking lot with Fontana PD. What is relevant is that you are documenting, and the targeted individual could be in any sort of situation that is pressing. You don't know, and I'm just speaking to what is the creation of uniform policy. Engaging in any way of what is seeking to stop, stifle, preclude the ability to document documentation about the government that is threatening your life literally second by second, place you under surveillance, stalking and following around by helicopters. You're flying in circles around me inside of the library. This same library where they're summoning the police. This heifer is out of her. She's delusional. And that's an unlawful threat. She gets on the phone like she's calling the police like they don't know what's going on. This is the fallacy that exists, okay? This is surveillance and this is monitoring. This is terrorism. This is a very bad actress. You are not getting on the phone and informing the demons that are the Fontana Police Department of anything whatsoever. You are monitoring, they are monitoring, and I also went over to the police department right now and show you they're monitoring. All right, they are puppets of Satan. The fake sun is over me over there at that time, which is also documented what is, again, hours from now, which is an impossible occurrence, okay? Speaking to what is the ongoing facilitation that the entity engages in directly and vicariously acting as one. And so this is speaking to what is, it's bad acting all the way around, but this is the venue, and this is, understand, San Bernardino County. This is an act of what is obstruction of justice. Engaging in obstruction of justice is an enhancement to that prosecution for being a group stalker with the state. All right, that's a threat to your life while the entity, you see it for yourself. 6:36 p.m. The entity is stalking by helicopter. What do you think Summers is doing? That's Fontana police that are group stalking in that helicopter inside of that library. Which I also reminded you about the ongoing documentation, the pattern of the entity stalking me by helicopter at the Fontana Lewis Library. What do you think Summers is doing? And then that demon has the audacity to touch me. He's going to federal prison for that. All right, you don't even have you don't have a right to be present. You're not operating under the law. You are in every way a delusional psychopath who is holding on to what that demon is wearing. Literally, I'm an officer and I have authority because I'm wearing a police uniform. That's what Satan is doing. All right, so first of all, you're understanding what is demon possession. That's relevant to this demon-possessed population engaging in state surveillance. It starts with the identification. This is Satan. Satan doesn't have any authority. And I've shown you what is Satan through the demonic environment. This is relevant for what is terrorism. While Satan is using the Fontana Police Department, Satan is using Stephanie Ortiz, the Fontana Lewis Library and Technology Center. The demons that are filling the venue, Satan is using every single last one of them. And Satan fills the venue to be replete with what is the evidence of the presence of Satan, the directed light. These demons that are sitting around all day inside of the library, stalking with audible activity creation. Okay, and while I captured video this morning at Seville, where the entity is placing a fake sun, that's the same street, Seville, Spring Street, Sierra Avenue, where after 7 o'clock in the evening, there is a light source that remains there that's supposed to be the sun, only if you are an entire ignoramus, lacking any rudimentary understanding of science and what supposedly our environment that we're surrounding it. No, that's not possibly the sun, but that's that same street, that's that same location where the entity is keeping a fake sun. All right, and that was captured during the 10 o'clock hour. That is literally over 12 hours in order to remain present, which is already documented. So it is, again, that's in excess of 12 hours while I am in the morning capturing what is supposed to be the sun over my head. That's what's prefacing the psychopaths that are the people of the state, demon state actors such as Stephanie Ortiz engaging in that pattern of conduct. Okay, so it is currently 2:14 p.m. and that's what is all symbolic and what is revealed through that light activity, through the presence of that light source. And while the entity is maintaining such an environment for purposes of keeping you under surveillance, and then wants to try to silence the fact that you're subject to that surveillance, you're an entire psychopath. And this is why I'm like, wow, you're really crazy. Oh, yeah, so somebody told you that I'm recording them, right? Oh, okay, and so you knew it was me. You came right. You've had it filled out already. You already knew who it was for 3 months. That's your initial response for those that are engaging in what is an allegation that they know for a fact that they're recording. They were holding their phone, and by the way, let me just point this out. They were holding their phone and talking on their phone in the same way that I was holding my phone and talking on my phone. This is just common sense. First of all, you're going to document, period. You're dealing with what are an entity that's placing you in surveillance. You're going to document, period. Okay, but they are showing what is absolute focus on what I'm doing, what I'm saying as I am doing it, and as I am saying it, while they want to appear so, keeping their back to me. All right, like they're looking the opposite direction. You can look whatever direction you want. All right, this is the psychopath that is Stephanie Ortiz, and that is the conduct of a psychopath. This is not mere name calling. That is the conduct of a psychopath. The light activity is revealing psychopaths surround. Okay, that light activity, and then you're studying your communication device, you're monitoring, but you're engaging in what is the unpersuasive act as though you're doing anything other than these are demons. And then you want to reference the demons and say, oh, well, you were recording, so I'm going to ask you to leave now. That is literally what that demon said, okay? And so my question is, all of that which is so rapidly escalating while I'm documenting the fact that you're a sex offender monitoring while my panties are down. Okay, the fact that the entity is stalking by helicopter, yes, indeed, you are stalking while my panties are down, congregating outside of a bathroom, a women's restroom. That's what those demons of the male gender were engaging in, monitoring with the demons of the Fontana Police Department and the Fontana Fire Department. All right, the entity is keeping a light source directly over me while I'm remaining at any venue for the duration of the day. And then as I'm documenting and showing you what is the P.O.C. for federal group stalking and monitoring, you are understanding what is then the obstruction of justice, what the entity wants to, the psychopath that is Satan. Okay, you're shown to be a psychopath while you're in that environment. You are a freak weirdo. This is a cartoon environment, and not only that, you're a psychopath that is failed. Your the whole stage that these minions stand on. This is supposed to be a normal everyday life, nothing suspect, absolutely innocuous. Your whole stage has been burnt up, and you're still just holding on to that act. Okay, so that's very serious, where that act includes a demon-possessed group stalker that is wearing a law enforcement uniform, bearing weapons, exercising what is fictitious authority under the law because they're not exercising authority under the law while they're engaged in violation of it. Federal law, Title 18, Section 22618, subsections 1 and 2. And your demons engaging in what is an unprecedented criminal act. All right. And so you're talking about what is in every way very, very serious threatening conduct. All right. It's not just a stage. It's not for laughs and jokes. It's not just pathetic. It's an unlawful threat to your life, which the entity that is monitoring your documentation seeks to engage in kidnapping, has already done so. That's a threat to your life. Seeks to keep you concealed in confinement where they don't even have an actual right to do so. Not even under the law in their alternate universe. You're the criminal. All right. 6 MRF 155. That's the pattern of conduct. All right. And that's what Summers, who I told, and the reason why I document on purpose is because you need to understand this is the policy that I'm advocating, that I'm creating. I'm showing you what is the reality of Satan, and I'm showing you also how you're going to bind Satan. You're not permitted to exercise authority that you don't even have. You're a criminal and you're engaging in it in plain sight. And I'm showing you those that are not the minions. I'm referencing those who have an ear to hear, who are witnessing what it is that I'm revealing and what I'm prosecuting. I'm showing you what is the pattern of conduct and the ways in which you won't be able to enforce your rights. The entity is engaging in literally what is standing on a stage and relying upon the ongoing ignorance of a people in order to do so. And it is absolutely the conduct of a psychopath, because that stage, I burnt it all up. You don't have anything to stand on, and you're keeping up your act. This keeping up your act while you're a demon-possessed group stalker bearing weapons and bearing somebody's agency of a police department, that's an unlawful threat. All right, that is an absolutely unlawful threat. And then engaging in exercise of authority under the law, which you don't have probable cause, you don't have reasonable suspicion, you don't have any summoning up of the entity. You're group stalking. An entity is stalking. This is the entity summoning itself. This is an entity that's standing on a stage, a bad act, okay, getting on a phone as though you're calling the police. The police are group stalking. All right, this is psychopath conduct, okay? And why? Because I'm documenting, and they are surrounded with evidence. Okay, surrounded with it. This is Fontana. I'm not even in Ontario. They're already done. It's a wrap with Ontario. It's a wrap, okay? Meaning, in other words, if you're not familiar with the vernacular, it is complete, okay? It is absolutely complete, the prosecution of the entity. This is going to what is Fontana, California, showing what is no distinction. The pattern of conduct is established, and the pattern of conduct embedded into that pattern of conduct is obstruction of justice. You go to federal prison for that. All right, you are subject to federal prison while you're engaging in federal group stalking and monitoring under particular facts. All right, where you're engaging in kidnapping, where you're engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring as law enforcement, the state acting directly by any kidnapping ambulance, any kidnapping fire department, you're going to federal prison. All right, you want to engage in summoning the entity, threatening the life, you're going to federal prison. Okay, you're understanding the template for that. Zero tolerance for that. Absolutely whatsoever, none. Okay, so you have what is Summers engaging on top of that, what is an assault and battery. All right, and this is a demon who's going to be put in its place. Not only is this a minion, you're stalking, okay? You're entirely pathetic, all right, while you're 6VHN418, and then you're present engaging in what is a bad act. I'm not fooled by Satan, all right? And those that are paying attention to what I'm saying, you're not going to be fooled by Satan either. You're actually going to haul Satan into a federal prison where they belong, having no business in law enforcement, and certainly having no business engaging in what is arriving pursuant to what is the criminal acts of the people that say, well, they're engaging in surveillance together, terrorism together. All right. And why? Because you don't want me to get a couple videos on the internet, because those videos are very damning. And it is speaking to what is the same exact entity. There is no distinction. The same exact one. All right. It's 2:21 p.m. This is P.O.C. Alrighty, I wanted to capture video, and that's exactly what I did. 2:22 p.m. and you're reminded about where I'm at 2:22 p.m. There's many points that are that I'm reminding you about. First of all, standing in front of the demons that are the Fontana Fire Department Station number 71, where I stood at that same location at 9:07 in the morning, and that light source is right over that roof. Okay, the roof of the Fontana Fire Department, where again I'm in Rancho Cucamonga at the DMV, and I'm reminding you about that, which is impossible to coexist. 7TFF789. I remain in Ontario, as I documented on April 17th, for example, and at 9:05 a.m. and I'm capturing videos. Southwest Airlines is group stalking, flying directly over me at that county building at 150 East Holt, and the fake sun is right over my head as I remain in Ontario. That is not over the roof of the Fontana Fire District, John Roberts, station number 71. It's not coexisting. It's not occurring at the same time. There's not some vague position whereby it looks as though it could possibly be over the roof in Fontana and also over my head as I'm at Hall Boulevard in Lemon. 7EPW 644. All right, that minion is monitoring with Fontana police, engaging in molestation, terrorism, criminal summoning, sexual violence, harassment by entity, and she is in possession of children that are sitting in the back seat while she is stalking me, okay, engaging in the pattern of group stalking. That's directly relevant to the unfit condition to be in the possession of children, where you are including them in the pattern of conduct, where you are engaging in what is obsessive stalking. You are already demented, engaging in this P.O.C, understand that, and then you're in custody of children, engaging in it, monitoring. So I did capture, this is a Latina female 7 EPW 644, and engaging in criminal conduct with Fontana police, who are group stalking in front of the Fontana Lewis Library under this fake sun, 7TFF 789. And as I was stating, the light source that's over me now, and not only do I start at 8AFN 610, not only do I start it at what is that location of the Fontana Lewis Library, the Fontana Fire Station at 9:07 a.m., reminding you about that. That's impossible that it would be over my head at 2:22 p.m. and it's over that fire station at 9:07 a.m. All right, in alignment with me. At 9:07 a.m., I'm standing on the same sidewalk, 2:22 p.m., not the sun. Reminding you about what is being in that same parking lot, as I've documented the entity keeping a fake sign at 5:02 p.m., where I'm also there documenting 8:56 in the morning at the same exact property, the Fontana Chamber of Commerce, not the sun. Not only that, at 2:22 p.m., while I'm inside of the Fontana Lewis Library, which is what I captured, and the entity is keeping that light source. It's not over Lerner and Library, because if that was the case, then it wouldn't have been seen while I'm facing Sierra Avenue. I wouldn't have been able to see it while I am standing at the, oh my God. I wouldn't have been able to see it while I'm standing at the, standing inside of the library and capturing the light source that's squarely above my head while I'm facing literally what I captured this morning on video. So this is where I'm at, where I'm standing this morning at Seville and Sierra Avenue. That's the outside of the building that I'm standing inside on 2:22 p.m. inside of the Fontana Lewis Library, where the entity is keeping the fake sun. It's directly above my head. I can't see that when the light source is right now while I'm outside. It's right over my head at Library and Lerner, where you're looking at group stalking by Fontana police. You're looking at group stalking by the people of the state, the same people of the state that Stephanie Ortiz is referencing as to receiving a complaint. They're all monitoring together. And this is why I want to break down, because you need to understand the psychopaths that they are. And those psychopaths are going to federal prison. Oh, yeah. Oh, they're going to federal prison. CC51T30. All right, because you're scared to death, because I'm documenting exactly what you're doing. You're stalking me by helicopters. You're stalking with what is impossible light activity, the ongoing evidence of surveillance and the presence of Satan. Both of that is evidence. And a wealth of documentation of the entity engaging in what is light activity inside of that Fontana Lewis Library. The entity placement of this light source, as I just captured at 2:22 p.m., is speaking to an absolute impossibility, not just based on remembering my presence inside of that library, and that light source is hovering over my head as I'm facing Sierra Avenue, which I would never be able to see if that was the sun that's over my head at Lerner and Library, outside of the Fontana Lewis Library. But not only that, because I'm in Rancho Cucamonga at 2:22 p.m. and the entity is keeping a fake sun, because that's not the sun, keeping a fake sun over the venue where I'm at in the city of Rancho Cucamonga. All right, and also aiming it into whatever location that it could possibly aim. There's a very limited location at that library in the city of Rancho Cucamonga through those little window slots. And as I walk out the door, it's right there over there. It's very, very limited with regard to what the entity is doing with that fake sun, aiming it through whatever window slot that he could see through the only entrance area. That's what the entity did with that fake sun as I remain in the city of Rancho Cucamonga. And that is not anywhere over, that's not even on, there's nowhere in Fontana. It is clearly over me at that venue in Rancho Cucamonga. And I'm inside of the Fontana Lewis Library at 2:22. And today I'm outside of the Fontana Lewis Library, standing in front of the fire department, number 71, at 2:22 p.m., the same location where I stood at 9:07 a.m., speaking to in every which way, in other words, as to what is not the sun. And this is the ongoing context as to what is the demented psychopath that are not only the people of the state, but this entity that is engaging in what is summoning law enforcement, making up a lie. You're making it up because I'm documenting you, and you are engaging in what is literally engaging in an unpersuasive act while you're monitoring. That's literally what Stephanie Ortiz did. 00113G3, 8FQR878, 3DMO72, that's budget, 84531A1, 6ZNK584. And she's doing so in the name of San Bernardino County. San Bernardino County is a sex offender. San Bernardino County is engaging in what is state surveillance and terrorism, and it's not just at that venue. Inside of the San Bernardino County Department of Human Services, they're monitoring. That's why you have directed light, as I captured in video, while the demon-possessed fill that venue, monitoring with San Bernardino County at a San Bernardino County venue, and the directed light is above their heads while they're sitting in the waiting room stalking me. They're all sitting around in relevant position stalking me. That's why directed light is there. That's why it's there. And all those demons are in there stalking and are present under the guise of getting some assistance with the county. They're monitoring. That's why directed light is there. And that is trumping everything that a demon is. Oh, I'm here because I'm getting XYZ for my babies and I need to get some more food stamps and they cut off my benefits and I don't know what. But the directed light is on the ceiling, on the roof, an impossible placement of light. That is speaking to what is the real situation, what is the real focus. And that is the group stalking conduct by demons. And that's another venue of San Bernardino County, okay? 8ZZR731 6UOD 341 5JKP008. Stalking with directed light, that's 8ZZR731 group stalking. It's 2:36 p.m. 8RZY562, 7RFT365. The entity engaging in this pattern of conduct while they are monitoring the documentation. And so that's what is also relevant to that prosecution. 3611OD1, 5SGL484, 6DIB, 6DIB 890, I believe, 6NAA389, 7559, 7559 3U2, 7PZC 736, 4RSW 776, 8XDF 7CDW 199, 8NDR 542, 6WRY 397, 7BTL 373, 6REZ 397. Alrighty, and it is currently, by the way, 2:37 p.m. 7WVA 867. Eight 5983D2. License plate crossing path on Nueva. This is a white male, or it looks like a Latino one maybe. 8DO3516, driving a Titan pickup truck. And it is 2:38 p.m. 8WLX445, 67102E2, 8SZM225, BF78U99, 5AIU512, 8ZIA076, 7JHB261, 8BPT421. Stalking with audible activities, group stalking in the path at Pendleton Whiskey. Or no. Is that the name of the venue? What's the name of the venue? Bulldog Bar and Grill. That's where they're at, stalking with activity. 8BPT421, they're on the same street. They're engaged in state surveillance and monitoring. 7KUS 719, AMELITA. No, Amelia. 8MELIIA is that license plate. Bulldog Bar and Grill is located at 16788 Sierra Avenue. They're monitoring. License 8YIG298, 98HY954, 70PZ136, 5YOK843, 7PXB920, DX779, handicap, 9522823, 8YBP191. And stalking in the path outside of this fake church, Iglesia Venantial. You've got demonic activity as I'm capturing the fake sun and demons that are stalking with noise and stalking with light. License BH50, 8UGN177 is the back license plate. 8KAY064, 6WWB594, 7DVW458, 5MBG644. And this is, let me see, 8UBN685. This is Estinson Logistics, 2841479. Estinson Logistics is the trailer that they're carrying P821883. Indiana plates on the front and back. License 8FTN455. Group stalking at that Bulldog Bar and Grill at the venue of Lancet Contracting Incorporated at 16784 Sierra Avenue. Group stalking at what is this address? It says 16782 Sierra Avenue. License 8XCK166 comes out, monitoring, stalking. Alrighty, and that third party is monitoring with very, very abrupt activity creation. You've got a demon that speeds by, honks their horn, as in doing so because I'm preparing to take a picture. They're making sure they're in the path while I operate my phone. This is demonic activity, 6XBK807. All right, and that demon that crosses paths with that truck and hurrying up and speeding up in order to do so, as I take a picture, honks their horn for no reason. I'm not in the street, and I've been standing here. You're talking about what is activity creation. 8ZWZ257 5XNY293, and this is speaking to what is knowledge of what I'm doing on my phone. Okay, license 8RTS046. And as I documented again on Sunday, that's just the other day, when I was here and I captured video at 5:19 p.m. of the fake sun. The fake sun was over me at this same fake church, Iglesia Van Anchel. That was at 5:02 p.m. So let me show you at 2:45 p.m. where this fake sun is right here at the same venue. All right, license 4WVM046. License 8AJN945, 7KLE779, 8RDL474. 8GLL863, 7PIM772, 6YKC784, and it is currently 2:45 p.m. And I did capture images of that. This is the same. I read their license plates at this little fake church. They were group stalking in the parking lot, standing amongst directed light, all of them holding their Bibles and talking about Jesus while they're in directed light and under the fake sun. And that was captured at 5:02 p.m. It's 2:44 p.m. where I'm capturing images of the same placement of this light source over my head at the same venue, not the sun. 7ROW020. That is impossible to be the sun. It is reference to capturing the demonic. It is speaking to the pattern of conduct that I'm subject to it by demons at a fake church. It's not a real church. A real church is not engaging in that which is of the demonic. A real church is not engaging in that which is criminal conduct. All right, and seeking to engage in it covertly. All right, which is not covert anymore. 8DIM645. FB8040. That's a commercial vehicle. That's a truck. Fontana Police over here at the 7-Eleven. Alrighty, capturing what is the group stalking conduct by Fontana Police who follow to the 7-Eleven. Directed light is seen on the vehicle of those third parties who are at Breezy staffing, group stalking with the entity. Acting directly via Fontana Police, BV32U29, paper plate. Monitoring inside of the 7-Eleven. Monitoring with Fontana PD who are engaging what is stalking from the library to the 7-Eleven. In the same way that they're doing on the roads and the highways. And let me be clear, these are the minions who I just went to their station showing the puppets of Satan that they are. While they're meeting at the 7-Eleven and focusing their communication devices on me, and also showing what is unfounded hostility at my arrival. All right, let me be clear. That is dealing with what is Satan itself. That's P.O.C. It is currently 2:51 p.m. Alrighty, group stalking inside of the 7-Eleven, maintaining presence in alignment. Everybody going to the ATM, just like I showed you, everybody going to the Chase Bank. It's a method of what is relevant positioning, and the Fontana Police are pathetic group stalking as well inside of the 7-Eleven. It's 2:51 p.m. Alrighty, one of the things, again, like I pointed out in video, what you're going to pay attention to is D. Locy or Lacey, the bald head with the mustache. You're looking at what is his operation. He's maintaining operation of his communication device. He is focusing it on where it is that I'm standing as I am documenting the environment that they are stalking in. Are they in line? Are you ready? Are they in line? I can, okay. While they are yeah, just like. All right, first of all, let me document 8YRS015, BA449 handicap, 8UKS851, 7R, NE445. All of them monitoring with the Fontana police, who are engaged in group stalking at the 7-Eleven under the fake sun, the same 7-Eleven where I'm capturing the fake sun hours from now at 5:19 p.m., the same block where I captured at 10:11 a.m. where I stood at United Steelworkers Local 7600 and the fake sun is over my head. And what I was pointing out is, you're going to pay attention in this video and also on my podcast, they're monitoring, and they're also clearly monitoring while the entity is focusing. And this is D.L.O.C. or D.Lacey. He's got the bald head and the mustache. You're looking at, first of all, what is unfounded hostility and outright focus from my arrival. Remember, I'm walking up through the parking lot. I'm capturing what is apparently not focusing on them. I'm just pointing out common sense. You're talking about what is the existence of a system as I'm revealing it, and what are stalkers who know exactly who I am and what I'm doing. While I am engaging in conduct, I haven't even gotten to them yet. I'm showing you what's the impossible light on that van, showing you that what are the demons of the Fontana police who are stalking me, following from place to place. And let me be clear what they're also doing. These are hostile demons, as I just went to their police station and showed you the fake sun again, and documenting license plates on the grounds of that state facilitating venue. This is the personality of Satan. This is the conduct of Satan that is also focused on me. D.L.O.C., he's aiming his communication device on me. All right, he's focused on me. He's also monitoring with what are these minions, his two, first of all, these are demons. I'm encountering Satan. And they have, what is this, unfounded hostility telling me to go when I'm at 7-Eleven. You don't own 7-Eleven, and I'm in the parking lot, and you are the one that is groups. This is the psychopath. You're stalking. They're stalking. I captured the fake sun over. You are monitoring, and you followed him. And this is the psychopath that's talking about, go away, we were here, we're just engaging, we just want peace, or some crap, whatever he said. It's audible activity, and he also said crazy. You hear that? That's on my video that I'm capturing. It's audible. I want to make sure that I focus in on that. That's why I was getting Corey. I believe that's his last name. I could see it on the back of his uniform. That's called criminal defamation. That's a federal charge, okay? The entity is, everything that they're stating is, first of all, public information. It is that which the entity engages in for purposes of what is kidnapping, okay? Criminal defamation is a part of the P.O.C. You shall not engage in what is audible activity that's serving for what is criminal monitoring, and serving to defame the targeted individual. That's a pattern of conduct. That's an ongoing waging of a threat by a demon who is wearing a police uniform, bearing weapons, and group stalking 7WJH683 in the same way that they were under the fake sun at the Fontana Lewis Library, which, by the way, the entity kept the light source over the Fontana Lewis Library after 2:22 p.m. I remained inside of that venue, and the entity is, I remained at the same computer showing you what is directed light flashing on the inside of that library. That's where the fake sun remained. That's where the entity engages in that conduct that's concentrated around me. And so as I go to the 7-Eleven at 16701 Arrow Boulevard in Fontana, hours before 5:19 p.m., which is the time where I exit the library last Sunday, coming from Montclair, where the entity engages in keeping a light source over my, the entity is engaging in keeping a light source over me while I'm inside of the Fontana Lewis Library, and I'm capturing this impossible occurrence while I'm outside of at the United Steelworkers. So I walk down the block, and this is where you have the entity that is stalking, and literally you're stalking just waiting for me to arrive. And that is, again, shown through what is the light activity and the venue, the ability, again, I'm capturing on one block what is the maintenance of a light source over my head. And this is the same block where I'm capturing hours later. While you do not, that's not possibly the sun, while I am, first of all, at entirely different locations at the same time. It is also not the sun where it is captured as a matter of evidence hours later from the time that it is right now in that position over my head. All right, and why is it there hours later then? Because I am there hours later. I am not going to be there hours later. You will not have what is the maintenance of the light source, an impossible occurrence 3 hours from now at that same location, 5:19 p.m. Okay, which I documented days ago. This is speaking to the demons that are the Fontana police, who are in every way, as they are speaking to what is unfounded hostility, shouting out things which are unfounded. I'm in a parking lot capturing what's the side of a van. How do you even know what I'm doing on the opposite side of that van while you're keeping your back to me talking about crazy? Where did that even come from? What are you talking about, minion? All right, I'm encountering Satan. This is the pattern, criminal defamation. While they are all under what is a fake sun, they are literally engaging in the P.O.C. And those are additional federal charges. This is the same entity that Summers is acting pursuant to the Fontana Police Department. They are demon possessed, and they demonstrated it. That's another video that I just captured, which I don't need. Let me be clear. The presence of the light source itself is the evidence of demon possession. It's a demonic environment. This is Satan's exercise of control over the environment. And doing so, while also they demonstrate demon possession with directed light. That's exactly what you saw on the side of the van before I captured the demonic activity and the pattern of conduct that's underway by the Fontana police, who are literally following me to the 7-Eleven and then talking about telling me to leave. All right, imagine that. That's a sex offender engaging in what is sexually violent surveillance and then engaging in what is trying to exclude me from the venue while you're documenting that. That's exactly what Stephanie Ortiz and the Fontana Police Department just engaged in. Imagine that, all right? That's the conduct of Satan. That is the psychopath, all right, and the very violent sex offender who is in every way showing and revealing that unfit, okay, that unfit status in the, that unfit maintenance of presence, in relevant position as I'm going from venue to venue, not only that in the specific environment, but also that unfit character with regard to you are entirely in a position that you have no business being in. They are literally using up their time and resources following me to the 7-Eleven while they're aware of the videos that I'm capturing while I'm walking down Arrow Boulevard, which is highly damning to the Fontana Lewis Library and the rest of the NAD as well. 5UVE810. And that's what that's about. That's really the breakdown. And you're talking about what is Satan mad about while he's keeping his back to me, while you don't even know what I'm doing. How do you know what I'm doing? Or why are you telling me to leave while I'm exercising freedom of speech, doing whatever I want to do? Okay, I can do whatever I want to do. And that does not make one crazy because I'm capturing what you shouldn't even know what I'm capturing. So with regard to what is your ignorance as to what I'm actually doing within an amount of seconds of my encountering you, why are you throwing out labels such as crazy? That's interesting, right? It's probative. It's the P.O.C. You have Route 10 that's stopping at Route 66 bus stop. This is interesting.
Route
Hi,
10.
is this Route 66?
San Bernardino Transit Center.
Okay.
Please have your
Yeah, it's not. It's Route 10. He's stopping at Route 66 though. This is P.O.C. 7FJV 769. I can't really see that. That's bus 1305. License plate 1479512. And the entity engages in, again, changing signage on the buses. All right, so let me break this down to you. That very well should have been Route 66 at the Route 66 bus stop. Route 10 is not stopping at a Route 66 bus stop, but again, changing the signage in order to deter from getting on the bus. This is part of what is harassment by an entity that is monitoring and placing you under surveillance. The demons that are the Fontana Police Department cross path after Route 10 stops and is driven by an African-American male with that license plate, and then stating that it is not. That's why I asked him on tape, is this Route 66? And he says no, at 3 p.m., okay? It is currently license SEAOXD. This is clearly a Route 66 bus stop. Route 10 does not just stop at Route 66 bus stops. So I just want to point that out. And that's not a mistake. That's first of all, they're monitoring, and second of all, this is the deliberate conduct by minions. In the same way that the entity engages in what is harassment via the Fontana Police, who cross path after that bus with the Route 10 sign on it, stops at a Route 66 bus stop, and that's not done by mistake. Okay, so 6LRX416, I believe, crossing path. 8MQN294, and that again, that's occurring at what is 3 p.m. on the dot. So this is what you're going to pay attention to, though, with regard to the pattern that the Fontana Police Department just demonstrated. They are indeed demons. They are indeed hostile demons, and those hostile demons are monitoring with the San Bernardino County at that venue of what is the Fontana Lewis Library, and then those are the demons that you are summoning and you're monitoring with them the entire time. This is understanding what is the ongoing system of psychopaths, and they are the demon possessed, who are again just hostile because I am revealing that and because I'm documenting your criminal conduct at that as well. I'm not just revealing your secrets. I'm also going to prosecute based on the criminal system that the demon possessed are engaged in. And it is federal group stalking and monitoring. It is currently 3:03 p.m. Victor Valley Transit crossing path at 3:03 p.m. So what I want to document is, again, that's Route 66, and this is the harassment that the entity engages in, and so this is why I do document the entity as it's acting via Omnitrans. Okay, so let me break this down. The entity bearing the Route 10 sign on the bus, 8PYX902, 33734D2, 8KRE774, 8NE. I can't really see that one. You can scratch that one. 7XDF635, 6DAF871, 8NDC305, 77151T2, 3MNZ 905. The entity bearing the incorrect signage, which is no mistake by the driver, no mistake by the bus, all right? Know exactly what is he's engaging in at a mission. No, this is not Route 66. That's what he's stating. Very possibly a lie. All right, they engage in literally changing their signage, okay, on the buses while they're engaging in state surveillance, knowing exactly who I am. This is monitoring conduct. It's also harassment. This is why I document it. And then I also am mindful of what is the actual bus schedule. So at 3 p.m. where the entity is arriving, pursuant to their published schedule, Route 66 Monday through Friday is headed westbound from the Metrolink train station at 3:05 p.m. This bus stop where I'm at is one of the first stops that Route 66 is going to make. That bus stop is arriving at this bus is arriving at the bus stop while I'm here at 3 o'clock, 47419C3. The demons of U.S.P.S. crossing path, vehicle 8203673. That's an overweight Latino male. And the entity is arriving with a Route 10 bus. And there are some bus stops that have like multiple buses that stop. This is not it. Okay. And this is, I just want to be clear, clearly monitoring and clearly engaging in what is either an effort for me to get on the wrong route or engaging in what is changed I'll say that because it's based on what I do. If I were to get on, then you're talking about what is the Route 66 bus immediately changing the signage to Route 10 in order to be the grounds for what is taking an entirely different route than what Route 66 is. Not getting on the bus of what is indeed Route 66, changing the signage in order to proceed with what is the Route 66 bus route. Okay, arriving at 3 p.m. So I just want to point that out. And this is the reality of dealing with what is a demon-possessed entity that's hostile. Coming from what is the Fontana Lewis Library, a bunch of hostile demons. I do document more of the Fontana Police Department. Then they engage in what is stalking me, follow me to the 16701 Arrow Boulevard, 7-Eleven, under the fake sun. And that is directly evidenced by what is the impossible occurrence of what is at 5:19 p.m., the sun remaining at that same intersection, also being over the same street at 10:11 in the morning. All right. And that's just the street. You're talking about what is big picture. You're talking about what's supposed to be the sun at 8:56 in the morning. That's I'm documenting the fake sun that's over me at the Fontana Chamber of Commerce. Okay, so you're going west to be over me at the 7-Eleven at 16701 Arrow Boulevard on the same street at that same block at 5:19, and that's only because I left the library earlier. When I remain inside of the library after 7 p.m., the entity is keeping a fake sun right there, not the sun under any circumstances whatsoever. That is the direct evidence of that while you're listening to the audible activity of a psychopath. And that's exactly what I captured on video. They're psychopaths. You're dealing with Satan. You're dealing with what are minions who are stalking, and they're hostile, knowing everything that I documented. That is what is, again, going to federal prison. That's exactly what you are subject to. They're engaged in interstate stalking. In the positions that they hold, they're also demons engaging in terrorism while they're engaging in interstate stalking with the entity, with the people of the state. They're criminals that are in that position, facilitating that criminal conduct, that unfathomable criminal system. So I just want to make sure you capture that, and that's the audible activity of such psychopaths and sex offenders who are indeed monitoring with Stephanie Ortiz. And then she summons the demons to further monitor with her, ATBK 308. All right, so 18797R2. So I just want to point that out, and that is the bus that's supposed to be leaving Fontana Metrolink train station at 3:05 p.m. It's 3:07 p.m. The entity stopping by with a Route 10 bus at a Route 66 bus stop, which I'll go ahead and take a picture of that because that's exactly what it is, and I don't need to be hyperbolic about anything. It is what it is. It's exactly the way that it is that I'm documenting it, and it's so profound that I understand you need evidence to substantiate it, and I have surpassed what is evidence to substantiate federal group stalking and monitoring. This is for revealing what is necessary legislation while an entity is engaging in what is literally conduct on behalf of Satan. That's what the Fontana Police Department are doing. That's what, for example, companies such as Omnitrans are doing also while they're crossing path at Seville this morning on Seville and Sierra Avenue. They're engaging in monitoring just like they were now, stopping at a Route 66 bus stop and bearing Route 10 on your bus. You're monitoring and you're engaging in what is harassment, and then you have what is the non-arrival of the actual bus to the bus stop. But whereas where I'm getting on Route 61, understand that the entity is stalking with Route 66 because Route 66 is right next to Route 61. Route 66 is an ongoing method of what is molestation, routinely arriving very, very frequently while I'm sitting there at the bus stop. But when I am waiting for the bus, you're talking about what is engaging in this sort of chicanery, arriving with another bus. That's not even the route. That minion knows that it's not a Route 66 bus stop. All right. So you're either counting on my ignorance, not noticing it, or you're blatantly, well, actually, it's not either. You are counting on my ignorance with regard to getting on the bus and not noticing it, and you are engaging in the monitoring conduct. This is harassment while they engage in that sort of conduct. Relying on your ignorance in order to engage in a detour, all right, other than where it is that I intend to go. This is harassment by an entity. Relying on your ignorance, okay? The same system with federal group stalking and monitoring relies on your ignorance about the environment, that which is not possibly the sun, that which is clearly not sunlight, directed light, and that's the P.O.C. It's currently 3:09 p.m. And this is documentation of what is the non-arrival, by the way, of the bus, as I have spoken to, which is the pattern of conduct. Okay, the entity does engage in this conduct. I do check the schedules and make sure that they are, again, abiding by their published schedules. But the reason why I started paying attention to it is because they do engage in what is harassment in this method. And demons use what they have at their disposal. So you're talking about what are demons operating a bus line that I'm heavily documenting? Yeah, they engage in what is just refraining from arrival. They engage in what is stalking, engaging in heavy duty stalking when I'm not seeking to ride the bus, when I'm not on the bus, crossing paths with all manner of different type of buses outside of their schedule, and then acting outside of their schedule when I am waiting for the bus as well. 8YIY495, and all of that is occurring in the specific environment. So not only is it a pattern with regard to Omnitrans in general, it's not occurring in a vacuum. It's occurring under the facts of what is the specific environment. And this is speaking to surveillance. So the county building knows exactly who I am, where they're engaging in the pattern of conduct. These demons that are operating these bus lines, they know exactly who I am, where I am. They're group stalking together, all right? And it is harassment by an entity that's engaged in federal stalking. It's 3:10 p.m. and this is the non-arrival pursuant to the public schedule, 3:05 p.m. for westbound Route 66, and arriving per what is a Route 10 that's not taking the spot of a Route 66 bus stop, and that minion that's operating that bus, engaging in that intentional act of monitoring me and arriving at the bus stop of a bus that's not for this route, is in no way satisfying what is your published route schedule for Route 66, and it's intentional while the fake sun is right here over my head. And this is at Valencia and Jennifer. This is Route 66, that's the people of the state. This is P.O.C. It's 3:11 p.m. License plate 7VQH604. It's 3:31 p.m. The entity is molesting with directed light while these minions are pacing on and off the bus in that directed light while I'm uploading my podcast that I just captured of criminal summoning, and the entity keeping the fake sun over me as I documented at the Fontana Police Department, leaving the Fontana Lewis Library to the Fontana Police Department, and then walking back onto Arrow Boulevard at in the light source directly over me, and then going to the 7-Eleven at 16701 Arrow Boulevard. This minion that's operating this bus, 3:31 p.m., is monitoring with these demons, and the entity is literally engaging in the flashing directed light conduct. They are standing around waiting to get on the bus. The bus driver literally hesitates. By hesitating, I mean idles. It's based on, for example, if I were to look up, then this minion is going to proceed driving, or as though he's waiting for traffic. Something is going to be the reason for why he's not proceeding. They are doing everything that they are doing with regard to getting on and off the bus, starting and stopping the bus. Minions are monitoring together in directed light, and the fake sun is over the bus while I'm on Route 66 that is driving westbound on Floyd Hill Boulevard. And this is specifically while I'm uploading my podcast content. Okay, it's 3:32 p.m. And again, this is bus number 1224 that arrived at 3:12 p.m. It does not take 7 minutes to come from the Fontana Michelin train station that's at the on the opposite side of that block where Jennifer is. By the way, just want to point that out. It doesn't take 7 minutes, and the pattern of conduct with regard to monitoring is underway on this bus where the fake sun is remaining over me, leaving from the Fontana Lewis Library. And if you recall, for example, the entity is keeping the light source over me while it is not over the open public library. It's the ongoing continuous documentation that does not cease. But this is speaking to what is the right now molestation while these psychopaths are stalking on the bus. All right, and going westbound on Floyd Hill Boulevard. This is the same direction that I'm going, by the way, coming from in the evening, the city of Rancho Cucamonga Paul Bayan Library, where the entity engages in conduct as though the sun is setting over Foothill Boulevard, right there at Carino's Italiano, because that's not the sun that is going to be visible outside of the window of the Fontana Lewis Library at that time. aiming light into the depths of that Fontana Lewis Library while I'm on Foothill Boulevard at that same time showing information. This is 6:36 p.m. And the entity proceeds over that bus as I documented on that day, coming from the City of Rancho Cucamonga Public Library. All right, so this is the ongoing P.O.C, and that was nothing other than an ongoing exhibit, that being coming from the Fontana Lewis Library where the fake sun is remaining over me, coming from that venue going toward Upland, where, again, that's not the case, that is not possibly the case as I'm documenting what the entity does and remains where I am all day long. Let me give you an example. When I leave Fontana Lewis Library on the 16th, April 16th, the fake sun is over me at 12:29 p.m., directly over the driver's side of the bus while I'm en route to Upland Public Library, and I arrive at approximately 12:59 p.m. to the Upland Public Library. It's 3:34 p.m. The entity remains over me where I am with a light source, which is not possibly the sun. And that's how I'm able to capture over the Fontana Lewis Library the fake sun, which is not remaining over the Fontana Lewis Library, as is the case while I remain inside of that building, which is not the sun under any circumstances that will remain over a building all day, and then aiming light into the building at the end of the day when it's supposed to be the sun setting at the same location. All right, and it's also not mutually remaining over another venue where I am providing ongoing documentation in order that you may juxtapose and view with your own eyes what is impossible coexisting maintenance of a light source and over my head and the light activity inside of the venue while the entity is stalking with light. So, yeah, the entity is stalking with light and molesting me while these minions are stalking in the path on the bus, and what you hear is the stop request. That's a demon that's requesting stop. That creates light activity, audible activity, all right? But also doing so while I press the button on my phone. They're stalking with activity while I'm in operation on my phone, okay? So it is currently 3:35 p.m. and this is P.O.C. XRC 544-4361682, molesting. This is Rancho Cucamonga, the entity touching me at what is the Foothill Dermatology at 10470 Foothill Boulevard. They are engaging in molestation. The entity is moving the fake sun. This is at, again, nearest across the street, literally from the Panera Bread at 8055 Haven Avenue, where the fake sun is over me in the morning. Documented that. They're engaging in molestation. License. Let's see. Okay. Just want to document that. That's P.O.C. I'm sitting on the passenger side of the bus, so it's not just those minions who I'm identifying by license plate. The minion that's driving this bus is African-American male, whose employee number I do not see, 70 U.S. 067. They're molesting together. And it is currently 3:50 p.m. And while the entity is engaging in this conduct, this is what I'm stating. You're remembering, there's no sun that's over the City of Rancho Cucamonga Paul Bayan Library. That's the case, by the way, while I'm inside of the Fontana Lewis Library and showing you it at the same time where I'm inside of the Paul Bayan Library, essentially. That's exactly what I did. And the same time that I'm inside of the Upland Public Library. The same time that I even did the parking garage, because I want to show you what is very, I give those examples where the entity is hovering directly over the windowsill or directly over an edge of the building, and it's coexisting with what is this impossible light activity. Oh, and then I'll go inside of the building with exactly what I did. Standing at the 7-Eleven where the entity is placing a fake sun at 5:19 p.m. That's the same 7-Eleven where I just came from, and you're talking about what is 1 o'clock in the afternoon, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The entity's light source is remaining over me. That's not remaining stationary, nor is the sun going to be stationary at that address at 5:19 p.m. later today. 5:19 p.m. The entity was placing a light source over me as I was inside of a parking garage documenting the demons that are the people of the state engaging in surveillance under that light source. Okay, and so again, I'm just reminding you what's the entity doing with the light source remaining over me, going on the same route that I'm documented, engaging in after 6:30 p.m. and the entity engaged in conduct as though the sun is setting on the same street, in alignment to the bus, molesting with light. I'm on that route right now, earlier. All right, that is not the presence of the sun over the Fontana Lewis Library, which is documentation that already exists. That's documentation which is not the sun remaining over the roof of the Upland Public Library, which I've thoroughly pointed that out. It is not the sun that is over the City of Rancho Cucamonga Paul Bayan Library. It's not over the Chino Branch Library. The entity is engaging in exclusive stalking conduct, which this entity that is monitoring my documentation is aware of. And that's why you have what is foolish criminal acts, because as much as I'm documenting and revealing the system, engaging in more of the same is resulting in what is an enhancement in what is a federal prison for the entity, while it is placing you indeed under surveillance in the system that I'm revealing to you. And so the entity that engages in what Stephanie Ortiz engaged in today again, engaging in what is 8 PLM 174, molesting, and doing so at the venue of San Bernardino County, the Fontana Lewis Library. The entity is engaging in what is conduct that shall result in what is federal prison. The government engaging in this conduct with the demons that are the Fontana Police Department, replete with what is documentation of showing you what are the puppets of Satan. The light source is directly over that venue, as I captured in the afternoon. That same venue, I'm present after 6 p.m. Under no circumstances is that the sun, ever, at all. And that, I can isolate it to the Fontana Police Department, but even more so, in mutually exclusive positions at that same time, the sun is not in relevant position to my same location where I stood there this afternoon. That's not the sun. That's revealing what are the puppets of Satan that are the Fontana Police Department that Stephanie Ortiz is monitoring me in concert with. And they engage in the perpetration of a criminal act, and engaging in an assault and battery, and doing so while what are sex offending demons who are then hostile as you are exposing their criminal system, their sexually violent criminal activity, which is in every way a violation. And then you want to engage in what is summoning that enemy to pose a threat. All right, and then engaging in what is exclusion from the venue where you're engaging in criminal activity because you're hostile to being documented, and that is in no way helpful to or avoiding the pattern of conduct. You remain subject to the pattern of conduct. They were indeed engaged in the pattern of conduct. Even in excluding you from the venue, it is the pattern of conduct that's underway. It's obstruction of justice. While you are documenting, that's what's legally relevant. This is intrusion into that legal process. You will go to federal prison for that. All right, there's an ongoing emergency where the target individual is documenting, and you are intruding upon that, and you're doing it maliciously. So, an entire psychopath. You are literally surrounded with evidence, and you're talking about, I'm going to call the police. She's a psychopath. You're talking about, oh, I got a complaint from a minion. Excuse me, she didn't say minion. They are minions. I got a complaint from a patron. They're all minions monitored. She's a psychopath. This is Satan. Okay. Engaging in what is an unpersuasive act, and whilst that audible activity is captured, that's speaking to the ways in which you prosecute an entity. You will not in any way obstruct justice, intrude upon this is the government itself that shall not intrude upon what is the documentation while it is placing you under surveillance, and any minion getting in the way of that shall be subject to federal prison. The government itself, and the government that acts through the people. Okay, even that audible activity is revealing what is a dangerous psychopath that is Stephanie Ortiz. This is a demon. Okay. All up and down a demon. License 63797B2, that's Aramark Corporation, group stalking and molesting. Aramark Corporation also engaged in what is kidnapping along with Omnitrans. That's exactly what Omnitrans is engaging in. Group stalking at what is Hellman and Foothill Boulevard, where the fake sun was over me at 10:47 a.m. as I documented on April 8, 2022, where Aramark is crossing paths. Aramark Corporation. It is 3:55 p.m. 8TJT 177 24985J3.
Stop requested. If possible, please use rear views.
8S15015 6GNN 651
Orchard Plaza.
6VEM 074, I believe. 6YXW284. It is currently 3:56 p.m. Yeah.
Stop requested.
License 8TSS 366.
Vineyard Avenue.
8MGC210, the Wine Tailor at 8916, group stalking. Amazon Prime is in the parking lot of this plaza at Vineyard and Foothill, engaging in surveillance. You have minions that are standing around in the parking lot with their communication devices. They're engaging in crossing paths while the entity keeps the fake sun over me, over the bus that I'm on. This is massive surveillance that I'm subject to. All right, and this is at the Wine Tailor, This is the address of 8916 Foothill Boulevard, 7856031, 8WOY461, 8XC. I can't really see that one actually. 8VH. 806. I can't really see that one either. Just got that one. 8ERL437, 8JUP538. We are again, as I stated, at Foothill and Vineyard Avenue. MD D50. Looks like an out of state. 8ZMW210. License 8RWL108. Molesting. 5CQH 499 molesting. Seven GKD 190 molesting. Employee 3373, this is African American male. That's what's represented on the display. He's molesting. License 8A78515, molesting. 5PDL034, molesting. License 8VVK963, molesting. 6BPF. Can't really see the rest of it. That is 6BPF997, molesting. License 66264T1. That's American Medical Response, group stalking at this little closed down restaurant over here. Molesting. License 50291W2, molesting. 73847L2, molesting.
Avenue.
5CLC 752, 7JKL 296, molesting. Alrighty, we are at Grove and Foothill Boulevard at 4:01 p.m. and the fake sun is directly over. That's why I'm stating molestation. The entity is aiming with what is supposedly sunlight. Remember, that's not sunlight, it's directed light. And that's also not possibly the sun. April 16th, for example, going in this exact same path, Route 66, but at an earlier hour. The entity keeping a fake sun while I'm on Route 66 at the same exact bus stop at 12:29 p.m. and the light source is directly over me as I'm sitting on the driver's side of the bus. It is 4 p.m. and the entity is engaging in that same exact conduct at 4 p.m. The same presence of that light source, which is speaking to what is stalking with the light source that is not possibly the sun. And why is that? Let's take that all the way to the end with that conclusion. The light source remains over me as I go to the Upland Public Library. The Upland Public Library, where the entity is keeping the light source over that roof, over that venue, even until my point of exit at the end of the day. The light source is not in any way remaining or capable of being at the same time over the same exact street all day long, which is what you're engaging in while I'm on the bus route, the same bus route at different times in the day, in the morning and in the evening, and you have the same maintenance of over my head and in alignment with me on that bus route. That's stalking with a light source that's not possibly the sun. It is not coexisting while the light source is remaining over the Upland Public Library, the roof over that venue, while at the same time right now, which is captured in video that I already captured on Foothill Boulevard, or earlier on this bus route, the entity is doing the exact same thing, and this is the same exact bus stop. So this is, excuse me, bus route. So that is speaking to what is an impossibility while they are engaging in what is indeed a molestation, as I'm identifying sex offenders, including by employee number, images, address, and license plate, including the entity that is American Medical Response, 8RDX468. License 7U, oh no, that's a car dealership.
Stalking requested. If possible, please use vehicles.
62665W1 8UNH316, molesting. Is 4:04 p.m. 6SWV984 8MAK, okay, let's do that. 8LBC502 5VWH881 EB507 handicap 6SSY133 and 6DRL200 7UHU912 8TWX603 6WSL652 8SCM282 6VDC267 8ZIK232 C724K1 4RZW655 5NOA595 molesting, all of them. License 8KYG419. And again, this is a red Nissan truck, so it's 5NOA595 or 5NQA595. The minion driving that vehicle is going into 555 Foothill Boulevard, a smoke shop. It's an old white male with a hound. He's got a dog, dark brown hound. License 8WEJ039. 7XEU364. HZWY263. 9AH. I can't really see that one. 6WJN640. This is Upland Village, the entity keeping a fake sun, as I've already captured after talking about 6:38 p.m. the entity as though the sun is setting at the Vons while I'm at the entrance doors of that Vons. This is stalking with the light source, so this is where we're at, the Upland Village, and the entity keeping the light source over me while the bus is driving westbound, and you have a whole bunch of demons. Understand the futile effort. The entity is engaging in what is arriving with a Route 10 bus, for example, 8TTV541, I believe. Arriving with the Route 10 bus, for example, filling the bus with minions that are not only monitoring, but again, just wanting to engage in what is delay as much as they can with regard to my publishing documentation. It's so pathetic. While they are being documented, it is the pattern of conduct. This is the same exact bus stop where I'm at 8:35 in the morning. The fake sun is over my head while I'm standing at Route 66 bus stop, and then I go to the Montclair Transit Center, right? This is P.O.C. Oops. Alrighty, again, this employee operating bus number, this is the African-American male engaging in molestation, bus 1224, license 1234516. Arriving at the same exact bus stop that I was at when I went to the Montclair Transit Center from Upland, California, standing at the bus stop where the people of the state were molesting with directed light, while the entity's fake sun was directly over my head. And on this morning, I went to the Montclair Transit Center, and then the entity maintains a light source over me as I then leave that venue. I am at the same venue at 4:08 p.m. and this is the light source that's directly over me. License 77215U2, I believe that's Tangrim. Pacing in the parking lot, 8MGZ884, sex offender. 6EJN985, that's a sex offender, okay? Different races, different genders, same condition, okay? Different socioeconomic statuses, perhaps. Same exact condition. Group stalking, 7YXB725. GS207, handicap. And let me show you the fake sun right over my head. Alrighty, and I did capture that for you. It's 4:09 p.m. That's capturing the demonic. Going to the Montclair Transit Center, as I documented, from Route 66 at this very bus stop where Vaughn's is located behind me on Foothill Boulevard. And at 8:35 in the morning is where I'm present, not coming from the city of Fontana as I did today. Arriving at this bus stop at 4 p.m., the fake sun is over my head. Present at this bus stop, coming from Ontario in the morning, present at 8:35 in the morning. That is capturing the demonic, what is impossible. All right, and this is the feds, the United States Postal Service group stalking vehicle, 8208910, looks like an Asian male. License 24640H2 is monitoring with those demons of the United States Postal Service. Directed light while that demon driving that vehicle is crossing paths. All right, so you're talking about the entity acting directly vicariously, the entity engaging in what is maintenance of presence in the path in a specific environment. That specific environment is entirely demonic. It's literally a fictional. All right, so in order to understand what is fictional, because you're looking at it, so you're like, how is it fiction? It's not fiction because you're looking at it. It's real. It's happening. Yeah, it's really happening, and it's fictional with regard to what is a fallacy and the natural environment that we are that we understand, that we're told about with regard to surrounding supposed alleged scientific facts. All right, nature as it operates. This is in contradiction to that. It's a scientific impossibility that it is the case, and that is a reference to the demonic. License 5HAW 238, excuse me. 57897M1, molesting. License 7JBW204, molesting. License 8ZEN832, molesting. 28939V2, 8TAP187, 7NBS710, MALGRSS, I believe. 8GYZ730, all of them molesting under the fake sun that's at Foothill and Euclid Avenue. I'm at this intersection at 7:50 in the morning, okay? This is P.O.C. 8TKC177, and I believe there was 81019L2, molesting. And it is 4:12 p.m. 5EFU458, I believe. 5561. I can't really see that one. You can scratch that one. 8YPPO27, 8ZVT762, 8URY137, 4XPZ042. Group stalking at the Bank of America. The fake sun is right over the Bank of America. My documentation revealing, first of all, in Upland, California, when I'm remaining in Upland, California, the entity is keeping a fake sun over the Upland Public Library where I remain in Upland, California, or the Dunkin' Donuts on Mountain Avenue in Upland, California, okay? The entity is engaging in what is exclusive maintenance of presence over specific venues. It is at no time deviating and present over some Bank of America. Bank of America is the venue that I pass by en route to whatever venue that I remain in for the duration of the day. And the entity is placing it over that Bank of America because I'm walking past the Bank of America at 4 o'clock in the afternoon when I pass by Bank of America very early in the morning, 8YNK115, and that light source is over my head at this same venue very early in the morning, speaking to what is group stalking that is underway at Bank of America. All right, license plate. Bank of America located at 40 West Foothill Boulevard in Upland, California. License plate 7GPG443 and LKYG83, 7WEK249, 7DKT252, 8YYY008, 7RNF447, 7X, I can't really see that one, 7XXR114, I believe, 6YRF099. It is currently 4:13 p.m.
Be fair. Okay, real fair. No courtesy rights.
All right, this is Route 83 creating light activity and audible activity, bus 2352, license 1545812.
No courtesy rights. Please have your
It's 4:14 p.m. These are minions that are group stalking with Omnitrend. They're all under the fake sun that I'm standing at the same bus stop where my video documentation is present at this bus stop at 8 o'clock in the morning. And even earlier than that. So it is currently 4:15 p.m. This is relevant positioning. Amazon Prime is group stalking on the opposite side of the street, monitoring with these minions under the fake sun and creating activity in doing so. This is P.O.C. Excuse me, sir. How long is your break?
83.
How long is your break?
I don't have a break.
Oh, you're about to go right now?
Very ready.
Oh, okay.
Be fair.
It's 4:15 p.m. Alrighty, license 7AJB999, 7NUT708, 8DJW966, 7709-3H3, RND7789, 0240272, 8RIK615, 6TTE592, 8VKR721, 4WKK819, 8WMK591, 6FBL492. What you're going to pay attention to, I just captured video. This video is showing what is the maintenance of the light source over me as I'm en route to the Upper Public Library. You're seeing, first of all, what is not the sun over the Upper Public Library, which is not the case when I'm inside of that building. The entity is engaging, which is an illustration I continue to provide for you to show you what is stalking with the fake sun. That's what I did at Fontana Lewis Library, inside of the venue at 10 a.m., outside of the venue at 10:11 a.m., and also nowhere near the venue at 10 a.m. in Rancho Cucamonga. Show you what is stalking with the fake sun. While I am outside of the venue, the entity is keeping the light source over me while I'm en route here. Remember, April 16th, and also every other day that I've been coming here. The entity's light source is here as I arrive essentially around the 10 o'clock hour, sometimes earlier around 9 o'clock, and the light source is right over my head. That's not the case. I'm just arriving and the light source is not already present. That will be the case if the sun is indeed over the roof of the Upland Public Library in Upland, California, which is clearly what I'm capturing while I'm inside under the walls, between the walls and under the ceiling of Upland Public Library. But it is not. It is over me as I get off of Route 83, where the entity kept that fake sun in alignment with me on that bus that was going southbound on 83 after going westbound on 66, coming from the city of Fontana. License 7TXA442, where there will be no sun and there is no possibility that the actual sun, speaking to the fallacy of that identification of that star in the first place. This is stalking with a light source. This is prefacing what is a criminal system that the government is engaging in, and it is demonic. And so that's how you have what is this impossible occurrence while I'm showing you what is not feasibly to occur if the actual sun was a real thing, engaging in the movement that we're told that it moves in, engaging in what is the type of the ways in which you may observe it based on where you're located in the world and the time of day, time of year, etc. The entity is engaging in just blatant following with a light source over my head, and heavy documentation is revealing what is, again, group stalking, understanding that system. And then you're understanding the personality of the group stalker. You are acquainted with Satan itself. And so Satan engages in what is, in every way, okay, let me put it frankly, seeking to duck and dodge identification and criminal responsibility. All right, and that's not going to be the case. Satan is going to be prosecuted, and I'm naming Satan because Satan is a very real entity. Whether or not you agree with that or regard that really doesn't matter, because it's based on evidence, and this is evidence of what is not only demonic activity, it's a criminal system where this demonic activity is underway, and that's how I have what is evidence of not the first time capturing it, but the light source, which is not possibly the sun, because it's not remaining over the Upland Public Library, which is the case while I remain inside of the Upland Public Library. Here, as of the morning time, it's not going anywhere. It remains over the roof, which is why I capture in the afternoon, in the evening. And this is coming from the venue of Fontana. The entity is engaging in that which is in conflict with that, right? And if that's the sun, then it would be in that identical, consistent, reliable location, and it's not. All right, so this is the P.O.C. though, all right? That's the pattern of stalking with light. It's currently 4:26 p.m. And this is P.O.C. I am inside of the Fontana, excuse me, not the Fontana, the Upland Public Library now. I'm on the elevator. I don't want you to hear it. Very quiet, normal sounding elevator, which you cannot hear inside of the bathroom. Right? It's not creating a disturbance in the library. It's amplified inside of the bathroom though, while I'm subject to bathroom monitoring. And it is also that which is occurring by demons who are also in direct light, which I captured while I'm getting on the elevator, by the way. And this is light activity that's occurring during the 4 o'clock hour while the entity is keeping a fake sun over the Fontana Lewis Library. No, it's not. This is stalking with light. It's absolutely impossible light activity. But you saw what the entity did. It keeps a light source over me wherever it is that I travel. And that's exactly why you have it over my head as I arrive in Upland, California. But when you are taking a step back and you are understanding what is stalking with the light source, which is the practice of this demonic system, you are engaging in what is understanding what is impossible to coexist. While the entity is keeping a light source throughout the duration of the day, it is specifically over my head, over the roof of for example, the Fontana Police Department when I'm in Ontario. It's remaining on Arrow and Juniper at 5:19 p.m. There is no light activity that's going to result in here, contrary to what I documented, not only at 5:19, but also before that day. That I just documented that the other day. There is no light activity that's going to be present whatsoever under any circumstances. And that's not just at that moment. I'm showing you what is not the sun at all. This is stalking with light, all times of the day. You're understanding what is the environment that you are surrounded by, which is literally under real-time control. And it's a satanic environment. And so the demon-possessed engage in what is maintaining noise in that environment. And as I just let you listen to, I'm on the elevator. That is the elevator, first of all, that is not even going to be heard while you're sitting anywhere in the library. Perhaps while you're sitting next to it right there, I will concede that. But you're talking about what is a normal sounding elevator while I'm on it, okay? The entity amplifies that which is reminiscent of the sound of the elevator as though you could hear that inside of the bathroom. The significance of that and pointing out what is impossible audible activity is so that you may understand what is, first of all, the entity is stalking with engineer light and then maintaining ongoing audible activity. The people of the state are maintaining presence in that environment while they are placing you under surveillance. And they know what's going on, the fact that you're in that bathroom and that audible activity, which you may not naturally hear, you're not capable of hearing that. This is a reference to the demonic. How is that sound occurring? It is the demonic. How is the light source remaining over my head in this way, which is absolutely impossible to occur? It is the demonic. How do you have this light source that's present, this light activity inside of the venue as I enter it? And I just showed you what is the light source that's over the venue that is 477 Euclid Avenue across the street. And that's after it remained over Foothill Boulevard over my head on the bus. On the same bus that I'm getting on in the evening when I'm remaining over the Rancho Cucamonga Library, when I'm remaining inside of the Fontana Lewis Library, no, there is no light source that is over at the same time at all in the city of Upland over the roof, aiming any light whatsoever through the venue, which is stalking with light. That's what you are understanding, and that is coexisting with amplified audible activity, impossible audible activity, which is terrorism, while the entity stalks with light, stalks with noise, and stalks as an entity, a people, a group, maintaining presence all around. And then you are understanding you're being acquainted with Satan itself, and this is understanding the malice of sex offenders such as Stephanie Ortiz, and she's engaging in what are criminal acts of obstruction of justice while you document, literally, you're encountering the demon-possessed who are engaging in this criminal system and are severely hostile. Those hostile demons waging a threat to your life will and shall go to federal prison. All right. So you're engaging in the criminal system and then you want to obstruct justice while you are ceaselessly monitoring. This is a delusional psychopath, okay, who is a very violent sex offender. That's exactly what Stephanie Ortiz demonstrates, and that's exactly what I documented, and that's exactly what is underway while I then come to Upland, and that same exact P.O.C. is underway. It's 4:30 p.m. inside of the Upland Public Library. Alrighty, documenting what is federal stalking by entity in the bathroom. The light source remains, and that's at Upland Public Library. This is the sexually violent aspect of the P.O.C. that I remain subject to. While the light source and directed light is both inside of that venue, and minions such as Tracy Randolph and the entity acting by the people of the state, third parties, the same exact entity that I'm leaving, well, I'm not leaving the entity is stalking, but it's the same exact entity at the Fontana Lewis Library where that same stage is set up. The entity's light source is directly over the venue. The entity is filling the venue with what is not sunlight, it's directed light, and doing so while it is maintaining presence corporally via the people of the state and the state that acts directly. And venues happen to be state facilitating venues. So this is what I'm showing, and at 5:56 p.m. as I walk out of the Upland Public Library, I'm reminding you about my presence as I remain inside of the Fontana Lewis Library, for example, at the same exact time. And the entity is keeping the light source directly over the venue of the Fontana Lewis Library, the venue that I came from already, that I left, I departed, and did so during the 1 o'clock hour, and then I walked to the Fontana Police Department. Again, this is the middle of the day. The entity has that light source that I capture 5 hours from now, so I want to be clear. At 6:10 p.m., at 6:01 p.m. right now, the sun, as I captured it on April 15, 2022, that is not the sun that's in perfect alignment with me at 6:10 p.m. outside of that Fontana Police Department. It is, as I spoke to today, this afternoon, while I was there 5 hours earlier, and the light source was directly over my head at that Fontana Police Department after exiting the Fontana Lewis Library, which is capturing the demonic and the demon-possessed. They are the Fontana Police Department, engaging in group stalking with the people of the state, and that's how I'm able to capture that demonic scene, that which is not possibly the light over my head. Excuse me, that which is not possibly the sun over my head. That is indeed a light source over my head. And at that same location, literally at that same section of the gate where I stood today during the 1 o'clock hour at 6:10 p.m. as I document on April 15, 2022, you have what is the maintenance of a light source over my head, and you're looking at what is stalking with light at that Fontana Police Department. Those demons are who were summoned today, and this is published on my YouTube channel right now. And by the way, this documentation, April 15th, is already published. What I like to do is give you a reminder so you can see it with your eyes, because capturing the demonic is so powerful when you're looking at it. You are looking at the impossible. And so what you'll see today is the video that I captured around 1:45-ish. The light source is directly over my head. And then I want you to look at the video that I captured April 15, 2022 at 6:10 p.m., where that fake sun is right there in that same position over my head at that same property. I am in Upland, California right now, and I just captured video to remind you of that. It's 5:56 p.m. in this video. It's currently 6:03 p.m. And what is the entity doing with the fake sun when I'm in Upland, California? Because it's certainly not over the Fontana Police Department. It is remaining in perfect alignment with me, just like you saw at 477 North Euclid Avenue as I got off the bus. You saw that light source that is not over the roof of the Upland Public Library, which the actual sun would not remain over the roof of the Upland Public Library when it's there in the morning at 9 o'clock, which is published as of record already. Stalking with light is what that reveals. While it's literally over the same exact street, that is Euclid Avenue, and now going in the direction that I go on Euclid Avenue, which is south, and doing so in what is that specific environment, you hear amplified audible activity that is, again, noise and engineered light, while the entity is maintaining group presence. This is group stalking. And group stalking is demonic. Those are puppets of Satan that engaged in stalking at the 7-Eleven, stalking at Fontana Lewis Library, because that's exactly what criminal summoning is. You are summoning yourself, and these are demons that are stalking and engaging in what is the outward, supposed to be the outward, and it is highly unpersuasive because they're demons surrounded with evidence of what is directed light, demons surrounded with what is evidence of what is the unnatural environment, the fake sun that's over the venue, and that is speaking to what is stalking together, that is Stephanie Ortiz in the Fontana Police Department, and there is no sun over or any location near what is the Fontana Police Department at 6:10 p.m., where at 5:56 p.m. it's directly over the venue in alignment with the Upland Public Library, the same venue where I'm present in the morning. Mutually exclusive to it being over the venue in Fontana, California, okay? But it's not just that, because I punctuated that documentation. I went back to the United Steelworkers venue, all right, on Arrow Boulevard, and remind you about what I captured at 10:11 in the morning, because that's not the sun that's over my head at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, while I am standing there. I'm there at that same exact location at 10:11 in the morning, showing you what's not the sun over the Fontana Lewis Library, showing you, in other words, what's not the sun over my head at the United Steelworkers Local 7600. All right, this union, they're demons, they're minions. That's a facilitating venue where the Fontana Police Department are group stalking, witnessing that documentation. And that's why, by the way, Satan, acting via the Fontana Police, go to the next venue that they know that I documented at 5:19 p.m. And they are there. Not only are they monitoring, they are engaging in what is supposed to be a distraction. Do not be distracted by Satan. First of all, they're going to be prosecuted for that harassment. Second of all, they're group stalking while they're monitoring documentation. They are group stalking in the literal environment that is present, speaking to your criminal conduct and your demon possession, while you're wearing a uniform representing the police department, 7GWM328. These demons engaging in criminal defamation, engaging in harassment, engaging in following me from place to place, literally, do so under what is the fake sun that's at 16701 Arrow Boulevard, where I am present, 5:19 p.m. Guess where the fake sun was today at 5:19 p.m.? Just like I documented already the other day inside of the Upland Public Library. It was here, all right, which is impossible to be the case at 16701 Arrow Boulevard at the same time. It is also impossible to be in Rancho Cucamonga, outside of that parking garage on Cultural Center Drive. Outside of that, and not light activity that occurred inside of that parking garage is also impossible and not occurring at the same time with regard to the maintenance of that light source. All right, that's not the sun that's present at all these venues, visible in the way that I'm showing you from my vantage point using my camera at the same time. This is stalking, keeping a fake sun directly over me everywhere that I go for the duration of the day. And those demons, the Fontana police, who are puppets of Satan, as I document literally their station where they are, their headquarters, nothing other than what is, you belong to Satan. You are literally a puppet of Satan. And these demons are going to the next venue that I document on Arrow Boulevard, which is that 7-Eleven, and don't be distracted by that. That's exactly what they're doing, and engaging in what is harassment, which is Satan's method of trying, not only that Satan wants to harass, but Satan wants to be a distraction. Wants me to be distracted from pointing out and reminding you, which it doesn't. I'm showing you the fake sun, I'm showing you the directed light. They're demons and they're stalking. Just like 7UNJ259 molesting with directed light right now. All right, they are demons alike in the city of Fontana under the fake sun that is during the 2 o'clock hour. And guess what? 5:19 p.m., there's no fake sun at the intersection of Juniper and Arrow. That fake sun, because it's not the actual sun, that light source, that fake sun is over me in Upland, California. As I arrived during the 4 o'clock hour, that fake sun remained right here, which is what I capture as I exit at 5:56 p.m. Okay? While the entity engages in maintaining light inside of the venue. Light that is never occurring, by the way, when I do not come from Fontana and I remain inside of the Fontana Lewis Library, and that fake sun remains in alignment over the building of the Fontana Lewis Library, which is also documented at 5:56 p.m., at 8 p.m., at 7:05 p.m., 7:01 p.m., documenting the maintenance of the light source. You can't see any sun that's over Seville, while Sergeant Rice is group stalking at Mango and Seville, and also right here on Euclid Avenue, in alignment with the entrance of 450 North Euclid Avenue, the Upland Public Library. No, that's not the sun. That's stalking with light. All right, and all of those that are stalking in that environment are stalking as an entity, okay? And this is the entity that engaged in criminal summoning. Stephanie Ortiz is subject to U.S. federal prison. And you're talking about what are multiple counts for that are qualifying for federal prison, while she is repeatedly acting with impunity on behalf of an entity, monitoring documentation, engaging in sexual violence, and summoning the entity, the demon-possessed entity, a threat to your life, while these demons bearing weapons, wearing police uniforms, are stalking, and then you're inviting them to come stalk in person because they're already stalking a relevant position. They're monitoring, they're aware of everything that went on, and then she's engaging in the conduct of a psychopath. I'm going to call the police, and the police are already monitoring. These are the psychopaths you're dealing with. Satan, okay? A delusional psychopath. Every single last ounce of this evidence is going toward what is federal prison for the entity. Every single last ounce of it. And you're understanding what is the grounds of the audible activity. You're going to place Satan that likes to criminally defame the targeted individual. You're going to place Satan into a mental ward, because that audible activity is demonstrating an unbalanced and a very threatening actor, all right, who is operating under the guise that they don't have anymore. Okay, so in the face of evidence which you are aware of, based on the nature of the crime of monitoring, you're monitoring, and then you're engaging in this conduct while you're monitoring to obstruct justice. A violent and dangerous psychopath. 70673E2, I believe. This is Yellow and Redaway. Yellow is a trucking company. License 3980794, I believe. That's an out-of-state license plate. Group stalking at this intersection. And that's how that evidence is going to be used. You're talking about what is an entity that is, yes, fearful of what it is I documented. All you have to do is take a look at what happened yesterday. The entity stalking me by helicopter inside of that library, while this overweight minion, okay, going by the name of Stephanie Ortiz, this overweight demon, all right, is engaging in what it's talking. I'm going to call the police. This chick is a psychopath. You are out of your, she literally is a psychopath. 5 U.S.N. 635. While she's referencing the people of the state, I have captured the people of the state who are stalking in that venue. Light activity upon the ceiling inside of that venue. They're stalking every single last one of them. The entity stalked, flying around in circles by helicopter, while they're all sitting in there stalking like psychopaths. And she's talking about, I got a complaint from a patron that you're recording them. They're all monitoring. All of them. That's a psychopath that's engaging in such conduct, seeking to suggest that they are engaging in something which would otherwise be deemed as appropriate, what is logical to occur if you're actually engaging in what are warranted allegations that are in violation of your rules, all right? And you're talking about what is federal group stalking and monitoring. You're monitoring what's going on my phone. You're a demon who knows already without even looking at me while I'm inside of another area, a space. This is Satan that knows exactly what I'm doing on a phone. These demons are engaging in what is relevant to interstate stalking, monitoring. But not only that, you're doing so on behalf of a government who is stalking, flying in circles that's directly relevant to what I am documenting and what you are doing, where you are doing it around me inside of that venue, while you're citing rules created by San Bernardino County, a state facilitating venue, monitoring at every single type of county that San Bernardino County maintains. Excuse me, every single venue that San Bernardino County maintains inside of the Department of Human Services, okay? Using the vehicles of San Bernardino County to engage in crossing and path conduct on the roads and the highways, group stalking, using their vehicles, okay? Group stalking inside of the San Bernardino County Library, as I'm documenting outside of the Fontana Lewis Library, inside of the Fontana Lewis Library. This is the entity that's engaging in what is obstruction of justice, a psychopath that is operating as though 7Z68093, operating as though, first of all, you are impervious, you are not, as though you have authority that you do not have, okay? You are engaging in what is obstruction of justice because you are not yet surrounded by the walls of the federal court. You are not going to avoid that. You are going to federal prison. And you are demonstrating how great you are worthy of that. Okay, excuse me. How worthy you are of that great repercussion under federal law. Okay. And you're understanding that this is intrusion into what is a legal process documenting the government. And the government at every turn, this is exactly what Sean Thrasher engages in. All right. And Sean Thrasher is nothing other than a name. The entire that venue of the Ovid Family Community Library is a state facilitating venue. All of those minions are in there monitoring together. All of them. OK. And the same exact environment. These demons of Upland Police group stalking. License plate 1486540, vehicle 205. Crossing path. Their demon possession is also on full display. While the group stalking under the fake sun. That's over the edge of the Farmer Boys. As I documented April 17, 2021, capturing the demonic remains just that. It is never going to be something that is out of normal and an impossibility to occur, and then all of a sudden it's just back to normal, and that's that was just a P.O.C. on that day. It's not today, because no, that's not how that works, and those are demons stalking in concert with the people of the state, while the fake sun remains here stationary at 6:13 p.m. And while it's here stationary where Upland Police are group stalking, it is not over the Fontana Police Department, which is in the city east of this location, not in perfect alignment with the intersection of D Street and Euclid. It's not some perfect line where I'm looking at Euclid and D Street while I'm standing there at the Fontana Police Department, showing you what is a fake sun that remains over my head, while those demons of the Fontana Police Department are pacing in that parking lot. Directed light, shadow on both sides of that demon. That's a Fontana Police Department minion, okay? That's not what's going on right now. The fake sun is right here on Euclid Avenue, the same street that it's over early in the morning when I remain in Upland, or when at least I get on Route 83, enter the city of Upland, and go whatever way I go, whether that's Montclair, where the entity keeps a fake sun over me, whether that's Fontana, Rancho Cucamonga, where the entity keeps a fake sun over me. License SAIENZO. It is 6:14 p.m. So let me show you what is not over the Fontana Lewis Library while I'm standing here at this intersection. 6:10 p.m. I captured a lengthy video, and it's still being captured right now. And that I'm standing at the intersection of D Street and Euclid. Let me go ahead and take a picture of that intersection. And this is where, again, the Upland Police are a part of that ongoing molestation by demons. AZTU 617, they are demons crossing path under that light source. It is the mark of that condition. That's the mark of demon possession. This is the revealing of what is demonic activity. This demonic activity is exceedingly demented and exhibiting an extraordinary amount of what is hostility to both revealing that condition, which is exactly what I'm doing by virtue of documentation for purposes of a prosecution. And as I just captured right now at 6:14 p.m., this is, again, moments after 6:10 p.m. So what am I referencing? I'm referencing a video that I'm capturing on April 15, 2022. It's already published. In that video, while I stood in Fontana at that same police department where I was this afternoon during the 1 o'clock hour, okay, like 1:45 p.m. after exiting the Fontana Lewis Library, basically. And this video that is published today, again, what's occurring right now on April 15th is the fact that would be, if that was the sun, it would not be right here over me at this intersection where these demons are also molesting with light, an ongoing indication of the fake sun. Demons engage in stalking with light in that manner under the fake sun, which is a method of stalking with light in the environment where a demonic system is underway, it is pointing to each other. All right. Everything that the entity is doing in that environment, it's pointing to what is all occurring together and in sync. The light source is not present. In other words, the actual sun is not visible while I'm standing on the grounds of the Fontana Police Department in the exact same location where I was this afternoon, capturing video at the same time that I am capturing what is this light source right here at 6:14 p.m. in Upland, California, where, by the way, the demon-possessed police department, Upland Police, are crossing the path. They're group stalking as well. All right, they are revealing their condition as they engage in the stalking conduct. License plate 396LZ handicap. That's a demon group stalking crossing path. And this is an ongoing molestation. While you're listening to me speak, I'm standing at the intersection where I just took pictures to show you what is the fake sun, which is already a well-documented pattern. The entity keeping that light source in alignment to me as I'm now going south on Euclid. But remember, when I'm remaining in Rancho Cucamonga, the entity is keeping the fake sun. I'm on Foothill Boulevard. This is why you document 6:36 p.m. The light source is on Foothill Boulevard, necessarily so, because I'm standing right outside of Carino's Italiano, while the entity is touching me with that which is directed light, but you would refer to it in your ignorance as sunlight. The entity is keeping a fake sun on that same Foothill Boulevard, which is not in alignment with what is D Street and Euclid Avenue in Upland, California. I'm not looking at that at the same time. Remember on April 15th, after I captured the demons of the Fontana Police Department, the fake sun remaining over me, I also went to what is Owen Street. And at 6:38 p.m., the same time that I captured video on Foothill Boulevard, just the other day coming from the Paul Bias Library, the light sources are remaining in alignment with me in a manner that is not possibly the sun, doing so in two distinct different locations. In Fontana, outside of the people of the state, residing on Owen Street, the entity keeping that light source right there is not in alignment with Carino's Italiano. You're not able to see that at the same time. But yet you have the entity keeping that light source in perfect alignment with me at the two addresses at the same time, which is a matter of published evidence already. It's already published. While also what is coexisting, my presence inside of the Chino Branch Library at the same time, maintaining that same perfect alignment with me, as though the sun is capable of being seen in alignment with me because it's exclusive. It's not every other third party. It's not everyone else. That's group stalking. That's how you know you're subject to group stalking. But in addition to that, we can apply the analysis because everyone, everywhere is not able to see the light source that's in perfect alignment with the interior of the Fontana Lewis Library, while at the same time in perfect alignment with me on inside of the 7-Eleven at 204 North Euclid Avenue. At the same time, in perfect alignment with me while I'm inside of the Chino Branch Library in perfect alignment in Chino, California, and also in perfect alignment with me while I'm on the street in front of the venue of the people of the state on Owen Street at the intersection of Mango at 6:38 p.m. after leaving the Fontana Police Department, where, by the way, I left that venue this afternoon, got on the bus and arrived in Upland, California. But the entity is engaging in setting a sun as though it's setting in alignment with me in Upland, okay? That's the pattern of conduct of stalking with light, and it is impossible. Demons engage in stalking in that environment. 8VQA 797. License 7HLE155. The demons of the Upland Police Department, as I recited their license plate. All right, they are also engaging in what is waging an impermissible threat. That's exactly what Stephanie Ortiz and the people of the state who I documented, who are documenting themselves on surveillance cameras. This is massive documentation that exceeds just my podcast and my video and images, okay? I'm prosecuting a state, and this is the artillery in order to do so, where a government is established as group stalking, where the prima facie case is established. License FOOOSH. And where that government is engaging in that, you're talking about what is the ability to document the group stalking conduct of an entire entity. And that same technology that they use to target, to terrorize, is that same technology you're going to use to prosecute it and place it into the cages respectively where they belong, okay? It's they being the people of the state, they being the demon-possessed government that's engaging in this conduct. It's 6:20 p.m. and I'm standing here at this intersection and I'm gonna read their license plates. They've been engaged in ongoing molestation. But I wanted to get through that analysis. 8YIG664. Yeah. 6NCZ223. 6EQU640. 29277K3. 8HKN. I can't remember that one. 11663E1. J. I can't see that. 8HXD967. 7YHB918. 8PVE226. 7CIN579, 6UXP302, 5XPZ887, 8ATP 814, 8YDV 453, 7XQT 248, 8WPL 290, 7JXN 055, 7RKE 493, license 8VQA 797, it's 6:21 p.m. License plate 7MGJ 482. Can't really see that one. RNA 3EE. That's Arizona. AVO 15C. 7RXC 781. 7HTE 536. 8CPJ 159. 78913P2. 7BXD 075. 9A HR 029. 8WDT 248. 31675D1. 8S41181. 5AHE 862. 7FEL 499. 6VVH 352. 7FJP 689. 8TEZ 978. 6EUK 859. 16581 handicap. 6TTT 242. 8PAV 588. 8PCT 598. And I am documenting. You need to understand, as I have shown you what is the pattern of conduct at every venue that I go to, regardless of what county or city it is in, you're looking at what is an identical pattern of conduct. In other words, I am documenting the same exact entity while I'm inside of the Fontana Lewis Library. They were monitoring inside of the bathroom while my panties are down, engaging in harassment and criminal summoning. License plate, LOVES, Heart 3, engaging in surveillance, stalking on the side of the road right here. 8WVG 707. This is the same exact entity. Monitoring in concert with the state of California. License 8NDV 374, 7EFT 732. This is the entity, the same exact entity that is stalking at nightfall where it is that I sleep. Whether that's in a vehicle, whether that's at a hotel, whether I'm sleeping outside. They're stalking, engaging in obsessive stalking. 25HL 263, I believe. 7FNY 346. 62325D1, I believe. 7KCB 297, 60285. 7LO3 812. 7ZYS 574. 8GNY 564, 8LXM 350, 6XBL 352, 7RYU 777. That's the entity that is stalking with 7PYN 269, sounding plane activity. 8FVW 766. Okay, old as dirt, and I'll drag her in federal court as well, monitoring with the state. 8PSL 675. 76115, I'm sorry, I'll get that one in a second. 7CLK 797. This is 76115R2. That's the correct license. License ZACKFOX. It's 6:24 p.m. License 7NUE 986. ATEZ. I can't really see that one. 8EDE 598. 2RWS 152, 8SDK 860, 8SLS 431, 8FEL 814, 8647 8E2, 7NUP 359, 7CSN 126, 7THW 908, 7RSW 607, the United States Postal Service crossing path, 8RXF 907, 6PXV 626, 63623U2, and it's 6:25 p.m. The entity is placing directed light on the streets. The entity is engaging in what is crossing path through these minions, such as 8YPP121, who was group stalking with directed light across the curb while they drive by me. The entity is keeping this fake sun at the intersection of Euclid and D Street. Let me get this. License 6CKX482. The entity is engaging as though in conduct such that This is the natural environment, and this is what I'm breaking down for you. You remember when I'm getting on the bus at, it's 6:25 p.m. I'm getting on the bus and I'm going to the Fontana Metrolink train station, by the way, at this same time as well. Walking down the street, 8AOJ687, and coming from Fontana. The entity is keeping the fake sun over me while I'm walking south on Sierra Avenue, arriving at the Fontana Metrolink train station, molesting me, which I'm documenting, while I'm at the Metrolink train station at this hour, okay? And then remains in front of the bus while the bus is going westbound back toward the city of Ontario, coming from Fontana, Route 61. But yet the entity is right here at this intersection and departing from all of that. Departing from Route 66 conduct, departing from Route 61 conduct, and remaining right here in perfect alignment with me while I'm standing at this intersection of D Street and Euclid. 5YLB214 is a demon that's driving in what is directed light that's all over the street. That's not sun that's even going to be on the streets, where the entity is keeping the fake sun street for street turn for turn over the Metrolink train station, 7RVZ444, and then also street for street turn for turn when I'm on Route 61, which is headed toward the city of Ontario. Euclid Avenue is, I'm in Upland right now, the street that intersects with what is Hull Boulevard in the city of Ontario, going in the direction south, not going in any direction for where the entity is proceeding, what is down, where it's turning from, when I'm leaving the Fontana Lewis Library and going down Sierra Avenue and then walking on Orange Way. And then I'm on the bus that's going down Sierra Avenue, onto Marigold, onto Juniper, onto San Bernardino Avenue, going to the Ontario Mills and the Ontario Airport. The entity is keeping the fake sun over me while I am, during the 5 o'clock hour, capturing the Ontario Airport Conference Center, capturing what is the fake sun while I'm looking at it. It is molesting my body with what's supposed to be sunlight, again, stripping that system down. This is understanding what is stalking with an entire environment. And then the entity keeps a fake sun and covers everything with what is light as though it's sunlight and though that's the sun. Understand what is the pairing of what is serving for an environment where group stalking is underway, where demons are group stalking. Group stalking is a system of Satan where they are placing you under surveillance. All right, and this is present while the entity, this is why you document as well. Not only to capture psychopaths like Stephanie Ortiz and this demon going by the name of Summers with Fontana Police. Oh, they're both going to federal prison. Not only for that, but to capture, again, the entity is engaging in conduct, which is supposed to be the normal environment of Satan itself. These are a bunch of demons. They're not in a normal environment. They're in a cartoon environment. This is absolutely impossible while you're keeping a fake sun directly over me while I'm sitting on the bus at the Fontana Metrolink train station waiting for the demon that's operating the vehicle to take off. And then the entity will keep it in perfect alignment with that bus, street for street and turn for turn. How do you think I'm capturing the fake sun while I'm at 9720 Juniper Avenue in the evening? This is documentation that's already captured. This is not in relevant position with Euclid and D Street, where I captured the fake sun, which remains here, and the entity is covering the street with what is directed light. They're stalking in your face. And then while they stalk in your face, then they want to engage in what is summoning the demons that are the law enforcement, ATMMO77. They're not law enforcement. Okay, Satan is a delusional psychopath waiting for the day for it is revealed on an even greater scale than I am doing right now. This is just a warm-up, okay? This is establishing what is the truth as to what I am speaking. You cannot contradict what I am stating. There is no way that you can in any way refute it. You can only disregard it, which, like I said, only ones who are lying to themselves, Satan itself, are those that are disregarding the truth. Like I said, this is not for likes. Minions are getting on my YouTube channel like I care that Satan likes my videos. It's not about that. It's about the fact, the scientific fact that that's not sunlight, that those demons who I'm documenting that are hostile to the fact that I'm revealing both their condition and the fact that they're stalkers. Okay, in Victoria Gardens, okay, supposed to be what the picture of what money looks like. Okay, and not too much money, not a lot of money. It's only Victoria Gardens. But like I said, this is Southern California, superficial. All right, and there are a bunch of minions that are stalking me. P937WO, and they're demons. They're demons that rely on the superficial, while the entity is still keeping that fake sun over what is Foothill Boulevard at Carino's Italiano. I have gone from the library of Paul Bayan, remaining on, capturing video at 6 p.m. That's what I did at the same location that I stood at 10:59 in the morning. I'm on that same street capturing video at 6 o'clock in the evening. Okay, today at 6 o'clock in the evening, I'm standing at the entrance of the Upland Public Library. That is not capable of being seen whatsoever. It is in no way coexisting. It is not seen at the same time. It is impossible to be the case while the entity is keeping that light source at both positions at the same time. That's not what's going on. The entity is stalking with an entire environment, a whole environment stalking, while a whole entity is stalking as well. There are a bunch of demons that touch with directed light, stalk with audible activity. 4, 8, 491Y2 is a demon that's group stalking, paying very close attention to me, honking their horn while I'm moving my arm, while they're driving in directed light, while they are driving under a fake sun that's in perfect alignment with me. By the way, at the same intersection where the Upland Unified School District is, guess what I've documented already? The fake sun right over that Upland Unified School District, as I have sat there 9:25 in the morning, which was before daylight savings time. That would be 10:25 in the morning. Equally impossible. This is where the fake sun is. That's the intersection where I'm at. Okay? This is documentation of what is stalking. Everything that you hear. Metrolink in the background, monitoring. Okay? The entity, this traffic, audible activity, using whatever they have at their disposal to stalk in the path with light, to stalk in the path with directed light, to stalk in the path while they're driving in directed light that's placed all over the ground, and while they are driving underneath a fake sun that's remaining in alignment with me. It is the identification of what are a whole bunch of people stalking together. Hence, group stalking. That's what that is. It's out of the pit of hell. And these demons engaged in criminal summoning. Yes, there are many, many who serve Satan who are going to be serving Satan in federal prison. That's what Stephanie Ortiz is providing an example of, 77508D3, because that's exactly what she deserves. You will in no way, Stephanie Ortiz and no other minion, interrupt the legal process in which you are in no way qualified whatsoever, based on the fact that you are Satan itself. You have the spirit of Satan on you, but also the fact that you are literally an idiot who is subject to what is judgment while you're engaging in what is stalking. And you have no exercise of authority in a facilitating venue, contrary to what you're engaging in today. But understand what this is. This is speaking to what is demonstrating the worthiness of the prosecution that it shall be subject to. The prosecution that is already done, by the way. It's already done. License 8WXR933, and they are going to federal prison. 8NRV595. The entity group stalking inside of a venue where the entity is threatening your life, stalking you by helicopter. Every single last minute that you document, subject to federal prison. This is what the entity is doing on a daily basis. The entity is doing that every day. All right? But that's the federal policy. That's going to be the result. The government is going to no longer be able to engage in threatening your life with the people of the state, and they're just walking around holding bottles in the mouths of their babies while they're terrorizing you and group stalking you. I don't think so. Only in hell. Okay? 03003. Them and all of their little demon-possessed minions can go right there. But like I said, on this side of eternity, they're going to face what is prosecution, and there are many that are going to federal prison. The government shall not engage in what the government is doing through the people. All right? The entity is engaging in what is terrorism, and then that sex offender that's terrorizing you then is exercising some sort of authority where they're going to stop you, because that's what the substance of that. You're trying to stop one from documenting you and documenting the government while they're threatening your life. I don't think so. Where the entity engages in the conduct that Stephanie Ortiz and the Fontana Police Department have engaged in a pattern, by the way, we've got a pattern now, all right, of engaging in obstruction of justice. You have what is understanding federal law trumps all. Where you are documenting the government, you don't have any authority. And this is the terrain that the government has created because it's placing American citizens under surveillance. So I want to be clear. They are engaging in that which they do not have, they do not have. Okay, they are engaging in what is authority they do not have. San Bernardino County doesn't have any authority. San Bernardino County engaged in providing documentation of the delusional psychopath that it is. And understand, when I'm talking about San Bernardino County, it's nothing other than a means of identifying the entity that is the state of California, the demon-possessed entity, all right, that is engaging in surveillance. Understand that. Because I'm referencing the entity as though it is a person. So that's why I'm breaking down. I know exactly what I'm saying. Understand, you're talking about what is the entity. The entity is using people. The entity is using a government. I'm referencing the demonic entity. The public entity is using the people of the state, using businesses, using organizations, the local government. That's what San Bernardino County represents. 8LBK515. And also, as far as the definition of the ordinary term, 8NXB693, the entity that's acting via, for example, San Bernardino County, it's nothing other than a collection of people that are representing an organization or the local government. They're a bunch of demons that are comprised of San Bernardino County. So in every way, I am using everything that I'm stating is deliberate. Okay, it is precise. I am using the terms that I'm using in the way that I'm using them, because you need to understand what is prosecution of an entity. The entity is acting. Okay, the entity shall not engage in what is interruption of the documentation where the entity is seeking to threaten your life, and then the entity also wants to stop you from. No. You continue to document. They're going to federal prison. You're witnessing what is a psychopath, a delusional one who is also scared, but I don't care. I don't care about how scared you are. You're talking about what is waging an unlawful threat. I'm going to document you, and I'm going to establish policy in order that you go where you belong, and you belong in federal prison. You want to go around waging a threat and then going around tossing around like you have some authority to stop somebody. No, you don't. You don't have authority to be a sex offender. You don't have authority to be a sex offender on behalf of the state. You don't have the authority to be a sex offender with the people who are filling the venue that you work at. I don't care what capacity this minion is in. They are literally stalking me. So this is why I'm like, you are utterly pathetic. And in addition to that, you think you're going to obstruct justice? I don't think they actually think that. I don't care what Satan thinks, but I don't think they actually think that. I think they're engaged. They're throwing whatever they can at the wall. That's what they're doing. That's what you're witnessing. And they're going to federal prison. 6C92679 8M11097. That is a matter of justice. Interrupting the legal process where the government's threatening your life and then placing you under surveillance. As you see, stalking by minions that are bearing weapons. These are demons that are affiliated with police departments. And they're stalking, okay? They're doing so while the entity, you're stalking 7NTT368. Yes, you are stalking also while the entity is stalking by helicopter, okay? Engaging in conduct as though this is Vietnam. You know why I'm such a threat? Because I'm documenting and I'm creating policy to surround these demons. And they engage in what is a bold face lies, okay? While I'm literally trying to control my laughter dealing with such psychopath conduct. 8MGF 476, because it is that unbelievable. And this is what is so compelling about the audible activity and what you're witnessing in video. It was shared amongst my podcast and on video where I'm capturing Stephanie Ortiz. They literally are engaging in, understand, this is nothing other than a dance. They're on a stage. The outward conduct, as though Stephanie Ortiz had to call the police and the police didn't know what was going on. She's calling them because they're ignorant about what's going on. They're just coming and providing a service and escorting me out. And they're calling and they're only arriving because of that, having no knowledge of what happened before. I'm just here because this is an ongoing pattern of conduct. And these are psychopaths that are engaging in this system together. That's showing what is a psychopath, okay? You're talking about, again, that same system is seen when I'm showing you what is the directed light inside of the parking garage of Rancho Cucamonga. Okay, that light show. The light show even inside of the Fontana Lewis Library. License 8LPV707, group stalking with Amazon Prime, who's pacing on Euclid Avenue as well. And the entity is engaging in what is keeping a light show, right, inside of the Fontana Lewis Library as well. And what do you have the people of the state doing? They're sitting there monitoring on communication devices while the entity is flying in circles by helicopter. And what did I tell you they always do? They look like they're oblivious to it, that like it's not happening, like they don't know anything. I'm sitting in the library and I'm talking about there's amplified audible activity of a helicopter while I'm publishing my documentation, which the entity is hostile to. I published that on my podcast. And you're talking about what, 10, 15 minutes later? The entity is still stalking by helicopter. And so I just got up and captured it on video for you. Because I don't have to make up tales. The entity is stalking me at this same venue. And then this psychopath with this pot belly, okay, hanging over her belt, talking about she's going to call the police. First of all, that's a threat by a demon, okay? This is literally Satan. Who I don't have to touch her because I'm going to choke the life out of her in federal court, all right? So you have what is the entity engaging in this psychopath level conduct. You are a whole crazy person stalking me, sexually violating me, and then talking about you going to call the police, who are fully documented, engaging in the pattern of conduct with you. All of you are in the same cartoon environment. The light show inside of this library, stalking with helicopter inside and outside and all around this library, and she's talking about she's going to call the police. All right, so understand that on its face, this is a threat, but understand in its substance, this is a psychopath. This is a psychopath who is monitoring. License 8RMS026, pacing, and this demon is pacing with a minor in the vehicle. 7BZJ313, who is also a sex offender, monitoring, part of the same P.O.C. It's 6:39 p.m. So I just want to point that out. The full big picture. This is not separate. They're one entity. The entity engaged in, again today, criminal summoning, while it is just with regard to what is translating demonic conduct for you, the entity itself, very fearful of what it is that I continuously accumulate and publish. But on the flip side, how does Satan's personality, how does Satan act? Satan acts as a fool. Satan acts like a dummy. Satan acts like somebody who's anxious to go to federal prison. All right. Satan acts like one who is very terrified. But again, the defense mechanism is to engage in more of the same. In the same way, no government wants to be caught stalking an American citizen with a helicopter, but the entity engages in more of the same as I catch it. Because believe me, I caught it. I'm catching it. And the entity does not want to be caught engaging in that conduct. And so what do I capture, for example, at the Ontario Museum? Oh, that demon just kept on flying in a circle. As though, and this is the personality of Satan. First of all, it's demonic, it's pacing, it's in engineered light. This is the P.O.C. The personality of Satan is to engage in more of that which, let me be clear, Satan never wants to be seen in the first place. All the documentation that I have accumulated showing you what is demonic activity and federal group stalking monitoring is that which the entity never wanted to be exposed. Understand that, first of all. Second of all, the entity engages in what is conduct of an arrogant narcissist, all right, who is so arrogant they engage in more, and it's to their own demise. There are many people who are going to federal prison behind that documentation that I capture, that I continue to capture, that I don't even need to capture, but it's icing on the cake because I'm not just going to prosecute. I'm going to drag. I'm going to be dragging minions. All right, there's no question about the pattern of conduct. There's no question about the establishment of a precedent, which I have done. There is no question about the necessity of legislation that I advocate, that I have literally created for custom size for Satan. All right, and this demon-possessed population. License, 6:41 p.m. License 8 RSW 536. And so while the entity engages in such conduct, the entity will engage in what is more of the same, as though it's normal that helicopters are ever flying in circles over you. As though that light activity where it's occurring is ever naturally occurring and not disconcerting. You would look at that light, that if you were aware of it, paying attention to it, and you would be like, what is that? And why is a helicopter flying in circles over here? You would ask that question. All right, even you're talking about and then you're talking about what is occurring on a routine basis. Okay, I have documented literally every day the entity stalking by helicopter, and that's what stalking is. When it's occurring on a daily basis, when it's occurring on a very frequent basis, that is stalking. In addition to what is occurring in this very specific environment, because I've surrounded the entity with documentation, that is stalking. License 7TMX950, 8WZZ500. Monitoring group stalking with children in the vehicle, 6NDP 656. So the entity is engaging in this conduct, and the entity of that is the demon-possessed entity that I'm capturing and documenting, engages in more of the same as you document, as you catch it, because none of this is anything that the entity wants. Believe me. This is the entity that is at all costs Omnitrans crossing path, bus number 1265, license 1387141. The entity is engaging in conduct that is speaking to, let me get these license plates, ASOF 010 56151E2 6ZXA 618 1HEFFA 40017C2 5JXS 608 7PQB 864, 684 8HFF 886 7KBY 425 8YJW 021 8MEA 044 5MXE 407. And I'm capturing what is the fake sun that remains right here in perfect alignment with me at the same intersection where I've been standing, and it's 6:43 p.m. Okay, the entity that is keeping the light source while I'm literally on the bus of Omnitrans, but at what is during getting on the bus after 6:38 p.m. coming from the Rancho Cucamonga Library, license 8ZWZ204. He's crossing path. Metrolink is the guise under which I'm being surrounded with audible activity. All right, amplified audible activity. This is the P.O.C. That you're listening to in the background. So the entity is engaging in this conduct while the light source is documented, remaining, first of all, specific to what is Route 61, and specific to what is Route. Let me go this way. Specific to what is Route. What is Route 61 and Route 66. All right, so the pattern of conduct is with regards to stalking with light, and this is documentation that is already published and that I've, even while I'm capturing, I'm reminding you, okay, the entity is keeping the light source literally over me while I remain in Ontario, first of all. There's that documentation. This can be the baseline, though, because branching out from Ontario, the entity established what is supposedly the sun that remains literally on the specific block where I'm at in Ontario all day long. No, that's not the sun. Pointed it out when I documented it. Okay, as I would remain at Mercy House, 435 South Bonneview, kept that fake sun all day, from the morning until the evening. And then as I left, as they would close at 4:30, the fake sun remained over me, as then I would walk up that same street where you're seeing it over me in the morning. That fake sun remaining over me as I would leave there 4 or 5 o'clock in the evening. During daylight savings time, that is 5, 6 o'clock in the evening. That is documentation that still exists. All right, and the entity engages in this conduct again at that time during the 8KDK752 group stalking. This is Uber. That's the African-American male. I just captured him in still images, group stalking. License, again, 8KDK752, and he's got Uber displayed in his video, on his, on the vehicle. He's crossing path, and I'm at the same venue where I was at this afternoon, arriving at around 4 o'clock, and that's 477 North Euclid Avenue. He's group stalking as I'm walking at this location. This is just a minion that's engaging in what is the conduct of crossing the path. So, all right, molesting is 6EQA193. So I want to describe to you again, this is the demons that are Stephanie Ortiz, okay? The demons that are this minion with the Fontana Police, Summers. As I bend down, I'm wiping my bag right now because there was some weird stuff on it. And as I do that, the entity is flashing me with directed light. Dark orange colored directed light, APSS424. This is terrorism, and this is occurring at third-party facilitating venue 477 North Euclid Avenue, okay? License plate 7ZIA357. This is Tangrim. The license plate of this vehicle, 77215U2. And it is currently 6:46 p.m. All right, capturing another video for the prosecution of the people. 7BNC538. All right, and the entity that you see group stalking, crossing path on the sidewalk, walking in directed light, crossing path in their vehicles, driving in directed light appearing while these demons are driving on their driving on the roads. Meaning this is different iterations of the same P.O.C. Directed light is a reference to what is, first of all, the demonic. And second of all, the entity engages in what is manifesting directed light. That is where demons are driving by, like you saw at the 7-Eleven today, actually. This demon that was driving the white van, you see directed light on their white van. And I'm pointing to what is this black car that's next to it. What is occurring is how is light ricocheting? Where is the light coming from? Okay, and so this is what I'm showing you in video while you're looking at the demons that are the Fontana Police Department who are group stalking. 8DYS465, a sex offender touching my thighs and my genitalia area with directed light. The entirety of the entities will be prosecuted for that. They're touching with directed light while they're listening to me document. Not engaging in what is the distraction, engaging in what is the ongoing accumulation of federal charges as the perpetual sex offender. This is the personality of Satan, who digs itself deeper while they are engaging in what they shall not avoid, a prosecution. All right, that's a sex offender. But I want to be clear, that directed light, that's what they're crossing path with. And they're touching me with that while they're driving by. They're touching me on my body, that's a sex offense. NOA, heart, BLU. They're driving in what is stationary directed light on the ground. All right, in other words, again, in your ignorance, first of all, that's not the sun, and you're breaking that whole system down. It's not the sun, and that's also not sunlight, it's the engineered light. This is a light source that's remaining over me. I'm subject to what is targeting by a people and a government. All right, and you're talking about what is the unnatural environment that they are intentionally in. All right, so while the entity is engaging in this kind of, they're also engaging, so that's directed light on the ground. Understand that? Demons engage in what is manifesting light, doing so while they're driving in their vehicles. I've showed that's a lot of the pattern of conduct that I've captured. Also sitting on the bus, directed light flashing all about on the bus. Also inside of buildings, directed light flashing inside of buildings, just inexplicable light just occur. I've captured, that's literally capturing the evidence of Satan, okay? The evidence of Satan is relevant for what is surveillance that you're subject to. So this is, again, and I'm referencing 7-Eleven because you saw it today. While you're looking at the demons that are driving the white van, this minion moves in that white van at that specific moment on purpose. First of all, they're group stalking. Second of all, they do so as I am walking through the parking lot. And so while I'm walking through the parking lot, this minion starts reversing their vehicle. You're looking at directed light all over the white van. There's a black car next to him. 8UCP786 and rider 2362846. That's an Indiana license plate on that rider vehicle, group stalking and molesting the same. 8RQF388, molesting. All of them are group stalking and touching while they're group stalking. So you have the entity where you see directed light on this white van. So where's this light coming from? It's just appearing on the side of the van, which the entity engages in. But you're talking about where is it? The fake sun is directly over my head. I'm walking through the parking lot. Where is the light? Is it ricocheting off of the black car? Is it appearing while you're just coming down? It's not sun that's coming down from the sun. You're talking about what is, again, what is the explanation for it? And that's why I want you to see the inexplicable light. That's directed light. That's what you saw. They're touching with that. Touching that on my genitalia area, touching on my thighs, all right, touching on my stomach, ATFR 807. That's a sex offender, all right? Unnatural occurring light. Serving for surveillance, 7UBH394. This is what the demon possessed engage in. The entity is feeling this directed light. While this demon, Stephanie Ortiz, was group stalking inside of the Fontana Lewis Library, and her group stalking method is engaging in what is harassment and criminal summoning, a demon that likes to exercise fictitious authority while she's seeking to obstruct justice. Because I'm prosecuting her as a sex offender that she is. 7M PE 916. I'm prosecuting her as one engaging in interstate stalking. That's already a federal offense under existing federal law. ATMV 375, I believe. 8VXM 261, 7BKG 687, all of them touching, molesting. And this is all going terrorism while an entity engages in that. So that's her tactic for engaging in, that's her method of engaging in the pattern of conduct. And so this is, again, a demon that's exercising authority that they don't have. 8BRH 969. You're talking about what is excluding from the venue 7GDD 962, 1VEM 391. And doing so, 8BOZ 771 and 3GQS 852. Doing so pursuant to what is 6SOA 145. And I can't see the other license plate. But this minion, 8BOZ 771, stalking in the path with light, loitering in relevant position. So the entity is engaging in the stalking with light conduct, just as you saw, first of all, at the 7-Eleven at 16701 Arrow Boulevard, where the demon-possessed Fontana Police Department followed me to that venue. All right, these are sore demons, as I just got through documenting their Fontana Police Department, documenting their colleague who's going to federal prison. They themselves, and let me be clear, the police that are engaging in stalking American citizens, that is terrorizing and harassing and intimidating you while you document them, that's federal prison, period, point blank. All right, and that's exactly what I captured. McMillan and Corey and Losi or Lacey, whatever those demons' names are, their images are clearly captured, their presence under the fake sun, and their presence in direct light, revealing what their condition, revealing what is not exclusive to them. That is speaking to the entire Fontana Police Department. And it is also speaking to what is their stalking conduct. And then you're going to listen to their audible activity. They're stalking me, okay? They are monitoring me, and you listen to what Satan says while they're engaging in that conduct. That's a psychopath. You're already a psychopath engaging in the P.O.C. You're already sick, okay? You already have serious issues. And then you want to engage in what is obstructing justice. You want to engage in standing on your stage further and giving another unpersuasive performance, talking about you're going to call the police are stalking with you. All right? And then you're going to show up as the police, engaging in what is escorting me out, talking about you don't have any legal right. You're criminals monitoring together. Psychopaths. Okay? TDAMAC. And then you want to touch me. 8FTX 577. You want to federal prison for that off the cuff. All right. So like I said, 4KTM 027, they're not going to do it to me, and they're not going to do it to an ordinary American citizen. What you witnessed today is not anything that is suggesting that Satan is getting away with it. You're understanding what it is that I'm documenting and understanding the grounds of the legislation that I advocate, that I've already created, that is ready to be certified, okay, and passed in federal law for the prosecution of an entity that is engaging in surveillance in the U.S. That's what you witnessed, okay? Engaging in the pattern of conduct is what the entity is doing. And it is in no way engaging in what is anything that is actually going to avoid that prosecution. It's 6:57 p.m. Hello. Hi. Here is my bus pass. I am aboard Route 83, bus 1265, and that's what I got on at approximately 6:57 p.m. And the entity's light source, as you see it at Arrow Highway and Euclid Avenue. And that's after I'm showing you it's in alignment with me. You're as you pay attention as I'm capturing the video and the images, this is what you're always witnessing. This is what you're always seeing. While I'm on Euclid Avenue, it moves as I move, keeping in perfect alignment. And there is no relative positioning with regard to it's in alignment with the entrance doors of the Upland Public Library as I walk out. And then as I walk out, I walk south to get to the D Street and Euclid Avenue intersection, and it's in perfect alignment there. The entity is then moving it as I go to Arrow Highway, that intersection at the bus stop Arrow and Euclid Avenue. And the light source is in alignment there, which is where I capture video. PAPOUK. I believe. So this is, even in that, you're looking at what is, again, that incremental, that ongoing migration in perfect alignment, and that's in the direction north and south when I'm on Euclid Avenue in Upland, California. All of this is mutually exclusive to remaining present outside of the window of the Fontana Lewis Library, for example, at, first of all, Owen Street and Mango. the people of the state, where I'm documenting the fake sun in Fontana when I'm inside of the Fontana Lewis Library, which I would not be able to see while I'm at Owen, by the way. But like I said, the entity is keeping that light source in alignment with me while I'm inside of the Fontana Lewis Library. That's not in perfect alignment with where I'm standing on Euclid Avenue in Upland, California. Like, it's some perfect line piercing through all of the buildings. You're able to see while the entity is dipping so low that it's filling the venues with light, filling the buses with light. It's dipping so low, but at the same time, it's some perfect line where you could see it forever, reaching in a perfect line everywhere. That no, the entity is moving that light source as I move. That's stalking with light. And you also know it's stalking with light because this is the same location that I'm present as I'm able to reference prior documentation that's already published. I'm at the same location in the morning. The entity is keeping the light source over my head, and it's still here at the end of the day. Impossible to be the sun. The sun as we know it. All right. This is an environment where stalking with light is underway. All right. And in addition to that, the entity is keeping that light source in mutually exclusive locations. So while I am at Arrow Highway in this video, the light source is at Euclid Avenue and Arrow Highway in Upland, California. And it is not in any position where it's now moving south in alignment with me, or it's going to be present in alignment to the interior of the Fontana Lewis Library at 7:05 p.m. All right. And this is blatant. The entity is moving south as I am moving south on Route 83, the same route that I'm getting on at 7:30 in the morning, going in the same direction. Not the sun, not possibly ever. Okay, and I've done that route. I've done it Route 66. I've done it Route 61. I've done it Route 83, showing you as I'll get on the same exact route different times, showing you what is the same exact conduct, the impossible occurrence of what is the sun. Whether I get on at 7:30 in the morning, or whether I get on at 11:30 in the morning, or whether I get on at 2:15 in the afternoon. All right, the entity is, or in the evening, on the same route, going in the opposite direction. That is stalking with a light source. That is an impossible occurrence with referencing what is not a natural environment. This is where group stalking is underway. Okay, and so that's the significance, and that's exactly what the entity is doing. Absolute disregard of what's documented as of already of record, or you're following with the fake sun that's going westbound, keeping in front of the bus, filling that bus with directed light, as though that's the sun. But I'm not on Foothill Boulevard. I'm not on Hope Boulevard or San Bernardino Avenue, for example. I'm on Euclid Avenue, where the entity is keeping the fake sun and moving in the direction south. All right, and that's stalking with light. It is 7:03 p.m. at the intersection of Euclid and 5th Street, I believe. No, Euclid and I Street, excuse me. 8XGG365, I believe. 7XLH922. 8TOH605. 7LKS336. Excuse me, 7LKS 33. Yeah, you can scratch that one. 7DXG210, 8JGJ523. It's 7:04 p.m. Crossing path with Unicare Community Health Center, Starbucks at 503 North Euclid Avenue, the Arco at 434 North Euclid Avenue, Papa John's entity aiming directed light, just moving it as I move across Gloria Cochina's, the U.S. Bank, in the direction that the bus is going, okay, which is south. When I'm not going anywhere at 7:05 p.m., remaining in Fontana, inside of the venue of the Fontana Lewis Library, showing you what's light that's touching the Miller Center, the Miller Amphitheater, okay, aiming light into the depths of the Fontana Lewis Library. Alrighty, getting off of 1265, license 1387141. Capturing video at 7:05 p.m. and I'm showing you what is the pattern of stalking with directed light. As you're looking at the street of Euclid Avenue while I'm on Route 83, that is driving in the direction south, coming from Upland, the Upland Public Library, where I showed you at that intersection of Arrow Highway, the fake sun in alignment. The fake sun remains in alignment as the bus drives south, which I capture at 7:05 p.m., which is in no way the sun at the same time at 7:05 p.m. while I am at the Fontana Lewis Library, which I captured before. I want to show you again what is literally that moving light source in a totally opposite direction. All right, because the entity is keeping the fake sun at the same time while I'm in Fontana on Route 61 at the Noyle Fontana at Redwood and San Bernardino Avenue. Also not the sun. It's right here remaining over me on the street, which I captured even before I got on the bus, okay? And the entity is maintaining that light source as I'm on the bus, and you see that light source while I'm driving, while I'm on the bus. That's 4FF9676, Stater Brothers Group Stalking. 4BHP144, 7SQ. Alrighty, this is criminal summoning by American Medical Response. Those are demons. 7YEZ445 is engaged in criminal summoning. They're doing so under the fake sun at this intersection. 7RMY676 engaging in criminal summoning. 37760Z1 criminal summoning. Stalking with light at Sabor Hondureño under the fake sun. That's a demon. In the same way that American Medical Response is using its ambulance vehicle stalking with light. Okay, that demon has their hazards on. Monitoring with 8BOY688, which is engaging in criminal summoning. All right, it is under the fake sun that I captured at 7:05 p.m. This is P.O.C. 0163083. Again, 01630B3, vehicle 02275, American Medical Response. That's amplified audible activity, stalking with light. Those are demons. All of these minions are engaged in criminal summoning. 7MXL182, 7REZ 717, 6ZUN 280, 8GTL 120, 8FLK 261, 7CTW 066, 8KXD 425, 7HUW 804, 7TVX 450, 8PJX 929. All of those minions are monitoring with the minions of the American Medical Response. Understand that. And they are driving in what is directed light. They are driving under a fake sun. The entity is aiming directed light across the venues on Euclid Avenue while that fake sun is moving in the direction south. As I captured on video before I got on that bus, the entity is in motion with this fake sun, as opposed to my remaining stationary at the Fontana Lewis Library. And that light source is in perfect alignment with the same location where I was at this morning. You're talking about during the 10 o'clock hour, not the sun under any circumstances, and not coexisting at all. What you also hear is the entity stalking using sirens. That's criminal summoning that the people of the state, as I'm also documenting them, are acting with. That is the criminal conduct that they're engaging in together. As I read their license plates, okay? It's called criminal summoning. License ALVT2S. They're doing so under that fake sun, which I'm capturing at this intersection, while the entity is touching over 150 East Hall Boulevard with what is directed light and not sunlight. That's why it's occurring here. And also the Miller Amphitheater is not being touched with sunlight while that light source is remaining aiming on the west side of what is the Fontana Lewis Library at the same time, while I'm standing right here at the intersection, and the fake sun is right here over the insurance building, over the Holt Boulevard. 41737C3, that's a vehicle, that's a demon driving in directed light. 3PPW 499, 7YTB 632, 7FMD 532. They're all driving in directed light, which is appearing in the middle of the street. That's exactly what American Medical Response was doing. 4RHK 550, 5TBY 943, 8KWM 747, license 6JFP 165, license 7YEZ 445. License 8RLP 252, filled with children while they're engaging in terrorism and group stalking and molestation. 8VIB 461, 8NVP 051, 8BNV 748. Amazon Prime group stalking at this intersection while these demons are driving in direct light, which is in the middle of the intersection. License 7M34711, I believe. License BF43W58 paper, 8NUX327. Omnitransit's group stalking crossing path, driving north on Euclid Avenue. And there is no light source that's moving as that vehicle moves. It's moving as I move, okay? Amazon Prime is crossing path, and I don't see any lights for that. 8FJC526, 8SHX366, 8KZL431. 8, I can't even see that one. 8ZYU590, 5P48419. Alrighty, and understand this directed light that's sitting in the middle of the street in the intersection. These demons, that's what they are. That's why you have that impossible light. All right, I'm showing you what is the fake sun that's appearing right in alignment. The entity is touching buildings, covering them with directed light, but you have what's supposed to be shade. Directed light is sitting in the middle of the intersection where American Medical Response is group stalking. 7V05 353, where Union Pacific is creating audible activity. That is group stalking. All right, while they are driving in the directed light, the mark of demon possession. And you hear demons also engaging what is sounding sirens while I'm documenting and pointing out their ongoing analysis, speaking to what is federal group stalking monitoring. 8ZNT406, 5SRPs 247, I believe, 5VKY212, 8KOU 537, 7ZTA 917, 18255N2, 4ZWY 453, 8FCG 609, 6ROK 539, 7SSB 106, 7TYY 153, 6RZY 396, 7MBE 736, 8EVC 361, 8SVZ 932, 6XHT 726, 7KLN 976, 7L89 387, 77439F1, Y5A84B, that's Arizona, AX44K72 paper, 8FQZ 373, 7AVA 288, 7ZCC 645, 4MBD 609, 8XVS 922, 8TDD 286, 5MZE 124. License 25022L3. While demons are driving in what is directed light that is placed in the middle of the street, I've shown you the latest iteration of this in Fontana. The entity was stalking by helicopter. I continue walking south on Sierra Avenue, and I'm showing you what is literally directed light just sitting in the middle of the street, and these demons are all driving in it. That's exactly what they're doing right here. While you're listening to American Medical Response that sounded sirens, not only is this hostility by demons, as I'm pointing out what is their pattern of conduct, that's what this sirens are about. Not only is this hostility as it's communicated by a bunch of demons, it is also audible activity, and the pattern of conduct is underway. While directed light, inexplicable light, where it would be shade, you just have light that's just sitting in the middle of the ground, on the ground, and they're all driving in it. 8UQA 458, 8J23138, 7ZSB 872, 7XEL 806. License 7EVJ 480, 7DTD 008, 7ZJX 775, 8ZNT 336, 6FMS 110. This is the same facilitation by the demons that are American Medical Response group stalking at the Fontana Lewis Library, where there is no sun that is setting at Euclid and Holt Boulevard in Ontario. It remained at that time as I'm documenting it, which is license 7RLC 849, which is approximately, I believe it's about to be 6 o'clock. It's 5:55 p.m. and the entity is group stalking in a helicopter again on this day. The entity is group stalking by American Medical Response, who sounds sirens driving around the perimeter, and the entity is keeping directed light all on those grounds. That documentation captured April 15, 2022. This is the same American Medical Response that's group stalking under the fake sun in Upland, California at 9:40 a.m. and I'm showing you what is the fake sun as I just go to a different city, including Fontana, what is clearly not the sun. All right, they're group stalking in plain sight amongst directed light like they are now. All right, this is the entity that's engaging in what is group stalking while they are crossing path and engaging in what is facilitation with the people of the state. Those are demons in positions that they have no business in. All right, the demons of American Medical Response. 8ULT 115, and that is an impermissible threat by the state that's acting directly. Engaging in demonic activity, the same. Those are just demons in an ambulance. Okay, conduct of a psychopath sounding sirens all night long, group stalking with the Ontario Police, the Ontario Fire Department, and demons such as APRC 346, 8YLZ 900. Everything that they're doing is centered on me. 94632F1, 19111C2, 8NUG282, 7FOD 931. In that video that I captured is speaking to that. I'm driving, being driven south on Euclid Avenue. The fake sun is remaining at 7:05 p.m. I'm in Fontana, California at 7:05 p.m. inside of the Fontana Lewis Library, where I step out to show you what is the maintenance of that fake sun, and then I go back inside of that library and show you that fake sun in perfect alignment with the interior of that Fontana Lewis Library, which you cannot see at this intersection, where a directed light is not going to be, sunlight is not touching on the 150 East Holt Boulevard building, the bus stop, those two buildings where the entity is placing a fake sun in the morning over me as I'm going toward Upland, California, the same city that I came from, and that fake sun remains in alignment going south on Euclid Avenue. All right, but at the same time, 7:01 p.m., the entity is keeping a fake sun at Noyle, Fontana, at Redwood and San Bernardino, while I'm going an entirely different route from Route 83, Route 61, okay? ADGP 492. That's a minion that's monitoring. This is harassment by demons who are monitoring with that loud activity. They're all stalking. It's entirely pathetic. 8UZY037, engaging in what is harassment while they're monitoring, driving around in directed light, all right, making as loud noise as possible while they're group stalking and don't want to hear me speak the truth about their pattern of conduct. 64336K3, 8RUM306, 7GJN939, 5EM, I can't really see that one, 32773Y2, 6TCG044, 5HLW594, ILOV08, 6XTD241, 7GWS115. And this entity, as I'm reading the license plates of third parties, they are engaged in criminal summoning as well. So understand, it's not the criminal act alone of the police or the fire department and or ambulance, these demons. The third parties who are monitoring relevant position, they will be prosecuted for criminal summoning. 8YOK543, 7DHG207, 7ZBU923. The entity is engaging in what is criminal acts, facilitating their ability, all of them, to monitor together. All right, so you're not going to get dragged into understanding. You're not individualizing it. It's criminal conduct where the entity is sounding sirens under the fake sun and indirected light amongst amplified audible activity. And then demons such as, let's see, 6XTD241, 7RNT012, 8VUB459, 5XKB328, 8DXD653 are in no way crossing path monitoring to that activity creation and getting off scot-free. No. They're engaged in criminal summoning together. In the same way that that demon, Stephanie Ortiz, engaged in criminal summoning of the entity that's already monitoring, arriving, they're now monitoring together physically around me, okay, in person. Fontana police were already monitoring before they are then summoned, which is the fallacy that they are not already present, group stalking. 8YZW437, and they are. That's where that specific environment is present, which is heavily documented. So you're talking about what is reviewing evidence of what is the light activity, the light source, the amplified audible activity, the harassment, and then you're going to go through, we're also going to revisit these acts of criminal summoning. Yes, she's going to federal prison. All right, many are the people in the state are going to subject to federal prison, and the Fontana Police Department, federal prison, okay? And this is all based on what is evidence that already surrounds you. So this is what I mean by literally Satan is nothing other than engaging in what is conduct of an arrogant, and very scared loser, okay? 5BKB347, you literally are stalking me by helicopter at your venue. And then you're talking about, you know exactly what it is that I'm documenting. And whether you know it or not, you can feign ignorance. It doesn't, you're not persuading anybody, and you don't have a right to interfere in that legal process. And that is the grounds of federal prison. You're understanding that, and that's the threat to the life of an American citizen who is engaging in what is documenting a government that's placing them under surveillance and engaging in that level of stalking. You're using a whole ambulance stalking with sirens. You're not going anywhere. They are still stalking right now. They're not going anywhere. They were crossing paths. And what is light that's just appearing in the shade in the middle of the road? You're a whole psychopath. 8VVU598, sick, very, very sick. And these third parties are engaging, as I'm reading their license plates, and you hear those sirens, they're engaged in criminal summoning. They will be, the people of the state engaging in what is federal prosecution for criminal summoning. The entity is summoning itself. This is surveillance, the ongoing iterations of the same exact P.O.C. 8NAF 107, 8MIP 607, 1302444, bus 2357, that's Route 61, where there was no sun remaining over that bus because I wasn't on it. It remained over me on Route 83, which only went south in the direction on Euclid Avenue and did not remain on any San Bernardino Avenue, not over the Ontario Mills, not on Haven Avenue, such that it's over the Ontario Airport Hotel and Conference Center, that is aiming directed light while the demons of the Ontario Police Department and the Ontario Fire Department are patrolling using their vehicle lights while I take pictures of that. None of that is occurring while the entity keeps a light source over me, which I capture on video, and then as I go southbound on Euclid Avenue. That's the P.O.C, a stalking with light. 1535619, KIKISLX, excuse me. 8VXH040, 6XFB510, 78LK092. All right, and you know exactly what driving through directed light looks like. I've captured it plenty of times. And the latest video of that was in Fontana on Sierra, where that same area, the entity was flying over me by helicopter. It was more than one helicopter. It was multiple helicopters. And then seconds later, I continued walking, and it would ordinarily be shade, right? And so the entity is maintaining light, and so you have inexplicable light just sitting in the middle of the street, and the demons are driving through it. All right, and that is the conclusion is included in that statement because that's what they are. That is impossible light activity. It is the mark of demon possession. Those are demons that are group stalking, and they're driving in that place light in the middle of the street. 8EIA 104, 8PDL 556, 7XEA 396, 36847C3, 6MUJ 702, 8XNY 002, 8MZM 422, 7EHY 743. License 8KGK293. So essentially what you're understanding is the loser, that is Satan. Satan would rather catch one for the team, go to federal prison, because that's exactly where Summers is going. That's exactly where Lacey, whatever that minion's name is at 7-Eleven, McMillan, another McMillan, or the same McMillan, and Corey, that's exactly where they're going, because they are hostile to my continuous documentation. You cannot protect the people of the state The government cannot protect. This is the exposure of an entity. That entire entity is subject to what is a prosecution. That's the government directly and vicariously. And the entity engaging in what is harassment, like the Fontana Police Department, seeking to try to distract away from documenting the minions at 7-Eleven. That didn't distract anything. It's the increased aggression of the entity, and I'm going to prosecute the company 7-Eleven for that. They're monitoring with the police, who are there to engage in monitoring in concert with them. 8YPN924, and those minions at that 7-Eleven, if they're not natural-born citizens, which I suspect they're not, you deport them out of the country. License 5KTR870. That's what that was about. All right, so you have what is the pattern of conduct that's underway, and at 5:19 p.m., by the way, there's no sun that's present at that 7-Eleven where I left, and I'm in Upland, California. That's why I'm capturing the fake sun at 7:03 p.m. It's not occurring at the same time. All right, there was no sun remaining at 5:02 p.m. and 5:19 p.m. in Fontana while I'm inside of the Upland Public Library. 7NHH218, and it's not occurring at the same time. It's mutually exclusive, and that's why you see the lights are going in an entirely opposite direction. That is south. It's not going west while I'm on Route 66. It's not going west while I'm on San Bernardino Avenue or while on Inland Empire Boulevard. It's going south while I'm on Euclid Avenue, going to the city of Ontario. All right, not remaining stationary, by the way, either in Fontana, such that any light is appearing through Sierra side of the Fontana Lewis Library, all the way up to the staircase, where that demon, Stephanie Ortiz, was filling out paperwork. Direct light capture right there. From the Sierra Avenue side of the Fontana Lewis Library. Caption and still images. I'm going to use that very evidence to place that overweight, lumpy minion in federal prison. 6MI8530, 84337J3, 8KXH715. License 8LRE909, 8XJE942, 6TPH419, 5NJX687, C559K1. License 58HB428, 8TWN420, 6RCV714. I think I read that one already. B1 91644B1. My voice is kind of squeaky, sorry. 7D73348, 7ZAJ950, 8SZX706, 61893T2, 7NVK478, 8USA886. They would rather go to federal prison because that's it. You're just, the entity is engaging in catching more federal charges, more enhancements to that federal prosecution. You're not stopping the pattern of conduct. There are more and more that are going where they belong. 8N95148, 7F54960, 8YTL525, license 6MYZ435, 8RTG225, 8VDH857. 8RGK545, 8CCT474, 8ERN406, 6P01432, 5CBV669, 15092V1, 8LOZ662, 7LSV837, 8TPZ717, 8KAB819, 8WVW148, 7KJR065, and it is currently 7:26 p.m. 8RON601, 6FVN476, 6EXN191, 5TEG930, 4WBW678, 07PH80, 8PWC645, 8TEZ502, 5KPZ551, 6HGG541. 7TZA874, 8GQX140, 8NUT088, 9G59192. That's JWJ International Incorporated. It's a trucking company. BU95G54 paper, 8SXF182, 8ZRW713, 8HIU894, 8DRY873, 6ZYA886, I believe. 1219207. That is that's a demon driving a school bus, and this is a particular Ontario Montclair School District. Yeah, you've seen those demons in action. They are group stalking. License 8J80-754, CC51U58 paper, 7NIV527, 8YTD170, 6PTV627, 6EPV605, 6LBY529, 6BMX652, 8GPL337, 50484D2, 7ADR926, 7KPZ400, 8LJZ923, 8ZKR900. All right, and while, again, criminal summon, you're recalling, remembering, remaining cognizant of what is relevant positioning, amplified audible activity occurring, it's serving massive monitoring. It is also documentation of what is everybody in relevant position, the Ontario Town Square, Wells Fargo Bank, the Ovid Family Community Library, the 150 East Holt, San Bernardino County Public Health Clinics at 150 East Holt Boulevard, the Rio Money Transfer, the Euclid Loan and Jewelry, the Mestiza Cafe, Cake House and Cafe, these restaurants over here, the Botanica San Judas Tadeo, the Sabor Hondureño, that's a, I believe a Honduran restaurant, the Beauty and Barber, everything that's right here on Holt Boulevard at Laurel, T-Mobile, Verizon, the Zolos Pediatia, they're all monitoring while the entity creates that facilitating audible activity. 8BYF873. License 8SDZ962, 5RVC206. And that's just where I'm standing right here. The Dole Express, it spans beyond where I'm immediately standing. I'm just speaking to, with regard to being cognizant of where I'm at, the intersection where I'm at. The B&G Plaza is monitoring, the Ontario Town Square townhomes are monitoring, Stereo City monitoring, okay? The venues on Holt Boulevard, all the way down to what is that, AutoZone and the Wendy's, okay? 7JVY904, 8NHS248, 8FLK261, C559K1 is pacing, crossing path again. A license 8ZQE843, and remember, that's not only a demon, that's a psychopath that is monitoring documentation. They are stalking on behalf of the state, and they're also talking about what is engaging in just repeatedly crossing path. That is the criminal act, all right, and that's why I document it. Then go ahead and pace all you want. License 8CMZ104, 8UVR163, 50495Y2, 7HFF163, 7PSA828. 6LWC052, 8PRT017, 8AIY499, and this pacer is loitering in relevant position in front of the Mestiza Cake House, the cafe at that intersection. It's Transit and Euclid Avenue. Loitering and stalking the path with light. CHIZPA. And it's 7:31 p.m. And again, with regard to not only the fact that you're monitoring me, the threat that is existing with regard to the fact that you're engaged in group stalking and monitoring me, but then the fact that you're also monitoring every word that I'm stating while you're monitoring me, I'm gonna prosecute for every aspect of that. 7XWY880. Be mindful of that. This is how you're analyzing group stalking and the threat posed by the government and the people of the state, all of whom are demon possessed. Okay? This is an unlawful threat that shall be recognized under federal law, the demon possessed. License 7X01521, 8WHP235, 11230S2. License 8ZVR893, 6UKX945, 6HDG754, 7JXM676, 7ZXL296, 8FJW560, 8WTY328, 7Y42545. PNB520, I can't really see that one. That's a Texas plate. 8GKG953, 8HGL686, 3MMX230, 3 20513P2. 6C88363. Crossing path again is C559K1. License 3500662 789MKM 714254. I read that one already. 8ZVR767, 8UPF704, 8UVK643, 8GFD639. Monitoring with a minor child in the vehicle. License 8YWV856. 60. I can't really see that one. TPQW548, 8LDE217, 7FAZ488. License 8SRA932. That's amplified audible activity. 20513P2. Excuse me, 13P2. ATPZ. Hold on. ATPZ445. And it's 7:34 p.m. 5RXN627. BM37C17. That's a paper plate on a black BMW. 7LKS316, and that demon is manifesting light. Okay, molesting. 8RDW063, and so are the rest of them. They're doing the same thing. 7X01255. 6FWS793, I believe. 5FQG451. 8JJG226. That's the entity that's stalking by plane. That is flying, making nothing other than a U-turn, just like you saw at the Center Ice Arena, where the Ontario police were engaging in surveillance at the parking garage right behind this building of the 150 East Hall. 8VRM238, 8NSH559, engaging criminal summoning. I told you they're not going anywhere, they're just driving in circles. Amplified audible activity. 37037F2. That is 37037F2, vehicle 90945. Group stalking, criminal monitoring with the entity that makes a U-turn over the museum right here in alignment. 5HBC115, 4RDS542, 29986A1, 8GXW756, 6C87395, 8BWB974, 7EHK862, and you're going to pay attention to what is the in-sync conduct. The entity is stalking by aircraft, makes a U-turn, that's relevant positioning. Group stalking by a plane, and then the entity that is already stalking by American Medical Response is already present right here, very close. Understand, they're not traveling far, they're already stalking in the path. They sound sirens, immediately cross path, and those sirens cease after they cross path. They are acting in sync with the entity that's crossing path via airplanes. This is surrounding, engaging in massive facilitation conduct, and the entity is monitoring to that. Everyone that I'm speaking to where I'm at, they're monitoring together. All right, license 8SJG656, and that's what I was saying. They're not going anywhere. They're stalking. They're just creating noise while they're crossing path, which is group stalking conduct. 9AEJ419, 8ZNT546, 7KEK941, 69116R1, 6JRN231, 28272E3. That's Party Decor by 909. That's some commercial vehicles. 6UAV417. Again, T-Mobile is filled with minions who are group stalking on surveillance cameras. They're monitoring, and they are exactly engaging in precisely that. While I'm inside the entity, engaging in what is directed light conduct, like you see inside of Fontana Lewis Library, like you saw inside of the parking garage of Rancho Cucamonga, like you saw on the bus of Omnitrans at 8:26 in the morning on Route 61. That's exactly what I captured inside of T-Mobile. They are monitoring while AMR is pacing back and forth, while the entity is pacing in planes and stalking together as an entity. T-Mobile right here is open and engaging in monitoring as the people with the people. So I just want to point that out. License, and that was documented, the directed light, stalking with light, and that's exactly what you're doing. You work there, but you're stalking. You're in the state's environment, group stalking is underway, you are a stalker at your place of work. License 8FHS710, and you're a demon stalking at your place of work. License 80608Y2. This is documented in 2021. 8FQY964, where, again, at that time I was remaining inside of Economy Inn at 2301 South Euclid Avenue. 6WRJ181. 8WSW278. This is already published documentation. And the entity is keeping that fake sun over that hotel day in and day out from morning until evening, aiming directed light inside of that hotel room. Absolutely impossible. Like the same exact pattern of conduct occurring in a hotel room. What, like you see occurring on a bus, like you see occurring on inside of a venue such as a library, wherever it is that I remain, inside of a cafe, inside of a grocery store, whatever venue. It's the same exact pattern of stalking with directed light, stalking with a fake sun, stalking as a group, which are the people of the state, a bunch of demons. License 8NRL 933, and stalking with audible activity, which is also amplified in order to permeate the room, which is what I documented at Economy N. All right. This is, again, documentation of what is speaking to what is mutually exclusive, and this is years of it. There's so much that is not coexisting, which is already established what the state of California is doing. 8RTW 232, 8FBF 515, 8REP 924, 8PNT 973, 7HWW 071, 8TJU 717, 8YPN 905, 8VHP 747, 94278D3, that's D, it's towing, crossing path, license 8PNW 500, and the entity is crossing path with another commercial airline plane, which is hovering over the street of transit right here, instead of making a U-turn, proceeding to fly directly over the building. All right, and that's relevant positioning as well. It is occurring while the entity is engaging what is group stalking conduct, crossing a path conduct. That's crossing path with a whole commercial plane stalking. Hovering where I'm at, okay? In directed light. In the same way it's hovering where I'm at under a fake sun in directed light during the day. 7JXX220. Excuse me, 6JXX220. 8LVF407. 6VGK294. 8PAU691. 8UYG680, I believe. You can only see that one. 7SMF830, 7UKP823, 77CY055, I believe. Let me see. 7ZCY055, 8PDK664, 8EFD015, 6PJJ763, 78313G3, 6JVR854, 6P.O.C. 69116R1. That's audible activity. Amplified audible activity while a demon is crossing path. 7EQG220, 8STS969, 8YZH189, MONY300, 7TMS421, 8TWJ680, 8SUN486, and it's 7:40 p.m. Omnitrans license, I can't see it, 137. I'll get that one in a second. I can't remember what's that. 8KLU415, 8UZB965, 8TAP077. License SSJOSE. Omnitrans is license 1370395, Route 87, bus number 1324. License 8XZT945, 8PXF298. And Omnitrans is loitering in the path, in directed light, stalking on behalf of the entity, and stalking with directed light. That's what Omnitrans is engaging. That's how they engage in the state surveillance. It is 7:41 p.m. I think I read 8YWG135 already. 7DFV006, 7JXM795, 5ZHS576, all of them molesting. Okay. It is currently 7:41. That includes Omnitrans, license 1370395, bus 1324. As you can hear, they're loitering in relevant position. They're engaged in that ongoing sex offense. Monitoring. All right, license 7KUE754. License 8XXV895. 8KTV532. 7PIV978. 8YWG135, 5C49561, 05276X2, 7KCS177, 7K18795, 6TOP184, all of them molesting, 6YYB978, 8HIL942, license 8UWV688, 7KLN796, 577, 72C3, I believe. 580 BU5, I believe, and that's out of state, I think. 8XDX 872. 8FJX 584. 9ANY 887. Can't really see that one. 7YXA 906. 3657. I can't really see that one. 8KN-74-72. 8ZBL 580. 8MFJ 847. R238TO. CC40Y79 paper. 8JXR 706. 4LZY 537. 8MCL 243. 8WPZ 973. ABF Freight, and also McKinney. ABF Freight is a trucking company carrying McKinney as its trailer. That's documentation of 2 third parties. All right, using those logos, carrying a trailer with whatever logo, you document whatever it is that you have, because the entity is using that demon that's operating a commercial vehicle, and that's supposed to be their form for what's their excuse for being around in the first place. All right, because that's the first thing an entity is going to say. What are you talking about? I work for UPS. I'm just making a delivery. All right, that's their form while they're monitoring. And so you're going to document what is the absence of any form. UPS is group stalking in the path. All right, while a demon is operating a UPS vehicle, engaging in state surveillance with the public entity, whatever public entity that is, whatever state that you're in, it's commercial stalking, the highest level of malice, where public corruption is underway. 6H16234. 5JVV442. 7BGX 519. 8KHM376. 8JKY425. Molesting. All right, and it's currently 7:44 p.m. and I am across the street now. I've been in relevant position to the museum, but I was standing again where I captured that video. That's where I remained, capturing documentation, identifying the entity that is stalking under that fake sun, engaging in what is criminal summoning. This is the exact same entity. That's why I'm capturing what is an impossible occurrence as I go from city to city in the maintenance of a light source. By the way, again, you're remembering, I get up at the Ontario Museum, which is across the street where I stood capturing a light source, but that's not possibly the sun. As I'm reminding you about where I'm at in Fontana, as I'm reminding you about where I'm at when I'm on the bus at the same time, I'm across the street from the museum where I'm getting up in the morning, where the fake sun is over me at 7 o'clock in the morning. The light source is at the same intersection where I am getting up. No, that is not the sun. Every which angle that you are looking at it. It's literally across the street. I'm right over here. I stood there documenting. I'm crossing the street. I'm at the museum where the entity is placing the fake sun in the morning. No, that's not the sun. At all, under any circumstances, it's an impossibility. And it's only there because that's where I'm traveling back to during the time where an entity is keeping a light source during the day. Because if I would have got on the bus and continued to go to Chino, that's where the fake sun would have followed. Literally. And that would have been some more profound documentation because it's an impossible occurrence, but this is the entity that is being documented, engaging in what is stalking with light. All right, that is the pattern of conduct. So the entity is keeping that light source across the street from the same venue. That's the same location. To be across the street, let me break that down for you. To be across the street from where I'm at in the morning, directly over my head, as though the sun is rising, directly over my head, as though the sun is setting, across the street from the location where that is the same location. That is not the sun. In addition to what, as I'm pointing out, the entity literally went south in the same direction at the same pace of the Route 83 bus that I'm on as I left up in California. After literally following, not remaining over the Fontana Lewis Library, which you are necessarily doing while I'm inside of it at 7:05 p.m. And I'm showing you the light source and the light activity inside of that library. Okay, because the entity follows and stalks with a light source, and then what follows is that's supposed to be sunlight that you're looking at. And I'm breaking that whole system down. First of all, that's not the sun, and that's not sunlight, and the two do not necessarily go together. The entity places directed light all over the place, all right? And the placement of directed light is not reliant upon the presence of the fake sun that you're seeing. It's not commensurate with that whatsoever. That's how you have what is directed light just appearing in the middle of the road in the shade, all right? It's not, one is not relying upon the other at all. Those are methods of stalking with light. It is revealing the environment that you're in. It is the mark of demon possession. That's what it's relevant to. Speaking to a criminal system that you are subject to. And you're breaking that whole system down, the fake sun down to the directed light. Okay? So, no, that's not the sun. The entity is placing a fake sun over me in the morning, and this is the same location where I'm showing you in the evening. And this is already documented there, both before and after daylight savings time, not just this year, the year before that, and the year before that, and the year before that. Okay, this is stalking with a light source under no circumstances, and this is fully surrounded with evidence of it. Nothing that I am saying is unsubstantiated. Nothing that I am saying can in any way be controverted either. All right, this is that which you cannot reconcile. All you are doing is sitting, all Satan is doing, all minions are doing is sitting back and hoping and waiting that it's too vague, that it's not precise enough, that it's hopefully it's not specific enough, hopefully it's not powerful enough in order to show fully what it is that I'm documenting, because it is the truth. I do speak the truth. It is that which you have to substantiate with evidence. I have directly demonstrated it. It is established. You're talking about what is the audience that are literally the minions themselves, who are subject to what is a federal prosecution. And there are many that are going to federal prison. And not just because I don't like minions. This is not personal. This is about the protection. This is about the constitutional rights, the human rights of American citizens who do not serve Satan, who do not bow down at the knees of Satan. All right, period. This is the population that the entity is targeting. Those who do not belong to Satan, those who will not serve Satan. Because this is demonic at its core. This is relevant to what I'm documenting. It is relevant to the prosecution. It is relevant in court. This is a criminal system, and it is satanic. It is directly relevant to what is prosecution for terrorism. It is directly relevant for understanding the criminal motive. All right? It is evil. Evil, which is irrational. Okay? So you need to understand that. It is directly relevant to that criminal case. And so you have what is also relevant to the condition. Because even beyond a prosecution, you're talking about what is then neutralizing the threat posed by a society plagued with this condition, and all the ways in which, all the positions that they hold, every way in which they are threatening, a threat to the public. All right, that's relevant as well. In every way, nothing that I'm speaking of is about, I'm not preaching anything. What I'm speaking to is directly relevant to the legal case. That is my focus. As an aside, those who have an ear, those who are capable of hearing what it is that I'm speaking, I'm speaking of what is revealing the truth about the times that we are in. These are the times that we are in. Satan is real, and Satan is engaging in a real-time agenda, all right? And Satan has lost that bet, though. So I want to be clear. Satan is a created being. Satan is a loser in eternity. And these minions that are demon-possessed, they're losers in life, and they are losers in eternity, because not only that, they're going to die, and then they're going to burn in hell. Hell is real, okay? And so you're talking about what is engaging in what is wicked while you have a limited time on earth, regardless of what house that you drive in. Those minions that live in, for example, Victoria Gardens, they're a higher property value at that point, at that part of town. Higher property values, okay? You're talking about what is a better neighborhood, if you will. You've got a higher economical status at that little area right there where I'm at Victoria Gardens. And guess what? Okay, you're talking about what is bottom of the barrel, okay, fecal matter type, demonic activity underway, cockroaches. Does it matter that they're driving a Corvette? To some, I guess to some of you it does. That's impressive. It's not impressive. Their condition is that which you cannot physically perceive. These are demons. And I documented it. It is a matter of incontrovertible evidence. Not only their demon possession, their group conduct. Demons engage in this group conduct, and they did it in the specific environment. That which you cannot in any way reduce or disregard or reconcile. Because it's not the sun that will be present at the same time over me while I'm out. For example, 10:46 a.m. at Mercy House at 435 South Bonneview. That light switch is squarely above my head in Ontario, where I have not gone on any bus and gone in any direction on the day where I'm capturing that same time at Mercy House. But in Rancho Cucamonga at Longhorn Steakhouse at Day Creek and Foothill Boulevard, 10:46 a.m., light source directly over my head, squarely above my head. And what else is ongoing? The entity is stalking in the path. And how do you know they're stalking? Because first of all, the light source is over my head. How else do you know that they're stalking? Because as they are engaging in what is the mundane act of driving a vehicle past me, directed light is appearing on the ground. How else do you know that they're stalking? The entity is engaging in what is amplified audible activity surrounding me while they're doing so. Okay? The entity is engaging in the P.O.C. And it is an absolute impossible occurrence. In other words, the sun is not over my head at the same minute at 10:46 in the morning in Rancho Cucamonga at Day Creek and Foothill Boulevard. And also while I remain and have not gone anywhere, all I've gone is from the museum to Mercy House. And at 10:46, and that is by walking on Hope Boulevard to what is Bonneview to get to that property. It's not just the time, it's the route that I took. Where else was I at? How did I get to that destination that I then began documenting at that moment? That is speaking to what is stalking with light. It's impossible. It's not coexisting at the same time. And then you have what is my maintenance of presence at 435 South Bonneville. It's over my head while I'm standing at the front door with the wooden coverings over my head. That light source is right there, bam, in that same exact position. That's impossible. And that's after getting on the bus coming from Ontario. I got on Route 83, and then I got on Route 66, and then I got off at Panera Bread, and then I got back on and got off at Day Creek. That's impossible. Stalking with a light source, it's demonic. Those demons at that property area, in that neighborhood that has a higher property rate, higher property values, is in no way different or distinct. You need to understand what has nothing to do with revealing this demonic system. These are the demon-possessed, and they are sick bastards in the same way that they are in any hood that you want to identify as being filled with those that are more likely to be criminals. Guess what? You're talking about what is the demonic. This surpasses what you recognize in the flesh to be bad or having some tendency, some predisposition to engage in criminal conduct. No, the demon-possessed are engaging in criminal activity, which they are doing in plain sight, which they seek to conceal. Not only conceal that criminal system, because they know it's criminal, there's existing federal law. They've never fathomed the fact that it's actually going to be embodied in federal law to prosecute specifically that population. The fact that they would even be identified as a population, didn't anticipate that. But fully cognizant of the fact that it's wrong, that it's weird. That's why they engage in what is the unpersuasive act of trying to contain what is a sense of normalcy. There is no sense of normalcy. It doesn't exist. I've shown you to be the demons that you are. This is not the sun. That's not even sunlight. You're literally driving in a cartoon environment around me while you're stalking. It's the identification of the stalker. Okay? So like I said, this is revealing what is no distinction, no difference between some property value, some demon that's driving a Corvette. You're stalking me in a Corvette. You're pathetic. You have the spirit of Satan on you. You're pathetic in my book. You are pathetic. All right? And let me be clear. There is no difference between the minions in whatever neighborhood you're at. They're engaging in the same exact pattern of conduct, which is the violation of a person, the violation of privacy, the violation of what is your right to be free from such invasion of privacy and from such violations as an entity on behalf of a government. All right. And doing so, the right to be free, because you have a right to be free from what is stalking by a government. I mean, and that shouldn't have to even be spelled out so explicitly, but that's implied in the Constitution. That's implied. Okay. So I want to be clear. There's no, excuse my voice also. There is no difference between demons in a neighborhood with a higher property value than there are those demons which you want to attribute to being in some dump area. You can attribute it to, with regard to my knowledge out here. I mean, I haven't lived everywhere in California, but I've lived outside of the state and outside of the country. Downtown San Bernardino, okay? This is what my personal knowledge with regard to what a very, very cruddy area, okay? Very, very poor. There is no difference with regard to what are equally creepy, equally demon-possessed, equally scary, equally terrifying. There is no difference between a lily white minion driving a, say she's driving some, a BMW, who was stalking in the path with directed light, molesting my body with it. Okay, under what is not possibly the sun, all manner of a threat posed while she's driving in a fancy vehicle, versus some demon who was molesting me with directed light, who was in a cruddy neighborhood, a very poor neighborhood, a bad neighborhood, where you're hearing gunshots. Let me be clear. It's equally amplified audible activity. They are using what is the environment that they're in for purposes of facilitating a demonic system. All right. So you're talking about what is amplified audible activity, which they would use in such a neighborhood, by the way. I just want to be clear. It is equally threatening. It is equally demented. It is equally sick and equally violating of that American citizen, of that human being. OK, so you have what is understanding the exact same pattern of conduct. The exact same scientific facts surround what is supposedly the sun. And guess what? That light source that is not possibly the sun, captured in that neighborhood, which supposedly has higher property value. If that's what you want to lay down, if that's in your mind, what you established as being some exception from being capable of engaging in criminal conduct, or that which is of the demonic at that. Okay, even inside of what a church. Well, let me go in front of a church for you and show you what's not the sun, and show you what's not sunlight, and show you what is the pattern of conduct at what is nothing other than minions calling it a church. While they're engaging in criminal conduct, there is no exception. It doesn't exist. This is revealing what is the times that we are in. Satan is very real, okay? Satan is engaging in what is capable of being prosecuted because it's criminal. And Satan is doing it through a government and through a people. And it is referred to generally as what is group stalking. But again, I have properly termed it as federal group stalking and monitoring. The reason why I'm saying I have properly termed it is because it's not merely the fact that you are subject to group stalking. It is a reference to what is federal stalking. It's federal stalking, which is in violation of 18 U.S.C. section 2261A. And it is federal stalking that is not by an individual. It is group stalking in violation of federal law. And the ongoing context is that group stalking is a demonic act. It is that which is occurring by a very specific, by those that are under a very specific condition, an identical condition. All right, and this is understanding what is demonic activity and demon possession. That's what that's understanding. And that's what group stalking is. So you have a bunch of minions that are hostile. Let me be clear. You are witnessing what is Satan. That's getting on the internet and engaging in what is, those that speak about. And let me be clear, there are minions that are getting on the internet as though they're victims of group stalking. They're not. I want to be clear, they are not necessarily Satan. Let me be clear. Satan has minions in positions. Satan has minions who play roles. So you'll have what is a third-party group stalker, a minion, playing a role on the video of the internet talking about group stalking, which is a very real system. But you have what is, again, playing a role such that and putting it out there as though they are some victim of group stalking when actually they are not. They are engaging in what is essentially serving the role of defaming one who actually is. And how is it defaming? Because you're talking about what is one that is not accurately describing what group stalking is, what the target individual is subject to, which is serving what is an ongoing fallacy that one who is alleging group stalking, which a minion posing as one subject to group stalking. The purpose of that is to also not only incorrectly and inaccurately and ineffectively describe the system of group stalking and what they are a target individual is subject to, but also to depict one who is alleging that, like this minion is playing, as one who is lesser in intelligence or lacking all their mental faculties. In other words, suffering from some mental incapacity. All right, and that's the source. That's the real issue there. It's not that group stalking is real. And then you also have what is the entity that is engaging in what is defamation by virtue of literally including themselves in any way that they can on the video of the internet. The entity engaging in what is in any method intrusion into that legal process of documenting the government, which shall be on the video of the internet. That is what is criminal defamation. It's facilitation, and you go to federal prison for that. All right, so you're talking about what is waging additional harm while you are, and let me be clear, these demons that are group stalking, all they're doing is getting on the internet, monitoring your documentation, and adding commentary that nobody asked them for. It doesn't even have anything to do with you. So if you're not group stalking, who cares about what your comments are? Who cares about what you think? Who cares if you like it? Nobody asked you. I'm not on here asking for your likes and posing and talking anything about you. I'm talking about what is group stalking. And if you're not group stalking and if you don't even know what it is or if you don't think it's real, so what? Why does it compel you to interject yourself? And I will tell you why. You're talking about what is being consumed with an agenda. First of all, to maintain the fallacy that group stalking is not real. And second of all, to defame and harass and further inflict harm. And the entity will be prosecuted for that. Regardless of where you're at, it is the infliction of harm to that target individual. The government is on the video of the internet monitoring. You are engaging in that conduct by engaging in it. You are facilitating the government's pattern of conduct. That's what group stalking is. Group stalking exceeds what is group stalking relevant position. Group stalking is also underway on the video of the internet. Obstruction of justice is that which the entity engages in. Where federal group stalking and monitoring is underway, obstruction of justice is underway. Obstruction of justice is underway on the video of the internet. You are engaging and shall be prosecuted as a group stalker while you engage in that in any way that is documented, that is in any way intrusion into the documentation, the prima facie case establishing it by the target individual while you're subject to surveillance. And so this is what the entity does, and it's very feasible. When I'm showing you, I'm documenting what is the group stalker. These same group stalkers, all they do is hop on the internet, okay? And that's all you have to do. You're hopping on the internet, monitoring. You know what's being documented, and so you're hopping on the internet and engaging in, weighing in what nobody asked you. This isn't a vote, and this is an ordinary use of social media. So the question is, why would it even be interesting to you? All right? Why are you even adding commentary to it? And that's really the focus when you pay attention to that. But I've documented it before. It is nothing other than criminal defamation, and you do have minions that are falsely alleging on the venue of the internet, and this is serving for what is the maintenance of that fallacy that group stalking is not real. I am not coming from that vantage point. First of all, I've already established what is very real. I can't make up a fake son. I can't make up what is this directed light, this conduct. I can't make up what is the presence of a light source over me while I'm at the same time in the city of Chino. Oh, that's direct evidence. It's direct evidence, because there is no sun that's aiming on me into the depths of the Chino Branch Library, and then at the same time in the city of Fontana, it's over my head while I'm standing at the corner on a street and on some random street in Fontana, over my head at the same time. No, it's not. That's impossible. And not only that happens to be the same intersection in this random street, on this random street in Fontana, where I'm standing in the morning. I've also documented that is in no way the sun. That is capturing the demonic. And this group stalking is a demonic system. So federal group stalking and monitoring is proper in that, and I'm stating it because it is the proper identification and encompassing everything that is group stalking. Group stalking is a demonic system, all right? And it is federal group stalking because it's in violation. The entity is engaging in federal stalking, monitoring with communication devices, all right, while it is engaging in what is demonic activity, maintenance of the path, a whole bunch of demons that happen to be, those demons happen to be the government. Those demons happen to be the people of the state, because we happen to be in the U.S. This is where it's underway. Okay, this is the ability to prosecute the demonic. And so the proper name for what it is, for what is demonic, is federal group stalking and monitoring. The demon-possessed population is engaging in interstate stalking. They're monitoring with communication devices, and they do it while this demonic system, this demonic conduct that they engage in together on a ceaseless basis, following from intersection to intersection, from street to street, from place to place, from bathroom to bathroom, okay? And doing so, I'm sorry, from elevator to staircase, literally from every location that I go, which I've shown you, while that entity is keeping that environment. And doing so in an absolute, there is no way to do it in any realistic manner. I've shown you what is very plain. This is the stalker. Look at the environment. This is P.O.C. And now I want you to pay attention to Satan and listen to what is the psychopath. Because that's what you need to understand as well. I am not just prosecuting. I am showing, I am literally teaching, I am literally providing a tutorial for the conduct of Satan. The personality of Satan, all right? Satan does not have a race, does not have a socioeconomic status, does not have an age, okay? Does not have a physical handicap. Satan is not engaging in what is conduct of one who is drunk. Understand the demonic is operating through any and all of that. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. Okay, so you're understanding what is demonic activity, what is demon possession based on the environment. That's a demonic environment that they are in. They are stalking in that demonic environment. They are engaging in stalking as an entity in that demonic environment, and they're monitoring with communication devices, and that is federal group stalking and monitoring. All right, and that's why I'm able to capture at 7:05 p.m. on Route 83. I'm moving in the direction south on a bus coming from Upland. And while, as opposed to, you juxtapose that with remaining stationary inside of an address, the Fontana Lewis Library and Technology Center at 7:05 p.m. And you're looking at the light activity that's reaching through the depths of that very expansive building, the Fontana Lewis Library. I mean, literally to the staircase where I'm capturing video of criminal summoning today by that overweight minion, Stephanie Ortiz, and this demon Summers. I don't want to call him Officer Summers. He's a demon, all right? And that demon's going to be snatched up. He's going to federal prison, okay? These are demons that are just ripe for what is a matter of justice, and that's what I'm showing. It's not just about the prosecution. It is also about revealing what is necessarily known, because with this prosecution, with this policy, this uniform policy, this federal policy that I advocate, it is the new terrain. The government is engaging in what is satanic. Satan is real. Okay, whatever side of the barn that you stand, whatever side of the fence that you're on with regard to religion, and whether you think that God is real or whether you think Satan is real, and it's really not up for debate. In case you didn't know that, the real life and these things with regard to eternity do not, contrary to what you think in the United States, how we get everything our way. It's not the truth, and what is does not depend on whether you accept it or not. It doesn't. It's absolutely irrelevant. And you can either accept what are actually scientific facts, because that's what we can all agree on. And we can come to an accord on that. But like I said, this isn't for I'm not seeking any, I don't need the approval. This is literally the truth, and I'm dispersing it. All right? For the whole world to see. What is revealing for such a time as this, what is the conduct of Satan. Satan is using a people and a government, and to engage in what is a very real and relevant criminal system for purposes of keeping tabs on every single last person. And it is occurring in an unfathomable way. The government is monitoring through the very people of the country in the United States. It's in a way that you would never suspect, because we are supposedly free, because we're supposedly governed by a constitution, and so we supposedly have what are privacy rights and constitutional rights and individual liberties, etc. You're engaging in what is literally the most malicious system that you can fathom, that Satan can fathom, and that is the violation of all of those constitutional rights through the very people that are in the country under those same laws with you. And not only that, their condition is one of demon possession as they engage in it. And that condition is very relevant to the criminal act that they are engaging in with that government. Okay? And so that's what's relevant to capturing what is the fake sun at the same intersection that I get up in the morning. And that's the bottom line. The Ontario police are group stalking at the Mestizo Cafe, engaging in surveillance, doing so in what is directed light, listening to every word that I'm documenting, and they should also be listening to the fact that they're going to federal prison. I don't need to run over there and get that license plate. I don't need to go over there and get that vehicle number. I will take a picture of it, though, even though I've already established my credibility. But when I say an entity is stalking by helicopter, as you've also seen, that's exactly what's underway. And this is the minion that is Ontario Police that is stalking me in relevant position at the Mestizo Cafe at 8:08 p.m. And this is P.O.C. All right, capturing for you so you can be reminded I'm being molested with direct light. Ontario Police are group stalking. They're engaging in surveillance and stalking in plain sight while they're listening to me prosecute them via a podcast. It is 8:08 p.m. It's Ontario Fire, criminal summoning. 8:32 p.m. And alternating audible activity creation. Sirens to the train, to helicopter, to planes. All right, it's 8:32 p.m. That's Ontario Fire Department engaging in criminal summoning. That's supposedly a train in the background. The entity just engaged in crossing path of the train. The ongoing incessant noise of a train remains with sirens. It's noise and engineered light. It's 8:33 p.m. This is P.O.C. This is amplified audible activity. Less than 10 minutes ago, another train crossing path. And this is audible activity that is amplified. It's serving ongoing noise and engineered light. That's amplification, which supposedly is heard all the way up at 630 North Fern Avenue. This is an entity that is stalking using a train and also engaging what is harassment using a train, okay? In doing so, this is less than 10 minutes later, another train. Alrighty, it is 8:41 p.m. following the helicopter, okay? This is P.O.C. That is prosecution for what is Union Pacific, engaging in terrorism and stalking, using a whole train to engage in that conduct. That's a psychopath, and let me be clear, a demon conducting an actual train, but also the demon-possessed entity that is creating just the sound of a train around me, while there isn't even any train on the train tracks. This is the entity using it as an ongoing basis to follow what it is that I'm doing physically and on my phone, and also to engage in what is just mere harassment while demons are group stalking together as an entity while they are hostile to the fact that I'm documenting them. That is prosecution of what is Union Pacific. Monitoring with the same government that I captured on video right now, stalking by helicopter. This is P.O.C. All right, capturing criminal summoning, and what is that? This is also harassment by an entity that's engaging in federal stalking while they engage in criminal summoning. The entity is engaging in what is stalking in the path. And this is a scene that is creating what is the cause for. This is criminal summoning because you have the creation of a scene where it calls for what is the presence of. And this is what criminal summoning is about. It calls for the presence of the entity that acts directly engaged in the system of group stalking. And what you're looking at is the entity engaging in the same exact stalking conduct, stalking me by helicopter while they have a scene in the middle of the intersection. And seconds before, as I stated in the video, the entity immediately sounds sirens with simultaneity to what I'm doing on my phone on the internet. And immediately the entity begins flying over by helicopter while they have a scene which is supposed to be separate and distinct from the target individual. It's not, it's criminal summoning. That's the Ontario Police Department, the Ontario Fire Department, and American Medical Response, who are group stalking in the intersection right now. While I captured that video, the entity flying in circles above me by helicopter, which the entity is doing on an ongoing basis. There is no form, and that's what I mean. They don't have any form. They're stalking. And I'm showing you all the ways in which an entity is engaging in ceaseless, obsessive stalking, okay? And doing so also in Fontana while I'm inside of the library. That's exactly what they're doing outside while they have a scene in the middle of the intersection. while they're sounding sirens with simultaneity to what I do, while they are engaging in what is manifesting light as demons in those emergency vehicles, okay? The people of the state, shown to be the demons that they are, group stalking. The entity acting directly, the Ontario Police Department, the Ontario Fire Department, and American Medical Response, shown to be the demons that they are stalking, while a demon is flying in circles by helicopter, and doing so again right now at 11:48 p.m. This is P.O.C, and that is documentation of what is criminal summoning, what I captured on video. Union Pacific, immediately following up after 11 and a half minutes of the entity flying over my head by helicopter. That's train activity, which the demon possessed. The Ontario Police are group stalking in that intersection, remaining with light activity, monitoring with the people of the state, molesting with the people of the state. Let me be clear, it's an ongoing sex offense for that 11 minutes that you're looking at the entity flying over me by helicopter. The entity is also molesting my body with directed light. Night, Swift, Transportation Holdings is engaging in this act of terrorism and molestation and harassment as an entity. They're crossing path. They're monitoring with the demon-possessed Ontario Police Department, who are engaging in the criminal act of criminal summoning, while they are engaging in what is monitoring with the entity. I captured almost 13-minute video right now of the entity stalking by helicopter while they're engaging in criminal summoning. All right, and criminal summoning is nothing other than what is supposed to appear on the surface as though the entity that is acting directly is engaging in some provision of either services, for example, by the fire department or the ambulance, or the execution of an officer, or of a police officer, where under the federal group stalking and monitoring system, they are engaging in the elements of light activity. They are engaging in the elements of amplification of audible activity. They are engaging in what is the pattern of stalking in the path. That is the demonic activity that is underway while the state acts directly through such actors. And it is referred to as criminal summoning, while they are engaged in the criminal misuse and abuse of those emergency vehicles for those criminal purposes. Stalking with the provisions of audible activity, stalking with methods of light activity. They are demons that are manifesting light in the same regard, engaging in molestation in that regard as well. It's also massive facilitation, which is an enhancement. The entity engages in this through things such as trains, planes, helicopters. All right. The entity engages in what is massive facilitation. That speaks to what is enabling a massive amount of people monitoring you at one time. And that's what the entity is doing as it acts directly through fire departments, ambulances, and police vehicles. And so what I'm documenting right now in this video, the police department, these are demons. And this is a show of hostility, a demonic exposition of hostility by Satan itself. Satan is literally the puppeteer of these minions affiliated with the Ontario Police Department. And they have before at the same exact venue where I'm at, exhibited the same demon possession. I've documented the demon possession as evidenced by the conduct of the Ontario Police on many, many, many occasions. This is another one. The entity flies over my head, which I capture in video, which I'll be publishing. The entity flies over my head in a circle. That's entirely demonic. First of all, it's demonic pacing. It's occurring in the specific environment. The entity is not only amplifying audible activity, that's demonic. The entity is molesting me with engineered light, directed light, that's demonic, and doing so while this demon, that's the identification of it, this is how you know their condition. The entity is flying in circles around me, above me, at the museum. Entirely demonic. That act in and of itself is demonic. That act is occurring in that specific environment, which is demonic. You are understanding what is the precise formula, and you are very well capable of knowing the condition based on the evidence, the conduct, and the environment that you're surrounded by, which is an unnatural environment. All of it is the evidence of the above. This is a demon that's representing the government that's stalking in a helicopter that's pacing over my head in circles for over 11 minutes, while the Ontario Police, the Fire Department, and AMR are group stalking in the middle of the intersection at Euclid and Hull. They are sounding sirens with simultaneity to what I am doing on the internet, and immediately the entity that is already stalking, present, immediately sounds helicopter activity and flies where I can see it. You're already stalking, you're already maintaining presence, and you're not going anywhere. In the same way that I captured video and the entity stops circling in a way where I can see it and hear it after 11 and a half minutes, it's not going anywhere. The entity is engaged in 24-hour stalking. That's how I'm able to capture while I'm inside of the Fontana Lewis Library, the entity stalking by helicopter. It is the pattern of conduct. It's also occurring in a specific environment. That Fontana Lewis Library filled with directed light. Literally walking inside of that venue is the criminal act. It's the objective of demons to maintain ongoing activity creation in that directed light while they maintain ongoing noise. Amplified noise is channeled into that venue, which is harassment while a whole bunch of demons are stalking, maintaining surveillance, including in the bathroom, which is what I was documenting today. Sexual violence by demons. All right. And then you have demons that are engaging in what is, oh, let me call the police, when you are sitting up monitoring with the police. The police are group stalking, just like you see the Ontario police group stalking, aware of everything that I'm saying and doing, including in the bathroom, they're sex offenders. And then you're talking about what are delusional psychopaths operating under what is this, under the code of conduct that does not exist. Your whole system is revealed. So you're looking at what is their system that is relying upon the high level of malice. So now you're understanding, you see the malice they're engaging in, because absent knowledge of the existing P.O.C, you're talking about what is calling the police, and you're not aware of the fact that police are already monitoring. You're talking about what is essentially facilitating an excuse for the police to sit there and stalk in your presence, which is really what the police want to do. That's really what they want to be, right there in your face stalking. That's what Satan wants to do by these demons who bear weapons and wear uniforms representing law enforcement. That's what Satan wants to do. Criminal summoning is serving that purpose. And that's exactly what Summers was doing, sitting in front of the Fontana Police Department, monitoring before they were summoned there to be stalking in person. Excuse me. So you're talking about what is the P.O.C, methods of engaging in the same exact ongoing P.O.C. And this is the video that I captured. It's over 12 minutes long. And this is an exhibition of, first of all, demonic activity, demon possession by the minion, that's the government, flying over me by helicopter, and the government that's acting via the demons of the Ontario Police Department, the Fire Department, and American Medical Response, who are literally sitting in the middle of the intersection, creating light activity. Stalking in the path, all of that scene is entirely pathetic, and it's also the prosecution for terrorism, because an entity is that obsessed and engaged in ongoing stalking of me while I am at the museum. Group stalking, monitoring me. All of that entire scene is all about me, and it is also punctuated, replete with, if you will, with the entity flying over me for 11 and a half minutes by helicopter. If there's any question with regard to what is all about me, you have what is criminal summoning and the entity engaging in the same exact documented pattern, stalking by helicopter, okay? And doing so in the same way that it is doing on a daily basis. So I want to be clear, it's 12:10 a.m. now, and it's April 30th, 2022. This is carried over into the next day. It was still like 11 something when the entity is stalking with audible activity. The entity is group stalking at the museum, in relevant position to the museum, and at the museum on the grounds. This is the people of the state who are group stalking in the library where I'm at, group stalking on the bus, group stalking while I'm walking down the street, group stalking at the museum, okay, where the entity is flying over by helicopter for 11 and a half minutes over my head, where the entity is maintaining directed light, and where the entity is amplifying audible activity, all the hallmarks of demonic conduct and the pattern of conduct of federal group stalking monitoring. All right. And those are, again, that, like I said, the hallmarks of demonic activity. Those are the telltale signs. That's the precise formula for recognizing and knowing, as a matter of objective evidence, demon possession. Those that are of that condition. And there's no exception. All right. And that is how anybody is capable of knowing it. And that's what's underway. That's what's ongoing. And you're looking at what is group stalking by the Ontario police in the same way that I'm capturing it on an ongoing basis. And it does not change when I'm in Fontana. It's the same exact pattern of conduct. The same exact pattern of conduct. All right, so I want to show you. I'm going to capture this because you have a minion that's group stalking over here. And this is the entity that's stalking in your face while the entity is engaging in that terrorism, group stalking at the museum. And while I'm capturing this video, this minion is over here group stalking. And then you have the minions that are the Ontario police monitoring while a minion is positioned over here at the museum. Okay? In directed light, helicopter stalking, the police stalking with sirens. It is 12:11 a.m. All right, I did capture video, and I'm showing this is a Caucasian male who's group stalking at the Ontario Museum of History and Arts. And I want to be clear, as I capture this video, I'm describing you so you can hear everything that I just said, but I just want to reiterate, I'm capturing what is my shadow that's literally surrounding me on every side. It's right on the ground beside me. It's on the ground in front of me, enlarged in size, and it's also upright on the wall on my left side. That's 3 shadows that I have. That's impossible light activity. While this Caucasian male, this is a demon-possessed group stalker who was monitoring with the Ontario police, who are engaging in criminal summoning with the Ontario Fire Department, with American Medical Response, who you heard engaging in that repeated criminal act while I documented the people of the state at the intersection under the fake sun, okay? The entity is monitoring while it's present in the intersection pursuant to criminal summoning, engaging in an ongoing criminal act. It's about me, and that's what's so pathetic. They're monitoring me while they are with the people of the state in the middle of the intersection, and this is supposed to be a scene that's necessitating the presence of the state, where they are doing nothing other than stalking in the path, stalking with light, all right, stalking in the path while amplified audible activity, and stalking in the path while ongoing directed light is molesting my person. 3 shadows as I'm standing over there. And this is the people of the state that are monitoring pursuant to this act of criminal summoning in the middle of the intersection, which is also on traffic cameras. While the entity is flying over my head for 11 plus minutes, this group stalker is maintaining presence on behalf of the people of the state, group stalking with the Ontario Police Department. And this is what I'm speaking to when you're understanding criminal summoning. That entire scene is a pathetic show while all of these demons are on a stage, literally engaging in what is the conduct of group stalking while the entity is flying over me by helicopter. You're not in any way engaging in anything other than the exact same pattern of conduct. The act of criminal summoning in the middle of the intersection is serving the purposes of what is facilitation by the demons who are the people of the state patrolling, sitting in the parking lot of the Maestisa cafe and cake house, aiming light, psychopaths aiming light onto those walls, okay? In the parking lot, behind the Rojas Tax Enterprises, stalking in the path, aiming light in this direction. The demons that are the entity acted directly using those vehicles to create light activity, flashing light, which is demonic. Demons stalking the path with flashing light, methods of light activity, while the entity is flying over me by helicopter. So I captured this video. Again, that's the people of the state. The people of the state are engaging in this conduct everywhere that I'm going. That's exactly what I captured inside of the library. They're group stalking. He's sitting there stalking, okay? Stalking with the entity while that's flying over my head for 11 and a half minutes. You are stalking in the path in directed light. You are stalking while you are acting as though your focus is something else. And I'm pointing that out because, no, it's not relevant what you're focused on. You could be looking up. You could be, your arm could be bleeding and almost falling off. You're group stalking. You're not going to be distracted by the environment. So that's my point. But I am showing you need to understand these are psychopaths that are engaging in conduct as though they're focused on something else, all right? That like they're not stalking you, like that is in any way rebutting the ongoing evidence, the colossal body of evidence as to what you are and what you're doing. That's a psychopath. That is an absolute demented psychopath. And this is the conduct, again, that they're engaging in at every venue, everywhere, including the Fontana Lewis Library, where I was today. So you have psychopaths that are engaging in stalking and monitoring and doing so in bathrooms as well. And while they are focused on you, then you have a psychopath that'll then pick up the phone talking about, I'm going to call the police because you refuse to leave the venue because I got a complaint that you're recording patrons. Those demons are monitoring together in the same exact environment that I'm capturing this Caucasian demon-possessed group stalking sex offender at the museum while the entity's flying over my head for 11 and a half minutes. While the demon-possessed Ontario Police Department are group stalking in the middle of the street, pursuant to the ongoing script of what is nothing other than criminal summoning. Because they are that obsessed with me. It's all about monitoring me, and it's entirely pathetic. Okay? And so you have what is a psychopath that's engaging in the P.O.C. and talking about, I'm going to call the police. The Fontana police are a bunch of demons who are monitoring. They're aware of everything that's going on. They're present through the people, just like you see this minion at the museum. Present on behalf of the people and present vicariously by that entity, including the Fontana police, who are group stalking. That's a psychopath talking about, I'm going to call the police, who are already monitoring. Everything she is stating is a matter of public information. It is audible activity for purposes of monitoring while she's stating it. Okay, so I cannot reiterate enough. A whole entire psychopath, okay, with a gut hanging over her belt, an entire psychopath and a sex offender, and engaging in what is one revealing themselves to be a very demented and unbalanced and delusional, very disturbing and threatening psychopath. This entity in this video stalking for over 11 minutes in concert with the Ontario police who are stalking with light in the path and with the use of their sirens, all right, while I'm they're monitoring what I'm doing on the internet, okay, and the entity in doing so with this demon, where I'm showing you the directed light, my shadows surrounding me, and they're group stalking. He's group stalking at the museum. This is what they're doing inside of the library. And I'm documenting it, and I'm going to document. And the American citizen, the ordinary target individual, you're going to document. You're understanding these are the type of psychopaths that you're going to put away. You're going to put them where they belong. They are intent on, that is the police departments, the demon-possessed police departments, who are a threat to society. All right, they are literally engaging in hand-in-hand criminal activity with the people of the state. That's exactly what I just captured on video right now. That's exactly what I captured. They are stalking with light, keeping light in the middle of the intersection. All right, and while the entity is flying for 11 and a half minutes over my head, what do you think that they're doing? The same exact thing that they're doing day in and day out. It's light activity and relevant positioning. While the entity is group stalking at the museum, okay? And here's another scene of the entity flying over again by helicopter. It's 12:20 a.m. Group stalking, demons aiming light at the intersection, demons sitting aiming light onto the wall of the Maestisa Cafe, sitting in the middle of the intersection creating light activity. The same exact scene. Alrighty, I want to show you that. That is stalking in the path with light. Sitting at that intersection, there's no traffic obstructing this vehicle. You see what is headlights aimed in my direction, and there's another vehicle with headlights touching the wall. That's stalking with light. That's what the entity is doing on a massive scale with the fake sun at this intersection of Euclid and Hull, covering the 150 East Hull building. That's directed light. This is stalking the path with light. This is touching surfaces in relevant position to me with light. That's what this demon is doing, manifesting light, aiming it onto the brick wall of the venue in perfect diagonal alignment with me. The demon that's at the intersection, the transit on the opposite side of transit, and is sitting there aiming their headlights toward me while the entity flies over me by helicopter, which you can hear. There is no traffic obstructing. They've been sitting there. They're loitering in relevant position, stalking in the path, monitoring. This is what is state surveillance. And that's the video. This is speaking to what this minion over here this is the people of the state. Monitoring with these demons who are stalking with light, as I'm telling you what they're doing in the intersection, what they're doing parked in the parking lot, in the on transit, because they're on that street sitting in their vehicles with light. They're doing the same thing while they're in traffic. It's the same thing. They're just cars that are in motion. They're sitting on transit in alignment to this museum. They're sitting in the parking lot, as I documented in that video, aiming light, turning their lights on. This is stalking with light in the path. And then you're also recalling they're monitoring with this demon that's at the museum, monitoring in relevant position in close proximity to me, okay? While all of this is underway. That's the criminal conduct that I'm capturing, and the entity flies over again, as you can hear, by helicopter. This scene is this is what is criminal summoning. It's the elements of monitoring, it's ongoing facilitation, and it is showing what is the threat to the public that not only the demon-possessed police agencies are, but that is shared by the fire departments and the ambulance, such as American Medical Response, because they're just one. Going to Los Angeles, it was the same pattern of conduct. You have a demon going under another ambulance company, okay? They were engaging in the same exact conduct. The fake sun remained over me while I go to Los Angeles. The entity stalking and molesting with directed light. The entity stalking by plane and helicopter. And these demons that are psychopaths just stalking, following where I go, sounding their sirens everywhere that I go. All right, it's the P.O.C. It's the pattern of conduct, okay? And it is literally the prescription for understanding and being able to identify the demon possessed, because that is the precise formula. And it's demonic activity. It's a show of hostility while it's underway as well. And so, like I said, it is currently 12:23 a.m. And that's speaking to the video that I captured. And while I'm describing that, the entity flies over again by helicopter while they are monitoring. And this is, again, not in any way separate from what I'm documenting inside of the Fontana Lewis Library, while this entity that is engaging in this criminal conduct engaged in what is posing an ongoing threat, essentially an attempted kidnapping, while you're summoning the entity who is already monitoring. So your only purpose in engaging in that is to pose a threat, okay? A vivid threat by inviting demons that are bearing weapons and are identifying themselves while they're exercising fictitious authority under the law. They're actually engaged in criminal conduct. And this matter of public corruption is intended to conceal that, all right, because they are present ostensibly for what is the lawful execution of their duties, but this is criminal conduct that's underway. And those are psychopaths that are engaging in that. So you're talking about engaging in nothing other than what is posing a threat to the life and to the liberty of an American citizen who is documenting the criminal system of federal group stalking and monitoring that I am subject to, which you're listening to now on podcast, which I captured on video. And that's exactly what's underway inside of the Fontana Lewis Library. While the entity is sexually engaging in, while the entity is sexually targeting, while you're congregating outside of the bathroom in relevant position with your communication devices, pacing back and forth in engineered light, demons aware of what it is that I'm doing on the opposite side of a wall. Okay, targeting their presence and their activity creation and their communication devices around the bathroom. Sexually violent, predatory, demented, terrorism. Okay, that's the sex offender, invasion of privacy. And so while documenting that, you have what is engaging in what is the obstruction of justice, and that's all they're doing is inviting the demon-possessed that wear law enforcement uniforms, engaging in those are just demons that have yet to be snatched out of those uniforms and also placed into cages, federal prison, okay, where they belong while they're engaging in this criminal conduct, and that's under, by the way, existing federal law. There is grounds of federal prison under Title 18, Section 2261A, subsections 1 and 2, based on the ways in which you engage in interstate stalking in ways that are demonstrated worthy underneath that, what is existing federal policy. All right, I am speaking to what does not go far enough with regard to a government that's placing under surveillance, monitoring you in violation of that existing federal law and that which shall be enforced against the entity. And this is speaking for what is a policy that is specifically customized for what is a demon-possessed. This is a reality. This is the terrain that we're in. That's what this is revealing. The fact that the entity, the government itself, is engaging in criminal surveillance in the United States of American citizens. And it's not just criminal surveillance. It is also demonic activity, which is very real, and it's the ability to understand that, recognize it, identify it, and also prosecute it. And that is revealing what is the threat that our demon-possessed agencies such as the Ontario Police Department pose while they are exhibiting a show of hostility and revealing their demon possession. It is literally an admission while an entity is pacing over me by helicopter, which is demonic, in directed light, which is demonic, while stalking with directed light, while they are flashing light in the middle of that intersection. Those demons that would appear to be focused on that scene are actually using those lights and using their sirens to stalk with and surround with the elements of monitoring. That's what they're doing, and that's what criminal summoning is about. It's about the entity acting directly that really wants to be in your face and stalk you in person, because that's really what Satan wants to do. But you're talking about what are demons that wear certain uniforms, and so you're talking about what is engaging in the act of what is public corruption, all right? Engaging in the criminal conduct and doing it in plain sight, but being formerly unaware of what is the significance of what is underway as you're witnessing it. And so this is criminal conduct as you're summoning the entity that's already engaged in relevant positioning. So you're talking about what is a psychopath. You're not calling any aspect of the entity that's ignorant. You are summoning the entity to come and stalk in the face of the target individual in order to pose a threat while they're documenting the pattern of conduct. All right? And the pattern of conduct includes the fact that you are a sex offender, all right, and engaging in what is sexually violent conduct with those minions who are congregating outside of a bathroom while they are crossing paths as I'm en route to that bathroom. That's entirely predatory and threatening conduct. In that same exact environment, that same exact venue, and I'm referencing the Fontana Lewis Library right now, where I have captured a plethora of videos, of the entity engaging in what is Star Trek-like light activity inside of that venue and all around, even in front of the bathroom and around the bathroom. Impossible light activity, absolutely impossible, okay? Even impossible with regard to the maintenance of that fake sun, which is impossible in and of itself. The light activity inside of the venue is absolutely impossible as well. All right, so anyway, it's currently 12:28 a.m., and that is ongoing evidence, and my point is it is directly tethered to what I documented today in the city of Fontana. What the demons of the Ontario Police Department engage in is the conduct of the demon-possessed population at large. You go to any corner in the city of California, the pattern of conduct is the exact same. All right, the elements are the exact same. You're talking about the methods employed to engage in the exact same pattern of stalking with light, stalking in the path as an entity, and stalking with activity creation, be that visible activity, audible activity, and or sensational activity. And the entity is engaging in this through plane, train, sirens, and ongoing amplification of mirror noise while I'm being molested with directed light, which I showed you on video, while the people of the state are group stalking at the museum. And they are group stalking at the museum. This is the bottom line. They're group stalking at the museum in the same way that they're group stalking at every other venue, including that venue of the Fontana Lewis Library, which is what I documented. And the entity engages in what is obstruction of justice, which shall be what is the grounds and the evidence, including this video, this documentation that I continue to capture of what is federal prison. All right. And that is the system that I want to be clear. This is what I'm speaking to a psychopath. Stephanie Ortiz is engaging in this very system, and then engaging in all manner of what was an elaborate and unpersuasive and highly demented act. All right. There is no veil. There's no guise, and it is the pattern of conduct that you're engaging in. And then you're talking about you got a complaint from somebody. She's monitoring. She's lying. This is a minion, okay? This is a puppet of Satan, and she's absolutely lying. The flashing directed light appearing above that demon's head while she is standing at the bottom of the staircase, which is exactly what I pointed out in video. And then she's talking about, then that's when she goes into, oh, she wants to exclude me for a year because I'm calling her by her name, Satan, okay? That's exactly what she is. And the entity engaging in flashing directed light in the same way that I've captured in a plethora of videos. That's exactly what that demon was engaged in, manifesting light, directing light above her head while I'm coming down the staircase. And she is acting as though she's in some position of authority to exclude and engage in criminally summoning the entity that she is monitoring me with, the same entity that I'm capturing in a video over 12 minutes long, flying in a circle over my head by helicopter. That's the pattern of conduct that's underway while Stephanie Ortiz is engaging in that highly demented conduct. She is a violent sex offender. All right, this is facts. These are facts. All right, she's a violent sex offender as a matter of evidence. She is a violent sex offender and a group stalker, which is revealing her demon possession. These are facts. All right, and she is going to federal prison. That's an additional fact. Okay, the entity is engaging in this pattern of conduct while I am documenting it and accumulating what is the evidence serving for what is federal policy and the prosecution of that entity. It's currently 12:31 a.m. And this has spilled over into Saturday, April 30, 2022. This is P.O.C. All right, in addition to the light activity, I also want to document the impossible light activity, as I stated. I actually did state this already, but I want to make sure I reiterate and focus in again. That whole scene in the middle of the intersection at Euclid and Holt is entirely about me. Not only am I showing you the light activity while I have my shadows surrounding me, while the people of the state are group stalking at the museum, while the entity flies over my head for an excess of 11 minutes by helicopter, flying in a circle, entirely demonic, terrorism on its face. Federal group stalking and monitoring is underway. The entity is flashing directed light onto the walls right here next to me as I'm sitting at the where my property is situated. That is another method of stalking with directed light. It's impossible light activity. It is focused on where it is that I'm located, and it is occurring while the entity is group stalking with the entity that's while I'm being molested with directed light. Understand the specific environment is that which is the context to which is revealing what is an ongoing pattern that the entity is engaging in, and those demons that are manifesting light. And that's why you have what is the flashing light, the light activity that's occurring at that intersection, appearing on the wall next to me, which is impossible light activity. It's impossible. All right, their headlights are not reaching over here. And those vehicles, those demons that are manifesting light, that is the same exact directed light. Those are just demons that are using those state vehicles, and they're identified as state vehicles under the system of federal group stalking and monitoring. While they are monitoring me, okay? That is also speaking to, I want to document that. That's exactly what's underway while I'm sitting here on my sleeping bag. They are stalking me, which you also know because the entity is flying over me for 11 and a half minutes by helicopter, okay? It is currently 12:34 a.m., and I want to point that out. That's, again, the Ontario Fire Department, American Medical Response, and the Ontario Police Department. The entity is also acting via the people of the state who are group stalking in the middle of that intersection amongst that light activity while the entity is stalking, targeting that impossible light activity onto the walls of the museum where I'm sitting over here. That is the same exact pattern of conduct of stalking with light. It is 12:34 a.m.